Let's get ready to rumble!
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Bruce. Keith White Sweat. Lamar, what's happening? Look. I'm living at the speed of light cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga. I can't even fake it. Early morning moving.
Let's get ready to rumble! Let's get ready to rumble!
Been down and out for too long. Nigga, I'm too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on duh, diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
What's going on? This episode of the Boxing Session is sponsored by Get Your Money, established in 2015. Shout out to my niggas in Philly. Shout out to my dog H. Shout out to the Badlands. Shout out to my dogs in the DNC. Shout out to y'all. What's going on? What's going on? We live, man. We live from the Boxing Section, man. Tonight we're gonna talk about The Wire, of course. You know what I'm saying? It's Wire Wednesday, so it's we're gonna get in. Also, we're gonna go real in depth tonight, man. We're gonna talk about the crews. We're gonna talk about the leaders. Man, just have a good time, man. We're just gonna talk that talk and shit like that, man. But yeah, so waiting on everybody to come through. You know what I mean? I'm gonna talk my shit either way it go, whether it's one person or it's 1,000 people in here, man. I'm gonna do me. So yeah, man. So shout out to my dog H. Shout out to Get Your Money. You know what I'm saying? Get your merch. Yeah, it's going down. So tonight is gonna be a hell of a show, man. I can't lie to you. I took my time with this episode. I shout out to Mark Nash for showing me this new app. Man, that shit is so lit. So I've been just going through that app, working on different shit, trying to, you know what I'm saying, make the show better. So yeah, the grind don't even stop at all. Let me go send this link to Fred real quick before we get it started. All right. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, man, we got a hell of a show lined up. Dude, I was going to talk about the police, man, but I started fucking with that app. So these are the police officers we're talking about tonight, you know what I'm saying, Wire Wednesdays. But we're also going to talk about the different crews. You know what I mean? The different crews. We're going to break it down. What crew is better? What crew do we like more? just simple shit, man. The show. I mean, this is one of the greatest shows. You know what I'm saying? In history of TV, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying, to say the least. So we're gonna break the shit down and stuff like that. This week in boxing, I guess we got Luis Nery versus Brandon Figueroa. That should be decent. That should be a decent fight. I think whoever wins is gonna get their ass handed to him by Cool Boy Steph. Nobody is on his level. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just be honest with you, man. At this point in the game, where he's at in his career, nobody is better than him right now. We got some people coming up. Shout out to my dog, the Gutter, TJ Lawson. He coming up. But by the time he gets to the championship level, Cool Boy Steph will be to another division. So, you know what I mean? So he'll be at 126 by then, I believe, if he goes up. But you know what I'm saying? He's young, so anything can happen. But you guys got a while. But should be a cool fight. You know what I'm saying? It should be good. It should be a good one. I don't really have a dog in the race. I'm not really excited either way. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have a dog. Jalen, what's going on, man? Salute to you, my brother. Yeah, I don't have a dog in that fight. So it really don't make me none who wins. Either way, whoever it is getting their ass whooped by Cool Boy Steph. I'm hoping it's Brandon Figueroa. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Figueroa been ducking and dodging my dog for a while now. So hopefully he gets that fight with Brandon Figueroa. That's the fight that we've been waiting on. That's the fight that I've been wanting to see. That fight is one that I want to see, and also Jaron Ennis versus Jamal James. I talked to Boots last Saturday about that fight, man. And he wants that fight too. So hopefully they can get that fight to go down. You know how it's going to end, but I still want to see it. I still want to see it. No matter what. I know it's gonna be trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be some trouble for real. And let's see what's up with this thing, man. Get this thing going, man. What's going on? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, trying to figure this shit out, man. Trying to see what's up. Man, YouTube ain't really been popping for me. I don't know what the hell's been going on lately, man. Like, people haven't even been getting notified that I'm even been on. I don't know what the hell that's about. We got some people coming in now, but shit, I don't know what the hell's been going on with YouTube, man. At one point, man, shit, it was just constant, and then it took a step back. But YouTube don't even be telling people that I'm live. Man, I've had to go to people pages and shit and tell them, send them the link and all that shit. You know, shout out to my dog, highly anticipated. You know, I'm always hitting him with the link. All I do is say we live and he show up. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. But yeah, man, it's yeah, man. But once everybody start coming in, we'll get about like 7-10 people. We'll get started with the show. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm excited about this one. So we coming in. What's going on, Centos? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We coming in, getting everybody in. Put this link in the chat, things like that. Big Tank, what's going on, man? What's happening? What's happening? I'm gonna post the link one more time. Big Tank, hold on. Shit, post that John again. Let me see. Shit. What the hell is going on? This shit been tripping. YouTube been on some straight bullshit, man. All right. What's going on, OG? OG, what's going on? Oh man, you know, man, getting ready for the show.
Word.
You know talking about The Wire today, man.
Yeah, I heard you speaking to Ananda about that earlier. Yeah, it's a Wire night. It's a
Shalom,
Wire,
brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I put so much work into the show tonight, Centos. I put hella work in. You know what I'm saying, so that's why I know this is gonna be a hell of a show. I've been working on this show since 9, so I've been putting all the little frames together.
9.
Huh?
Okay. I said okay.
Did you get the notification that I was live? Yeah. Did you get the notification that I was live, or you just came over? Yeah.
I saw. I got a notification. I've been checking every so often because I was ready to pack up and go to the next set.
Okay. So you out in Tennessee right now, right?
Yeah.
Y'all got gas out there?
Do we have what?
Y'all have gas out there? Are y'all having a gas shortage?
You know what, man? Everybody was talking about it yesterday. And I didn't see it, but I'm hearing more about the shortage now. So I heard we had some lines in Nashville yesterday at a certain place, and the fuel is gone. It's skyrocketed like crazy. And see, the only thing I've had to worry about fuel in is my work truck, which I get diesel, and I hadn't had any problems so far. But the prices have gone up just as soon as they started talking about it the other day in the news. And I don't like that bull crap because I think that's just an excuse. I know it's something going on, but there's more of an excuse for them to be able to charge us more money than anything. But yeah, I guess it is a shortage because one of the homies was supposed to be going to Atlanta this weekend and has elected not to go because of the shortage.
Yeah.
But I don't look at the news as much as I should. Like I sometimes I look at it all the time, but here lately I haven't been paying any mind to it on purpose. And so I'm a little bit behind by either a few hours or a couple of days at times, depending on what it is.
Highly anticipated, brother. Yeah.
I try to leave my house with a fresh mind, daily.
Yeah.
The diesel and the fuel is just size one another here in this area.
Cause I'm trying to go
at some place.
I'm going to South Carolina this weekend, man. I'm like, I don't know if I want to go because gas shit, man. I'm like, dude, I ain't trying to get stuck in South Carolina, bro.
Right.
You know, I get to Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't trying to get stuck in South Carolina, man, for real.
Yeah. That part, man. It's crazy. Man, you know what's crazy, man? Not only do we have they got a shortage on uh, chicken wings.
You said what?
Yeah, chicken. Chicken wings. The drumettes and the flats,
Is that
or some
right?
people call them paddles. Yeah, it's a shortage nationwide on those. And see, my best friend, he has his own food truck, and that's one of his hottest sellers. Chicken wings, and they can't get them right now.
God dang.
I reached out to a company, that wholesales them in his behalf yesterday, and they'll be happy to take him on as a new client, but not at the moment because they don't want to, all they have is enough to take care of the current customers that they have for a short period of time. And if they were able to sell him something, it would be at a disadvantage to him. They want to be fair to him as well as themselves, and rightfully so. And I appreciate them telling me that, But yeah, it's a little rough deal right now, man.
That shit crazy, man. It's insane.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I ate all the chicken up, man.
Niggas love chicken. You know that.
Yeah, they can't manufacture them fast enough.
Are you how you feeling about this weekend fights? You excited?
Man, I don't care who fight. I'm always excited for a boxing match, bro. Always.
Yeah.
Who we got this weekend? I don't even forget, man. Devin Haney fights later this month, right?
That's next week. We got Luis Neary.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. You know what? I've been seeing it all in my emails and all over my phone, man. So I shouldn't have forgot, but I've slept since the last time I saw the notification on it. So things on click. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that, man. It's gonna be a good fight.
Yeah, man.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm always right now. I'm not driving on the weekends right now. I got a little discrepancy going on with Amazon, so I'm not driving. I haven't been driving the last 3 weeks, so it's been a blessing to be able to watch the fights. But my account is a little lower than normal, so I gotta get back in on point, man. Doing what I used to do, and that's doing my 6 or 7 days a week driving. Keep my flow coming in. Got a few little things. I got right now. The reason I'm paying a lot of bills down, getting ready for the summer, man. So I can go in with a fresh slate financially, and I'm gonna try to ramp up, bring some people on to drive for me, and bring in more money. But I don't want to have too much overhead when I do that. So I just gotta bring in a little bit more gross on a weekly basis for a little while, and then bring somebody aboard and let the chips lay where they may. And I got 3 trucks out I need to sell. They older trucks. I need to sell all 3 of them, take that money and apply it to another newer model truck. That'll help the process as well. Yeah, man, just out here trying to make my 2 or 3 cents, Can you hear me okay?
I said you got the trailers, you got the trucks, or you got the trucks and the trailers?
I just have trucks. I have box trucks. I don't have semis. I have 26-footer, 24-footer, 18-footer, and a 12-footer.
Okay. I ain't mad.
I'm
like a moving truck.
I'm gonna get rid of the 12, 18, and 24, and purchase a newer model 26 because I need the trucks to be equipped exactly the way I need them, so I don't miss out on any extra assignments. And then once I get things going to, get rebuilt up, get my fleet back on box trucks. Once I get 3 or 4 more 20, once I own 3 to 4 26-footers, I'm gonna invest in a rig, a semi, and I'll probably drive that for a little while myself in the beginning, and then I'll hire somebody to drive it later. I have to know all of my vehicles before I put somebody in them. I ain't big enough of a company yet right now to not to be intimate with my fleet,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I got a different relationship with every truck. So
Highly anticipated. I haven't watched it yet, but I am gonna watch it for sure. I'm gonna for sure watch it.
hey, I wanted to ask you something. Have you watched? You probably have. I probably got to it later than everyone else, but this past weekend I watched the documentary of Meek Mill.
Oh yeah,
The situation he was in. You seen it?
yeah, I said a while ago.
Man, that's. See, I didn't watch it a few years ago whenever it first come out, man, and it blew my mind. Everything that he's been through, man. I mean, it's very illegal. It seems. I guess it depends on your locality and the sanctioning of the law in your area. But man, that's the stuff they doing to that brother, did to that brother is just crazy. And then for it to be applied to him by a quote unquote sister, it's another thing, man. But I mean, she's we'll just kick her out of the group, man. I can't understand it, man. It's crazy.
Got feedback for some reason.
Yeah, man. I tell you, never know what situation you might find yourself in, man. If you just got to be careful and try to make the best decision for yourself, man, and keep it moving. Never know who's going to be the person that stand in the way of your progression in life. You know, it's not always them that's hurting us. Sometimes we hurt our own. And I understand by law, you know, she's got to do what she got to do for her job, no matter what the person's color is. But at the same time, you should be able to see through the situation a little clearer, being that you have learned the situation of life and the legalities of this country from both sides. You know, she had to. Well, not necessarily. I was gonna say she had to be raised in a black family. I mean, a black household, but not necessarily. She might not have. Hey, man. You know what? I'm getting ready to get in the back of this truck. I'm gonna go on mute. I don't want to mess up everybody's ears or whatever.
All right, for sure, for sure. It's all good. It's all good.
All right, but I'm listening.
It's all good. Yeah. So at the 30-minute mark, I'm gonna start talking about Wire, man. I can't wait too much longer and shit like that. So the 30-minute mark, I'm gonna get to the Wire. So yeah, 30-minute mark, I'll get to the Wire. But I want y'all to look at this. I got the documentary coming soon. So of course I gotta. Jay Dixon, what's going on, man? Boxing Truth Serum. Salute to you, my brother. Yeah, man, I want y'all to look at this documentary that I got coming. There's a little bit of it right here.
I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Hey, what's up, UV? Hey,
Actually, I was listening to your show all day.
what?
Yep.
What's up, baby? See the camera? What you do today in school? What you do? In the streets and they what you do? I know you just did. A race what to my do? Dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, just a casting call. Free the gang that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from.
Yeah, man, that's just a little bit of it. What's going on, pugilists? Let me put this link in the chat, man, so y'all can join the panel and shit like that. Boom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, so At the 30-minute mark, man, we're gonna get to it, man. We're gonna get to it. I work too goddamn hard for this shit here. You know what I'm saying? I took my time with this shit, man. That's what I gotta do for real, man. I really gotta just put some more work in, bro. Like I've been slacking off a little bit, man. I gotta just be sleepy, bro. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all, bro. I just got to be tired. Either way it go, like I'm gonna really have to just be tired as hell from now on, bro. Like I'm about to start doing ads and everything, man. Shit. But yeah, man. But I know in the next within the next 2 weeks I'll be sending shirts out though, man. So we're gonna do that for sure. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that for sure. If y'all want to join the panel, man, link is in the chat. For sure. The link is in the chat, man. Let me holler at Fred real quick, man. See what's cracking. All right. My guy, what's going on, man? The pugilist, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
Man, we doing good, man. I can't complain too much.
No doubt. Yeah, man. It's all good, man. You grinding, man. You got the show going. You know, you just got the show going not too long ago in a serious way. So it's all a part of the process, man. You know, you've been dedicated with it. You know, you're doing what you're doing, taking care of your regular life, which is your real life, while you striving to do more. You know, that's why we sitting up here now on the boxing section. You know, if you wouldn't have did that, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. So I know you got big ambition with it, you know, but it's growing though. It's growing. More people knowing about it because I know I be putting people on. I got a couple of my fighters. Actually, two of my fighters, they checked it out last night. Yeah, coach, we saw you in the boxing section last night. So I'm like, it's growing. You know, yeah, I'm gonna get my cousin. I'm gonna get Frank. Well, I'm gonna get Frank to come on too. He said he'll come on. My cousin Frank. When I told you the family history.
Hell yeah.
About Uncle Frank. Yeah, he said he'll come on. You know, he taking care of some stuff actually with the estate.
Oh shit.
So a big Frank now. But he handling some things. But yeah, he a big boxing fan anyway. He big boxing fan. You know, I trained him for many years, and then my head trainer, you know, bless his soul, he passed away recently. Reggie Ford, the brother of Patrick Ford, a former Patrick Ford who fought Salvador Sanchez for the featherweight championship. Yeah, Reggie Ford was one of my head trainers. He transitioned recently. I had him train Frank for a while too. And then, you know, Frank also studied the martial arts. He been studying with the head of the Wushu Federation here in America. He been training with him for about, I know he's been training with Grandmaster Lin for probably over 10 years now. You know?
Sure.
Yeah, but he said he'll come on. He said just give him some time. He going. So I'm gonna set it up and get him to come through and shit, so we can chop it about boxing, talk with him about everything.
For sure.
So yeah, he said he's definitely with it.
For sure. Shout out to PGH Big Dog, Andrew Charles, my dog DJ. Yeah, man, the shirts is coming soon, man. Don't worry about it, man. I'm sending everything out. We ain't tripping.
Yo, did I send you my address? I know I gave you my size, but I don't remember if I sent you the address.
You got was it Instagram or what?
One day I gave you the size on here in the chat the chat for this. I know I gave you this. I gave you the size, but I can't remember.
I got you
So
on
I
Instagram.
sent you a. Yeah, I think I followed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I followed you because you followed me. You followed me on Instagram, so that mean I followed you first.
So send it to me on Instagram. Send it to me
All
on Instagram.
right, cool. All right, yeah,
So,
I'll do that.
as promised, hey, Big Tank, man, get your ass on, man. We got the, you know what I'm saying? You the reason why we doing this. Hey, so I worked my ass off on this one, man. I went to great lengths on this here. So these Wednesdays is gonna be special. All right,
Yeah,
so
I hear you.
we're gonna get it started like this, right? We gonna kick it off, man. We're gonna talk about the different groups. All right, let me turn this off. All right. So we got the Barksdale organization, right? So we got the leader.
Avon, Barksdale.
We got Barksdale. Shit, I gotta take this bar off. Let me take this bar off. Yeah, we got Avon Barksdale. Okay. Avon Barksdale was a cold cat, man. He was one of the smartest drug dealers up until he got too stuck ways. What are your thoughts on Avon Barksdale?
Well, the character was a dope character. I like how they had him, had him written, you know. But from what I understand, just like the brother Tank was saying, from what I understand, it's based on part of that is based on this real cat from out in that area that I had heard of too. So I like the way I had liked how they had him written, and he had the boxing connection. You remember he had the boxing thing in it. But his character was ill. I like this character the way they had him written. You know, only thing I hated a little bit though, like when he did get when his character got knocked, and he wasn't on there quite as much. But I guess it gave room for the other characters to develop, though. I guess by him
Yeah,
not being when his character got locked up. But I actually kind of wanted to see. I actually would have liked to see at the time when I first was watching it. I actually would have liked to see even more of his character though in the show in a bigger way. But when he was on it, I was digging it.
for sure. Big Tank.
Yo,
What
what up?
what are your thoughts about Avon Barksdale in the Avon Barksdale organization?
Peace was good brother.
What's going on, Kings? I'm not hearing y'all that well. Hold on, man. Let me see. Something ain't right.
Hold
But
on, let me go. Centos, you still here?
I know it's just me. It's
Okay.
my volume. I don't hear nobody that well, but usually I can hear like loud and clear. But I think you said, what do I think about the about Avon Barksdale
I'm here,
character
fellas.
and
Yeah,
yeah.
you got it. What are your thoughts on Avon Barksdale? Tank, we
Talking to
can
me?
hear you
Hello,
though.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you though. We can hear you though. Loud and clear.
Okay, y'all can hear me.
Yeah,
Got
we can hear
quiet.
him.
I can really hear y'all.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, Tank, go ahead and finish your piece, bro.
He said, what is my thoughts on Avon Barksdale and Barksdale Bell organization? If I'm correct in hearing that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Mike?
yes, we can. I can
Okay,
hear
yeah.
you.
So the Avon Barksdale character, as a whole, is a really interesting character. I really enjoy the way the character is introduced in season 1, episode 1, as this figure who is uh, extremely successful in what he's doing in the streets, yet nobody in the police precinct or in law enforcement period in the city, on the city level, or later you find out when they go for FBI help, they didn't even know who this person was. They had to go into some DEA files to get any kind of information on him. And I think I heard somebody brought up his past as being a boxer. That's where that came from, an old one of the DEA files on Avon Barksdale. But yeah, our initial thoughts is that, you know what I'm saying, a great character. Like I said, I like the way that when the series first begins, you hear his name, and they do a great job of building this mythology around him, and for a significant part of the beginning of the first season, the law enforcement task force that is put together to investigate the Barksdale and Bell organization, they don't even know what he looks like. They don't even know what he looks like. So that's how on the low or incognito he was at the beginning of the series. So, but later on, for me, I think some of the writing got inconsistent for whatever reason, and they kind of made some adjustments to how the character was being, I guess, not really portrayed. Yeah, kind of portrayed, but like the writing for the character kind of changed up a little bit in terms of the story. But for the most part, I like that character.
Salute to James, St. Patrick's Day. Salute to the regular guy. For sure, man. Salute to y'all boys for coming through here. Yeah, man, I agree. Centos, give me what you got on Avon Barksdale.
Yeah, I like this. Well, first of all, salute to Pugilist and Tank. I was on mute when you guys came on, and I didn't want to break anybody's ears with all my, fooling around in the back of the truck, But anyway, yeah, I like this character pretty good. I'm not as versed as Tank, about this. I remember the character, but he was on there. He wasn't. I think when the majority of fans came over to the show, The Wire, he was possibly. I think he was on his way to jail or something like that. And but at the same time, I admired his character, and I remember them not knowing exactly who he was for a while. But the biggest highlight I have about this character is the fact of the actor himself. I met this brother in the airport in Las Vegas back in 2008. So I didn't cause no fuss or nothing like that. No one was running all up to him, but I noticed who he was, and I said, if it's not him, it looks just like him. So I put a little message on I had a smartphone at that time. I put a message on the smartphone, and I walked up to him after we both took our seats, and because we were walking side by side pretty most of the time, going to the gate, and I showed him my cell phone after he got comfortable and everything, and he shook his head yes, and I said, all right, well, man, good to see you. Went on about my business. I didn't want to cause too much ruckus, He probably didn't want all that at the time, But anyway, I thought it was a great character for the program, and like Tank said, it's based on it might have been pugilist. It was based on an actual person, and I admired it. I thought he was pretty smart guy. Stayed low as he did for as long as he did. But you know, somebody's always got to talk, get you in trouble, whatever. But that's the part of it that I remember and take from it.
Love to love, salute. Gabriel Games, salute. Yeah, man. So right now, we getting into it though. We getting into it. This is one of my favorite characters. I think that he's the backbone of the organization.
Kyle, can I say something before you change to the next character?
Yeah.
Hey, is this spoiler talk or?
I mean, we just because
you know what I mean.
This is so basically we're just introducing everybody to the characters. I'm basically just going. I'm going crew for crew. So I'm doing the top 3 from the Barksdale crew, and I'm doing the 3 from Marlowe's crew. So we just you know how we do.
The reason I was asking is because I don't know, we were talking about the flaws of the characters as well.
Oh, we can get to that. We get to that. I'm just saying what we liked about them right now.
Okay.
Bands on bands, salute to my brother. It's funny that you say that, bands on bands, because that's who we going to. Shout out to Stringer Bell, man. Shout out to Stringer goddamn Bell. You know what I'm saying? Moody, salute to you, man. We just talk. We ain't spoiling nothing yet. We just breaking down the characters, getting y'all used to seeing the characters, putting the name with the face. You know what I'm saying? As we talk about them. Now, Stringer Bell is my favorite character on the show, period. You know what I'm saying? He outthought everybody. And if everybody would have just jumped on board, nobody would have got caught. Nobody would have got caught. I think that Stringer Bell he's my favorite character, bro. His demeanor, the way he handled shit, the way he always thought about shit before he did it. I mean, he really had no flaws, but his loyalty, like blind loyalty, is what got him killed. Because he was trying to help this man. He was trying to help the. He was trying to keep the.
My nigga said no spoilers and then spoiled the whole.
What I say?
My nigga said no spoilers and then spoiled the whole dude's arc of his story. No, he's like the most important character when you first watch it, the first couple of seasons.
Word. Yeah, man.
Fuck it up, shout out to my dog Titus, man. Shout out to my dog, man. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. He was my favorite character, dog. I'm telling you. So of course we got to go with Pugilist. Give me your thoughts on Stringer Bell.
Oh yeah. Stringer was a dope character as well, man. Yeah, he was definitely the major character, you know, on that show, man. You know, watching his how he sort of, you know, metamorphosized into what he became on that show from where it originally started at and to where he took it to. You know, his just his development, man, and the way he, you know, he grew with the organization once Avon, you know, went away, and how he kept the thing going, you know, his innovation with what he was doing, trying to make happen what he was making happen with the organization. He was a dope character. And you know, and as time went by and we found, and particularly for me, you know, I was really amazed when I found out, you know, really about Idris Elba, because I didn't really know much about him at that time. And then to find out, you know, who he was and where he was from and how he, you know, being from where he's from in England and how he took that role on and, you know, did what he did with it, man. Such a full extent, man. It was impressive, man. And the character, he really got into that character and made it very convincing, you know. From that point on, I was a fan, man. both of the character and the actor. From that point on, you know, that's my spell on it. You know, he became Stringer Bell.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, good vibes only, man. I'm not gonna say if he died or not. Come on, man. I said that's what cost him. I didn't say he died. Y'all gotta relax. I just, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Chill, chill. Shout out to Tino the Great. Shout out to my boy YV. Let's see. Let's go. Centos, it's on you, and then Big Tank, because I know Tank. I want you because you're gonna elaborate. So I want you because I know you're gonna go longer. I want you to elaborate. So we're gonna go Centos boxing.
Yeah, man. At this time when he was on the show, I wasn't watching it every week. Like I ended up watching it every week afterwards. But I remember him being his demeanor was mild mannered. He wasn't a rah rah type of dude that I remember. And what stood out for me on this one later on, uh, well, let's just say at that time, watching the actor himself, Idris, I remember Idris playing this role, but I didn't realize at that time that he was a Brit. I didn't find out till later on after he did quite a few other roles that he was an actual Brit. And it tripped me out when I figured it out. I was like, yeah, no, man, that dude's a good actor, because, you don't hear his accent at all when he plays an American role. His demeanor and the way he acts, he's very good at it. When you see him on some British shows, he's speaking in his natural accent, and he's a Brit at that time. But he's a hell of an actor, man. He dated a few select females over here in the States, before I even realized he was a Brit. But that's about the take on I have, man. I didn't follow his character as much as I did some of the others. You up, Tank?
Okay. Yeah. So the character Russell Bell, aka Stringer Bell, is introduced in episode 1 of season 1, and how do you say? That's why I asked you. We talking spoilers because I don't want to talk. I gotta be careful how I talk about certain things. But when you first meet his character, you meet him very, very early in episode 1, literally right after the title credits. He's the first person we meet in the Barksdale and Bell organization, or they call it B&B Enterprises, but it's the Barksdale and Bell organization. That's the B&B. So obviously, you got one. We already met Avon Barksdale. We meet him later on in the show, but Stringer Bell, he's on the forefront right away, and his character and Avon's character, they're business partners. They relate to each other like brothers, and they're like each other's yin and the yang. I guess if I think that's a fair way to describe the characters, because what one character is really good at, the other character lacks, and vice versa. So the attributes that Avon brings to the partnership are things that balance out Stringer, and the things that Russell or Stringer has as his attributes balances out what's missing in the Avon Barksdale character. So I always say that when they're on the same page, their characters, are at their apex. You know what I mean? Um, the character is a unique character because, and usually when you watch a film about organized crime, especially when it pertains to black, quote unquote, black characters or American African characters, uh, usually the person who's the gangster or whatnot is somebody who's just more or less of a thug. And the thing they brought with the character of Russell Stringer Bell was that they wanted you to know that there was an intelligence about him. There was something different about him. Even though he came from the same public school system, he came from the same uh, uh, deprived neighborhoods and ghettos in the Baltimore City. Uh, he was one of the guys in the hood that wanted to be more than just a drug dealer, more than just a gangster. And that drive is um really ironed out in the plot throughout the series. When they show him and Avon together, when they show him and Avon apart, when they show scenes with him by himself, and you get a chance to kind of get a hold of what this guy's main what drives him. Now, the character itself, over the years, and when I talk to people who have watched the series, you know, he's a more polarizing character than most of the characters on the series. Um, Even though, like I said, he's a character that you know, was a little bit different. You know, he's still cold-hearted and calculated, but there's an intelligence about him. But the thing is, some people like him and some people don't like him. Some people love him and some people hate him. That's what polarizing is. There's a divide. His character divides people. Some people really can't stand Stringer Bell, and there's some things that he does in the series that warrants or the feeling towards that hatred. And there's some things that he does that warrant the people who love his character. Like Kyle was saying, he's his favorite character. You know, he's one of my favorite characters too, if not my favorite character. But with that being said, I still understand why people hate his character because some of the decisions that he makes are really cold-hearted decisions, and a lot of people put themselves in the shoes of the people that these decisions affected negatively, and I get that. But in all, his character throughout the series was a very unique character. Like most of the characters in the show, they're unique to themselves. But yeah, I think him more than anybody else on the series is the most polarizing character on the entire show because half the people hate him and half the people love him.
Yeah, that was well broke down, man. Another great job, man. You do great. You do a fantastic job, man, breaking this stuff down.
Well said, my brother. Well said. God damn it.
Man, I wish we can go into it, but I gotta catch myself. Like, man, I can't say this, I can't say that. So I gotta walk around the park. You know what I'm saying?
Still did a fantastic job, though.
Tank, we got 100 Wednesdays, man.
Appreciate that.
Slow down, Tiger. We got 100 Wednesdays.
No. I mean, in general, whenever I talk about TV shows, I'm just like that. You know what I mean? I try to be mindful of that, especially when you're like on live, when you do lives or somebody's listening on the replays and they haven't seen and they be like interested, and I want to keep them interested. And sometimes people, I'm a person that I don't mind being spoiled sometimes on movies and TV shows, but some people lose their interest if they know too much of the plot. You know what I mean? So I try to do my best
See that?
to keep them interested while talking about the interesting things about the plots and the characters as best I could. Unless you get the, some people just be like, spoiler alert, and then you get to go in.
Uh-huh.
For sure, for
Yeah.
sure. All
I'm
right.
like you though, Tank. I like all the info. It makes it more exciting for me.
Yeah, man. So
Yeah, I
now
could do that too.
we go to the coldest killer. You know what I'm saying? The most loyal guy on the show. It ain't even close. The most loyal guy on the show. You know what I mean? No question about it. And he did something for his son that just takes him over the top. He ain't my favorite character, but damn it, he's one of them. Shout out to that boy, Weebay. Listen, if you don't like this character, I can't fuck with you. He's the top. I mean, the loyalty was there. You know what I'm saying? He stood on all 10 toes. You know what I'm saying? Didn't fold, took his on the chin, and kept it moving. We're gonna go Pugilist, then we'll go Centos, and then we get back to Tank. Go ahead, Puge.
Yeah, he was a good character as well. All these characters, man, fit in very well in the scheme of this show, because the majority of us, we from the hood, and having experienced something similar, and been around and seeing a lot of this stuff, and you got people like that. Like those people with those characters was real relatable to me, man. Because these people, I knew cats like that, and he was one of those realer cats, from that show. The way they had him, like you said, very loyal. I knew cats like that. Growing up, that was involved in that lifestyle, and it was their culture, man. So they was like a part of that. So he represented that well. And that brother, I don't know this brother name, I forget his name, but like he epitomized, like he's masterful in those type of roles. He brung a realness to that, and his character. It was almost like you're not even watching a show. I thought he was very authentic in his role. Weebay was real, that type of dude, and his portrayal of it, I thought was excellent. It really brought you into the show. How you feel like you standing on them corners with them,
That's what made that show so
Yeah.
great, Puge. You made a hell
Yeah.
of a great point, man. Great point. Great point.
And he was one of the main ones. Like his portrayal, this brother right here, his portrayal of that really brought that essence, man, of the street to the show. And I thought his character, it was well written, and this particular brother, man, did I thought an excellent job in his portrayal of it. And I just found it to be real dope, man. I look forward to seeing it, at the time, every week, man. Due to the seeming authenticity of his performance of that character, Weebay.
For sure.
Yeah, but that's my spell. I ain't got too much more to say on it, but that's pretty much sums it up for me.
All good. We ain't tripping. Big Tank. Oh, my bad shit, not Tank. What am I doing? My bad, OG. I'm speaking out of turn. My fault.
Yeah.
OG Centos, give us what you got on Rebay.
Nope.
Yeah, this brother, he what I like his character brought that he is that loyalty is what I remember about his character, but he was just down for his organization, his homies, and the cause, But what I remember the most about this this guy, the actor, is he looks like his facial features and his expressions reminded me of some of the homies I have been around myself personally from my neck of the woods, and and even, but also not that I got finished with my little ordeal, but also this cat, he brought that realness to the role, the character that he was playing. I mean, he had the facial expressions. He had he made you believe that he had possibly once lived that lifestyle himself. You didn't separate the actor from the character because he played it so well. And I don't remember if I saw him in other performances before The Wire. I think The Wire was the first time I ever saw this cat on the television. But I just always thought he did a great job because they always, a lot of those brothers, they made you feel that they actually lived this life the way they acted these roles, these characters. So I that was another reason made the show so great. But yeah, this guy, he brought a very strong substance to the show because he was always he's kind of like the glue. The whatever it needed to be done, he took care of it. He was willing to do. That's what I remember about it. All right.
For sure. Somebody said what made him so loyal. He took like 3,000 years for everybody. Like he took all the charges. You know what I'm saying? He took
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
I fucking had to because somebody said what made him so loyal and they forgot. So
what you don't forget. So loyal,
I did Low Man. I did The Witnesses. Oh yeah, in The Maintenance Man.
Let's go. Hey, Cam, where you been at, man? This whole fucking time.
I was just listening.
Shit, you always just listening, man. God damn. Shit.
What's up, Cam?
How y'all doing,
man? Shit. Yeah, that
What's
motherfucker,
up, brother?
man. Yeah, he was a real motherfucker because he took every charge. Like, nigga, I did everything. But shit, Cam, man, fuck it, man. Cam and then we go Tank, man.
He's a frontline soldier, man.
Fucking warrior. So we go Cam and then we'll go Tank is gonna bring us home. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, Weebay was one of my favorite characters. The authenticity in him. I liked how he was with his son and how the mom kept saying, "You ain't nothing like your daddy." And then man, he was a writer. You can't not love his character. He was one of the ones who he didn't fake on nobody. One of the few people, so you gotta respect it.
All right, go ahead, Big Tank. You gotta take us home, man. You know how it go.
All right, mic check.
1 2 1 2.
All right, cool. So
Yeah, you good.
The character of Weebay, I can't read the chat, so I wish I could respond, but I'm trying to get my thoughts together. The character of Weebay is Roland Bryce, and like the Russell Stringer Bell character, or the Russell Stringer Bell character in episode 1 of season 1, we meet Weebay very, very early. So we actually meet him at the same time as we meet Stringer Bell. Hold on real quick. Excuse me.
Kyle, you out of pocket trying to make me go before a Tank. You know he about to kill it every time.
So the thing with I'm bad, I hit mute. Y'all hear me, right?
We hear you.
I don't see my okay, yeah. So the thing with Weebay is we meet Weebay at the same time as we meet Stringer Bell, and it becomes clear almost instantly that he is a character to be feared. And what we realize and we find out is that his role in the B&B organization and Barksdale and Bell is he's their enforcer. So you have Avon, who is kind of like not kind of like, Avon is the figurehead. He's the face of the
Hey,
organization. He's the head.
Big Tank, real quick,
Yeah.
man, my bad.
Go ahead.
Love to Love. You got to get in gear, man. You got to go watch this fucking show, dog. All right, you got to go watch this show, man. We're gonna spoil the whole goddamn first couple of seasons, man. We tell you the answers. Go ahead, my bad, Tank. I had to say that, man, because he kept asking all the questions in the chat. So go ahead.
Well, the answer to your question is that's the role of the king. You know, if you play like chess, it's a game like that. You don't just give it the king. Everybody has a role on the chessboard. And as I was getting to, the role of the Weebay character is he's the enforcer. He is the chief enforcer. Excuse me. They have multiple enforcers in the Barksdale and Bell organization, but he's the chief enforcer. We later learned that the reason he's the chief enforcer is because, unlike the other enforcers in the organization that are hired help, Weebay grew up with Avon and Stringer since they were kids. So the three of them have a tight knit familiarity and a brotherhood amongst themselves. They know what to expect. They know how to work with each other, and they know that they can trust each other when the shit gets thick. When we first meet these characters, that's pretty clear. Like I was saying, with the as far as the organizational roles in it, Weebay is their chief enforcer. That means when somebody needs to get hit or killed, he is the person that kills. He's the main person. They have other people that can do the job and that could be trigger men, but they kind of take their cue from Weebay.
And they kind of fuck it up too. That my bad. Shit, man. But listen, I'm
the character.
We're gonna have to start spoiling some shit soon, man, because we can't really
you let
talk
me know
about
when.
the show
But look,
without it.
I was gonna say, because somebody brought up the actor, right? The actor, the character Weebay is played by the actor Hassan Johnson. And if anybody knows Hassan's work, you know what I'm saying, if you watch like movies like Belly or Paid in Full, he had a small role in Paid in Full, though, but or like a bigger role in Brooklyn's Finest with Wesley Snipes and Don Cheadle. Hassan Johnson, or he also played in a Deep Cover with LL Cool J, Omar Epps. So Hassan Johnson has been in Hollywood for a long time. He has played this kind of a character many times before, but I believe like his greatest portrayal of this type of character was the Weebay character, and because we had a chance to flesh out the character throughout the entire first season of the show, and let's look at the names that I named. You know what I mean? You got stars like LL Cool J, Omar Epps from Deep Cover. You got Wood Harris, who also plays Avon Barksdale. He plays Ace Boogie in Paid in Full. You got Don Cheadle and Wesley Snipes in Brooklyn's Finest. So the guy has been around great actors, and the authenticity that he brings to the role is something that just it pretty much it shines through. And it's the same way with Wood Harris. One of the reasons that we love Wood Harris, Avon Barksdale characters, because Wood Harris is able to portray this type of a character when he acts with such authenticity that you can't help but to relate or know somebody that you can relate to the person that he's playing when he plays these kind of roles. Weebay's no different. What makes him extra loyal is that unlike many characters who play the role that he plays in the show and in life, they don't stand tall and hold themselves accountable for what it is that they do. You know, a lot of people will get into a situation, and as long as everything's going all right, they good. But as soon as things go bad, they start to try to figure, you know, quote unquote, save their own skin and try to find ways to put somebody in their place so that they can get a easier sentence or lesser time or some kind of no punishment for their role in what they did. And the Wee-Bey character, he's not the only character that does it. There's another loyal character that we'll probably get to later in this show tonight, who is equally as loyal. Actually, he's not the only. There's two other characters who are as equally as loyal, but because we meet Wee-Bey first, and because and later on in the story, we find out that he has a son, and he does he makes such an amazing decision with that son, knowing how his life turned out, that you know, is something that, you know, as a black man in America, knowing what is what was probably one of the hardest things you can ask a man to do. But he did what needed to get done. But yeah, Hassan Johnson is an awesome actor. He's played this role before. If you watch the movies that I just named and you go back and watch them, it'll seem like it's the same character. But the Wee-Bey role, the way he does Wee-Bey is unique because of the way they're able to flush out the character's arc and the character progression, and he gets to go into his bag as an actor. But yeah, Wee-Bey is definitely one of the best characters in Wire, and actually so much so that one of the most popular memes that not memes, yeah, memes or gifs, GIF, is that GIF or GIF, whatever that shit is, where they have there's a GIF where there's a guy holding his chin and turning around in the awe look, like he's in awe. That's a scene from The Wire, and that's Hassan Johnson's portrayal of Wee-Bey, and that's one of the most popular memes and gifs right now going, and it's from this character.
Yeah, that GIF. Yeah, that GIF, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I don't know. I fucked it up, but yeah, it's a GIF or a GIF.
Nah, it's the same way. I feel the same way. I don't know. I say just like you, GIF, whatever. But yeah, you're right. That's one of the most popular one of them. I use it all the time.
I know people who don't even know who he is, what the GIF came from, what the image came from, and they watch The Wire, and I tell them, watch The Wire, and they finally watch The Wire, and they be like, oh shit, that's the GIF, that's the meme. And I'm like, yeah. And then when they realize why he did that, it's even that much more enjoyable, and they get it that much more. You know what I'm
saying? Hell yeah. All right, now, so we getting to the point of the show where now we talking about the Stanfields organization. Now, I love how they got down. I like Marlo Stanfield. I like how smart he was. I like how he was able to maneuver through some shit. I mean, I like the three people, the people that he had with him. I liked them how they did it. Sometimes they just jumped the gun a little bit too much for me and my liking, but shit, what can you say, man? It is what it is. So without further ado, we're gonna start with.
What did you say, Kyle? My audio messed up.
Sometimes they did some shit. They overdid some shit, like jumped the gun on some shit. But shit, I mean, they thought that was the best thing to do. So without further ado, we're gonna go with the kingpin of the Stanfield organization, and that is Marlo Stanfield. Now, Marlo Stanfield is one of my. I like Marlo Stanfield. He's one of my favorite characters. I got a lot of favorite characters, but if y'all haven't noticed, I fucking love this goddamn show.
Me too.
Hey, listen, and the reason why we're not spoiling nothing, because me and Tank, we're getting ready to watch the show again, and we're trying to get everybody to watch the show with us. So as the weeks progress,
Right.
all we doing right now is just breaking down the characters for y'all. Eventually, we're gonna get to spoiling some shit once we get to, because we're gonna do a episode a week. So whatever episode we watch, we're gonna watch it Monday. Me and Tick are gonna talk about it on Tuesday, and then we're gonna put it on Wax Wednesday. So just be prepared for that. That's why we're not trying to spoil anything, because we're trying to get into it. But with that being said, man, Marlo,
but it's coming.
Oh, it's coming. Don't even trip. Me and my guy, we got 100 Wednesdays coming. So shout out to everybody that's still sticking around and holding it down with us, man. I got 30 more minutes. And I gotta call it a wrap. But the show will go on. Tank is the king of the stream. Mr. 10-hour stream. So him and Centos is gonna hold it down. Of course, Cam is gonna do his thing. But yeah, Marlo Stansfield, man. I loved how he got down. Sometimes he jumped the gun a little bit too much, but he stood on the square. And you gotta respect anybody that stand on their square. So we're gonna start with Pugilist, then we'll go Centos, then we'll go Cam, and then we'll go Big Tank. So kick it off, Puge.
Yeah. Marlo was an ill character. Ill character. Every now and then, like you said, he would jump the gun on some things. But out in the street, sometimes, I guess you would feel like that's what you have to do. His character was real ill with his look and everything, with that scar on his face. He just had that, and like I said, when you talk from the hood, a lot of cats like that, man. And those guys, in many ways, had a lot of real authenticities to them, man. His character was ill, man. He added a whole nother complexity to the show. As far as I was concerned, with his mindset and a little bit of he had this bit of ruthlessness to him. That's on surviving out there and doing what he had to do in the streets. He just had that ill mentality, man. To do what he had set out to do and try to become that dude, bigger guy. His character had that, I guess, that had that street ambition, to try to be bigger, and he was fierce. He wasn't scared, to try to do what he had to do to go to that next level, so to speak. And he had that like I said, he just had that ruthlessness, that the streets would bring you. And I just thought he was another ill character, man. Like I agree, like most of these characters, man, was ill, and they all brought something to the table. His character brought something to that show, another element that just fit in and made it become what it became, But that's my spill on it.
Go ahead, Centos. Oh, shout out to my dog, Reggie Owens. Shout out to Aon Jack. Salute to y'all boys, man. Appreciate y'all boys sliding through this thing. Go ahead, Cam. Go ahead, OG, Centos. Cam, go ahead.
Yeah, Marlo was a man with a plan. He came and he was strategic with it. You know what I mean? Sometimes he was a little
Oh, shoot, I was on mute, my bad.
Oh, go ahead, Santos.
My bad. I was talking. I was like, there, Cam. I said, I hadn't gone yet.
Kick back, Kyle.
But anyway, yeah, Marlo was a cat that he was ruthless. He stayed back and he he gave his orders out. He made things happen. Didn't play at all, and he's kind of calculated, methodical, but ruthless all in the same breath. He didn't. If something had to be done that was cruel, he was gonna make it happen. He's gonna order it to happen. He brought, as they say, the actor himself brought a lot of authenticity. Authenticity. I can't even get the word out. He made it seem real. How about that? the character. I mean, all of these guys in this movie, and the females, but primarily the guys that I remember, because it's been a while since I watched any of these shows. They seem like they came. They got these actors out of an untapped market, and these guys kind of made a name for themselves because of The Wire, in my opinion. But they did some hell of a acting. Every role that was played by every actor, you felt was real, and you felt that these guys had. It seemed like these guys had experience of this lifestyle in reality, but none of them come from a background that I'm aware of that puts them in a place like the streets, the hustle game, or what have you. So, but for them to go in and to act in a way to make you believe totally in what they were doing, they made you believe, so you didn't separate the actor from the character. You looked at that character as that particular actor, and vice versa, and it was just one person. And they were great at what they did. And I mean, Marlo was he was treacherous. He didn't mind making a decision. He did what he had to do in his mindset, I can't remember exactly, but I'm thinking the body count probably increased when he come on the scene. But he was dope, man. That's what I remember. I mean, he made these episode ratings go up as well as the rest of the actors. All right, Cam.
Cam said he wanna chill for. He wanna kick back. So
Okay.
Big Tank, go ahead and take us home.
All right, so the Marlo Stanfield character played by Jamie Hector is unlike Stringer Bell, Avon Barksdale, and Weebay. We don't meet this character until the third season of the series. Jamie Hector, the actor who plays Marlo Stanfield, he's a classically trained actor. So what I mean by that is those who are familiar with the history of Tupac Shakur, they understand that Tupac, alongside of man, I'm drawing a blank. What's Will Smith's wife's name?
Jada Pinkett.
Jada Pinkett. They're classically trained actors, right? And the guy who plays Marlo Stanfield, Jamie Hector, is the same way, out of Brooklyn. And the reason I say that is because the way he portrays this character, you really believe that this, like I forgot, I think it was Santos who said it's like you can't separate the person from the actor, which is like that with a lot of these characters, but this character specific, the way Jamie Hector portrays Marlo Stanfield, you really think that this dude is that calculated, that sadistic, that ruthless. In my opinion, he is by far the most ruthless. Is Wood Harris from Art School also? Yeah, Wood Harris is trained too. But in my opinion, Marlo Stanfield's character is the most calculated and ruthless character up until the point when we see him in the series. They start his introduction very, very slowly, and they let you know from his very first scene that he's calculated, because he orders one of his soldiers to not kill somebody in the most creative way. He lets them know. There's a line that he uses, and the line is "Do it or don't." but I got some place to be. And I know some people would take that and be like, well, how is that ordering them not to? Well, as you go in the series, you'll realize why that particular trigger man and others are eager to prove themselves to Marlowe because he's that ruthless. However, in that scene when you're first introduced to Marlowe's character, that's his way of saying, or don't. You don't have to kill this dude. There's it's not necessary. Like he's a killer. Marlowe's a killer, but his kills are calculated. Believe it or not, like his decision making, it's like mathematical. It's like okay, this person needs to move. This person needs to die because of this, or this person, or sometimes the person doesn't need to die. They just need to be taught a lesson. So, regardless of what it is that they do, it all comes from his leadership. There's a scene where uh, somebody from the Barksdale and Bell organization is infringing on his territory because of a situation that happens where the Barksdale and Bell organization have to they're put in a position to search for more territory in the city. They realize uh, that there's a guy out here who treats his territory as he's as possessive of his own territory as Avon and Stringer were of theirs, specifically Avon. Because up to this point in the series, when we meet Marlowe, Avon is the most ruthless. Avon and Stringer together are the most calculated. But Marlowe is kind of a combination of those two characters wrapped into one. And when we meet him, he's only 22 years old, which lets us know that he is what they were. And that's what makes his character that much more interesting. You get to see, okay, so now that these guys are looking for more territory, these guys being Barksdale and Bell, what does this young guy do having these two or this big organization come in and trying to make their way into streets and street corners that this little independent 22-year-old guy runs himself? He has to make a decision. Do I let them punk me, or do I stand my ground and keep what's mine? And you see that when he makes his decision, he stands on his square and he makes his decision because he knows that the people that work for him are loyal. That's why I said you have Wee-Bey, who's considered the most loyal, but Marlowe's soldiers and the people that are in his shop are equally as loyal to him as Wee-Bey was to Avon and Stringer. But Marlowe is probably the most, like I said, calculated and ruthless character, probably in television history. I'm thinking the way he is in terms of realism. Of course, you're gonna have someone's gonna say, "Yeah, but did you see this character?" But I'm talking about realistically. You know what I mean? Not just a guy who just comes in like a Scarface and guys that something that's unrealistic. But in terms of reality and TV shows and movies based in reality, he's very, very, very ruthless and sadistic character. In terms of the way he thinks, he puts out his plan to defend what's his, and that takes a snowball effect because once he realizes whether or not he can defend what's his, then he has to make a decision on what does he go from there. I almost spoiled some shit.
All right, so we're gonna go here with it though. We're gonna go with another one of my favorite characters. A lot of these niggas are my favorite characters, but I like this nigga right here. He didn't give a fuck about nothing, and yeah, this Bang. Yes, sir.
Sir, it's
So
one of my favorites right here.
we're gonna start with Pugilist, and then we'll go Centos, and then we'll go Big Tank.
Yeah. Let me think about. Yeah, his character. Yeah, now I think. Yeah, his character was just real thorough. Like in it, like he was just a real thorough type character. You know, like his way of his demeanor and his and just his the way he behaved. You know, like I said, most of these actors brought a authenticity to their roles that made them very very believable. And his character was very, very much portrayed in the same way. He just had this illness about him, you know, that that element could bring. And he had this I don't know if I can like maybe like the seriousness, this thing about him. If I'm remembering his character well, I gotta I be I don't know when you want to start us watching it again. Because I want to definitely start watching it so I can
Yeah, we probably gonna have to
get
do it on
more.
like Zoom though, because that way we
Get
can
it.
control. You know what I'm saying? How we see it. Like we can go all on the same Zoom, and uh, I think I can share my screen and we can just watch it like that. Schedule some time where we
Okay.
can just watch it because it won't let us watch it on a live.
Yeah, yeah. It won't let us watch
You
it
know what I'm
on
saying?
live.
And I don't have
But
a Patreon yet, so that's probably I
okay.
do got a Zoom. So we're gonna probably.
Yeah, I got a
The
Zoom
more I think
too.
about it,
I got a
the more I
Zoom.
think about
I
it,
got a
that'll
Zoom.
probably be the best way. You know what I'm saying? I throw a Zoom link out there for people who want to watch the show, and
Because
Yeah.
then we can all jump in there and
and that would be
watch it
so. Let's
in
do
a
Sunday.
private Zoom room.
So let's do
Yeah, I
let's
got
do
a Zoom.
Sundays. Let's do Sundays just like how I used to come on, and we'll do Tank's channel. We'll do a wrap up on Tank's channel, and then we'll do a touch up on my channel. Yeah, so we can do it like that.
Mhm. But yeah, as I remember this character though, back to that, that's how I remember him. He had like I remember him correctly, like this serious, this demeanor about him, this kind of seriousness, very observant, right? If I remember him correctly. Um, and that's the best way I can remember it right now. His character was his character was ill. I remember his character being ill, you know, but I don't remember him quite to the like the to the extent that I remember the previous three that you had up thus far, like what really stuck out. But I do remember him. I remember him being that way, you know. But that's my spill on it. I don't really got too much on it.
Go ahead, Centos.
Yeah, this is another character that uh, gave you a true believing portrayal of the person that he was acting. Um, Again, this is another actor that embodied this role and just really gave you the feeling of he is this guy. And he was as far as I remember, he's a raw guy, street guy all the way, another killer. Um, he was down for what he believed in, his cause, and did what he did to help move the organization forward. Um, yeah, he was a no nonsense dude that I remember. Um, but yeah, this actor I think is a highly trained and skilled actor, as Tank has pointed out about a few of them before, and but he gave you um, the feeling that this role was meant for him, and he was meant for the role, and you again, this was a character that the actor and the character was hard to separate. This guy actually made you feel and think that he is and was the guy that he was playing the role of. And all these characters had significant roles in the making of the show, and all the actors did such a great job that you believed what you saw, and you believed that those actors playing those roles were those persons that they were pretending to be. I just remember the guy doing a good job to add as an addition to the show. And anytime you, as an actor, could make people believe and see you as the person that you're portraying, I feel that you've done your job, because people get emotionally tied to certain things, especially when it comes to TV programs, and when they can't separate the actor or the actress from the role that they're playing. If you see the actor or actress as the same individual of the character that they're playing, if you see them as one, they're doing a job. And that's what all these guys did for me. This was another job, well done job by this guy here. All right, take.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Tank. Let me
Yeah.
do this real quick. I'm gonna hop over and then I'm gonna hop back. So I'm gonna talk about the next character real quick, and then I'm gonna have y'all take it home. All right.
Okay.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
So, all right. So, man, another soldier. You know what I mean? What can you say, man, about the best one of the most memorable scenes from the show was the nail gun at the hardware store. So I mean that was one of the most memorable scenes. You can't go wrong with that scene, man. Snoop. But again, too quick to pull it. Too quick to pull the trigger, man. And y'all, when we'll get there, y'all see what I mean by that. But yeah, man. So Big Tank, man, take us home with Chris, and then get to and then go to Snoop, and then
Can I work backward? Can I work with Snoop, then Chris? Oh, okay. No, we do
however you want to
you
do
want
it. However you want to do it.
Fuck it, Chris on the screen. Yeah. So Jabanga Kanabi is the actor who plays Chris Partlow, and like Jamie Hector and Wood Harris and some other characters and actors some other actors on the show, he's classically trained as well. You know, I don't know if anybody's as trained as Wood Harris. You know what I'm saying? Wood Harris is a guy, he got his master in fine arts when it comes to this filmmaking shit. But this guy, Kanabi, who plays Chris Partlow, he's up there. When you hear him in the interview, or probably if you see him in something right now, you probably wouldn't even recognize him, or the way he looks or his voice. And that is a testament to how he played the role of Chris Partlow. Chris Partlow is the Weebay of Marlo Stanfield organization. Marlo Stanfield organization is ran a lot different than Avon and Stringer organization, where Avon and Stringer had a partnership. Avon doesn't have a partnership. Avon is the king of his organization. I know when technically Avon is the king of his organization, but it's presented as a partnership. He and Stringer are equal business partners, but they realize that because of the Barksdale name and the family history in Baltimore, that it's best that Avon, what did I say instead of Marlowe? Highly anticipated. Um, um, it's clear that they use the Barksdale name because of the history of the family and the family's notoriety in the city of Baltimore. I don't think I called him Avon. I think I was talking about Avon when I said Avon, but okay, I have to look at the replay. Uh, but yeah, so Avon, I mean, uh, yeah, Avon. Uh, he, like I was saying, he's the king of his organization, but he has Stringer Bell to lean on. So Stringer is Avon's business partner and his consigliere, which is his counsel, his the person that he leans on for advice. Whereas with Marlowe, uh, Marlowe he has an advisor and a character named Vincent, who's a lesser known character, like unless you like really watching the show. But Vincent is Marlowe's consigliere, and he counsels Marlowe. But when it comes to uh, Marlowe and Chris is a combination of like a Weebay, but or I was gonna say a Weebay and a Slim Charles. Slim Charles is another character who's a soldier and he's an enforcer. But unlike Weebay, Slim Charles has some wise wisdom. So he has some lines of wisdom in the show, and Chris is kind of like a soundboard for Marlowe in that way. But the difference is Chris is portrayed as somebody who could possibly be a former trained soldier in the military, and when that didn't work out, he went back into the streets with his homeboy and became his enforcer in in the streets. Um, we say that Marlowe is the most ruthless. Well, this is the guy who carries out the acts for the most part of that ruthless aggression that Marlowe has. Chris is introduced in about episode four, 4 or 5 of season 3. So even when we first meet Marlowe, they make sure you meet Marlowe first, and you hear Chris's name mentioned in like the episode before you actually see him physically. Um, and when you see him very, very briefly. And it's just Marlowe telling him to have his people tool up because Marlowe is getting ready to make a decision that is gonna a decision that he's gonna make a decision that is going to cause a rival organization to come after him, and he wanted his muscle to be prepared to defend his territory. Um, Chris is the one who trains all of Marlowe's muscle. He trains all of the enforcers. Anybody who shoots a bullet, who carries a gun in a Marlowe Stanfield organization, at some point comes under Chris for training, and he teaches them very, very well to be um, thorough killers and intelligent when they in the killing fields and got to do what they got to do. Which brings us to Felicia Snoop Pearson. Um, Felicia Snoop Pearson is the young lady who Kyle had up before with the baseball cap and the little braids. And her character is introduced in season 3 as well. And she gets her first shot at being the muscle when Marlowe taps her and quote unquote gives her her uh, her turn. He tells her it's your turn, girl, and she has to do her part and put a hit out on a rival crew, and she does well. So she gets elevated to becoming uh, the person right under Chris Partlow in the round in the organization's hierarchy. Um, she's not she's ruthless, but she's clearly not the thinker that Chris is. Um, but she's intelligent um, on her own. But the the thing that the interesting part about the Snoop character is that Felicia Snoop Pearson is a real person. And what I mean by that is um, she is from Baltimore and was actually doing in real life what her character does on the series. And she was arrested and put in jail by one of the co-creators of the series, David Simon. Excuse me, Ed Burns. Ed Burns was a former homicide police detective in the city of Baltimore, and he arrested Snoop Pearson. And when she got out of jail, he gave her a job on The Wire. So that's just an interesting fun fact about the character of Snoop.
Pugilist.
Kyle, you still there, Kyle?
Yeah, I don't think Kyle is there.
I don't know if you had another one you want to go into because there's a couple
I
other
think he
people.
steps back because I think that's why he put Snoop up.
Yeah, that's why he put Snoop up. Yeah,
Said
Snoop
what?
was I think that's why. I think that's why he put the other one up, Snoop up.
Oh, because
He
he's
just
about to
said
shut
that.
it down. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Damn.
Yes.
yeah.
I thought he was gonna have some more because you got a character like Monk. You know what I'm saying? Also in the Stanfield organization, you got Michael Lee. Monk Metcalf uh is the Bodie Broadus of that he didn't even get the Bodie Broadus. Damn.
Yeah, Bodie. Yeah, that's what I was. Actually, that's what I was waiting to hear him, expecting him to put up. Even
Yeah,
before he
he
put
didn't
up,
get the Bodie.
even before he put up Chris Farlow, I thought he would have put him up, Bodie. But
Yeah.
yeah,
What's crazy is Bodie Broadus in real life. His name was Bodie Barksdale, so he was related to Avon Barksdale. So
this
you
character.
know, a lot of these characters in The Wire are. I think I've touched on it in other lives. They are amalgamations of multiple people in Baltimore rolled into one. When it comes to the street characters specifically, certain characters like Jay Landsman, who's the sergeant of the homicide division, the fat guy always eating.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
That guy, that character Jay Landsman, the real Jay Landsman is actually on the series, and he plays Lieutenant Mello. So if anybody knows who Dennis Mello or Lieutenant Mello is, he's the second in command under Major Bunny Colvin, who implemented Amsterdam. Remember the guy who did Amsterdam? And remember
Yeah,
he used to have that little white cop with him the whole time.
yeah. That was his
That's the
partner or
real life
whatever.
Jay Landsman.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I remember
he could
hearing
even
that.
play his own self. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's how the show, win it is that, guys can even play themselves outside of Snoop Pearson. Um, another fun fact is the character of Cuddy is inspired by the trainer of Javante Davis, Calvin Ford.
oh,
If
okay.
you pay attention to, I think it's somewhere in season 3 or
Cuddy.
season 4, but I think it's season 3. The Cuddy or Dennis Wise is the character's name, but Cuddy is his street name. he goes to a boxing gym
Mm-hmm.
to look for boxers, and in the ring training, one of the young boxers is Calvin Ford. So Calvin Ford was in The Wire before most people even heard of him as a boxing coach because, of course, Gervonta Davis was very young at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the character Cuddy Dennis Wise, who came out of doing a 14-year bid in prison, is loosely based or inspired by Calvin Ford. There's a lot of interesting
Yeah.
little things about The Wire that are that a lot of people don't know about,
That's crazy.
and
I
but
never realized that. You
they're
know, all the
interesting.
little tidbits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Actually, I have the book. There's a book um, uh, about the Wire in terms of like the behind the scenes stuff, and I actually have the DVDs. I own the DVDs, so you can see like all the behind the scenes stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
get the and I've also even like since the show went off the air, uh I have seen interviews and uh little documentaries or docu-series on David Simon and Ed Burns, who are the creators of the show, and have got the chance to hear them speak on it. um they have another series on HBO that was called um, Generation Kill, about the military, a particular, um, a specific uh, uh, military mission during the Iraq War. Uh, Man, that's it's crazy. And some of the characters, not I wouldn't say a lot, but some of the characters from The Wire actually come back to work with Ed Burns and David Simon in that series as well. But if you can imagine, The Wire, but from a military aspect, you can you can guess how authentic that little series was, called Generation Kill. Deuce Times, what up, King? Let me see what he said. What he say? Tank, are you excited about the new Lakers? What did that say?
New
The
Lakers
Lakers
documentary.
documentary that's coming out. Documentary, as in the one with Byron Scott, 22, or the one with that's gonna be on HBO. They're doing a actual like a mini series uh headed by Rodney Barnes, who was the one of the head writers on the Boondocks and even that Wu Tang series on Hulu. You gotta let me know which one you're talking about. But yeah, I guess yeah, I'm excited. I love seeing anything about uh, the Lakers. I'm a history guy. Like, I love history. So anything that has to do with history and showing behind the scenes stuff, I like. He says, nah, there's a Last Dance type documentary coming out by Antoine Fuqua. I got to look in to see if it's one of the ones I'm talking about, because I don't know uh, what's the name of his the one that Antoine's doing. But yeah, I like history, so it doesn't matter if it's sports history, world history. It really don't matter. I like knowing how we got to where we are today, um, regardless of the circumstance. Whether it's like I said, sports, music, film. That's why I'm talking about these guys' backgrounds when I'm talking about what you call it, these TV shows. Lakers gonna lose Golden State in the play-in tournament. They should. I think it'd be dope if they call it the play-on tournament, because they got the playoffs. If they call
Mm-hmm.
that little tournament the play-on, like, you see, whoever wins gets to play on and get to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
There you go.
hopefully they lose. I don't want to see. I think I seen something else. They was talking about LeBron. If LeBron wins, he's gonna pass. Is he gonna surpass Michael Jordan And it's just these narratives that go with the guys. Like if he's that great where they have him already, then he don't need to win anything else, as far as I'm concerned. Because the people who are tooting his horn, they already got him uh, the best athlete in the history of all sports. So why does he need to do anything else?
Yeah, that's
Especially in a
how it
Laker
goes, though.
uniform. Huh?
That's how it goes, though. That's how it goes with all sports. Every generation of people have their favorites, and and based on the particular narrative of the media at that time, we determine that. Like LeBron James been my favorite basketball player since I first saw him. But I can't put he my favorite back from the moment I saw him. My cousin is a he's a basketball coach. He was an assistant coach at Malloy. He's assistant basketball coach at the high school out where I'm from. And I remember arguing with him around the time that all those guys was coming out. Carmelo was my dude too. Carmelo was my dude. But when I saw, 'cause I loved Carmelo when he was at Syracuse, but when I saw LeBron James, I was like, nah, Duke right there is better than Carmelo. Carmelo was nice because had not LeBron James been in that draft, Carmelo Anthony should have been the number one pick in that draft. But when I saw Duke, I was like, nah, homeboy right there, he nice. He got the goods. And when you think about it, a lot of people be hating on LeBron and shit like that. People got their things, because you're gonna like who you like, and you're not, gonna like who you don't really want to like. But to me, as an athlete, one of the things that really make me have the utmost respect for him, is the fact that very rarely in sports history have you seen anybody, because even Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan, I was a fan of through my father. And I had one of his cousins, he went to school at North Carolina. So I was a big fan of Jordan because of that, and also because of Sam Perkins being from Brooklyn, from New York. And now Jordan, he went on to become, in many people's eyes, the greatest ball player of the time. But Michael Jordan wasn't the first pick, was in the number one overall draft pick. Michael Jordan was expected to be a great player, but not the greatest player of all time. It was two guys that went ahead of him in that draft. And those guys was big stars in college too. Even more bigger, slightly bigger stars than him. But the thing about
James Worthy was the player of the year.
That's right.
That he hit the last shot. People don't know that.
That's right. A lot of people don't, because a lot of these younger people, they wasn't around to know that shit. And so James Worthy was the man in North Carolina too. And Sam Perkins, those guys was actually slightly bigger stars than him initially, and then when they left, went to the pro ranks, Mike stepped up, became that dude, but he wasn't the number one overall pick coming into the league, and he was expected to be very good, but not what he ultimately became. But LeBron James was expected to be the best from the time he started playing his high school games on ESPN. So people don't realize, to achieve what he's achieved, that shit is really pretty much unheard of, man. Like that. That's why I have the ultimate respect for him. Because he could have easily stumbled and fell. You know how many other great basketball prodigies that was supposed to have been that dude that succumbed under that shit? With that much pressure from day one, all eyes on you.
I think he did stumble and fall. That's the difference. I think he did.
Be able to do what he's did in the way that he did. When you see that, you look at a team like that Golden State team. That team was put together for the distinct purpose to beat him. It took all of that just to beat him. That's why that team was put together. You understand what I'm saying? So when
I
I look
understand
at
what you're
that,
saying. I don't believe it though. I don't believe that to be
when I
true. I understand the
when
narrative,
that's
but I don't believe it to be
that
true.
team that team was put together to beat him. How could you say it was? How could you? To me, I don't see how anybody could say anything otherwise.
Because they were
You
all
know,
drafted. Because they were all drafted,
you know.
uh the only really addition that they had was are you talking about when they got KD or before that?
Yeah, yeah. When they got
Yeah, only
KD,
only real addition was what that
yeah.
was real lethal addition was
Mhm.
KD. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
before that,
Yeah, but he.
they had already won a championship. They had
Yeah.
already was making a name for themselves as a basketball team,
Mhm.
and had taken over
Mhm.
California with the
Mhm.
Lakers getting old and banged up, specifically Kobe Bryant because he was the Lakers. But that team was built in the draft, and
Mhm.
they did it the right way. They just raised up the pups into big dogs, and they played together as a good unit. Mark Jackson came in and taught them guys how to play winning basketball. Um, and as they matured, and because of the creative differences of Mark Jackson and the ownership team, the ownership group, Mark Jackson had to part ways, and they brought Steve Kerr in, and he kind of was able to manage those personalities, and they went on to win and win big, even though they only won one championship prior to uh, KD getting there. Uh, but they had already went to, I believe, two NBA finals prior to him getting there. So yeah, I don't, and the teams that were there before that was uh,
San
KD
the
actually
Antonio.
got
Miami
two
Heat,
rings with
San
him.
Antonio.
the
San
Miami
Antonio.
Heat. No, the team was the Miami Heat and Cleveland in the East. But in my opinion, the uh, the the tough part of playing in the West is that you got to get through the West. So I believe that the team was built to get out of the West. The same team that won 70 whatever games
73.
and lost in the NBA Finals when the Cavaliers
Mhm.
came back from 1-3. That same
Mhm.
team had to do the same thing and come back from 1-3 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. So as dominant as people believe that team was, they themselves still struggled in the Western Conference. So I think that the team was built to get through the Western Conference, not necessarily just to beat LeBron James. Or I understand the narrative. I understand why people say that, but I believe that uh, uh, teams in the West are worried about getting out of the West, not worried about
Yeah.
who's in the East, because LeBron James is not some unbeatable force in the NBA Finals. He's lost multiple. He's lost more finals than he's won. So to me, I don't see it as some great thing where people we're going to build a team to beat LeBron James in the finals. Well, a lot of teams beat LeBron James in the finals.
Mhm.
So I don't think that was some big feat. I think the issue was getting out of the West and into the finals to compete versus whoever was there. And at the time, LeBron had went about 39 times in a row. So of course, that was the ultimate goal is to win a championship. But I don't buy into. I personally don't buy into that narrative that they was created to beat the LeBron James. Um, but I don't. If somebody wants to say that and they believe that, that's to each his own. I just don't believe that. I know the Western Conference is a tough conference. But let
Yeah,
me let me
I agree.
get back to this chapter real quick because before
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
forget, somebody said
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
about um, Snoop reminded me of Avon, kind of reckless, but Chris was more cautious and calculated. Um, Give me an example highly anticipated of what you mean though, because what was Snoop reckless? Because I'm trying to think when Snoop was reckless, but I don't remember her being reckless. They pretty much follow orders. You know what I'm saying? In Marlowe's crew, they were more um, militant and following orders. They didn't question what Marlowe did. They didn't go off on their own and do things. Um, Give me an example of what you mean by that statement. And then what was another comment I saw? It probably passed already. It was scared. He was grimy as fuck. No. Marlo Circle wasn't that deep, but lethal. Yeah, his inner circle was very tight, and they was all. Um, no, that's not it. That's not. I thought I saw something about lethal, Weebay, and Chris. Damn it, my bad, man. I forgot. I know I saw it though. Let me see.
Hold on, let me respond to somebody said when dude said something about me being a basketball novice. I probably been watching basketball longer than some of them been alive. You understand what I'm saying? This is my view. You understand? A lot of these cats is young. That's my view about LeBron James. I'm not talking about just basketball. Just basketball. I'm talking about in terms of the pressure that he had to deal with from day one, not after he got in the league and then he ascended. He had the pressure to be the best guy or to be that chosen one on front of Sports Illustrated from he was in high school, not even in college. So that's what I mean in that regard. Now he's like I said, he's mine. When I say he's the best, he is. I viewed him as, and I still think he's the best player in the NBA. But I don't think he's the best player all the time. I still get after Michael Jordan. You understand what I'm saying? Although he's my favorite player.
Like me,
You understand what I'm saying? Huh?
I was gonna say like me. I have I have
Yeah.
a favorite player, but I don't think my favorite player.
So ain't no
My
novice
favorite
over
player
here.
isn't ranked at the top of my greatest players list. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
My favorite player I got ranked
Exactly.
at number 4.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he my favorite player, but I don't got him rated as the best player. I still got Michael Jordan rated as the best all time that I've seen. You know, for me,
I got Jordan definitely in my top 3.
you
Jordan's in
know,
my top 5.
mm-hmm,
Uh,
mm-hmm.
I got
And I
Magic at
got
number 1 though. I found it. There it is. It says he was way more lethal than Weebay, and highly anticipated. I think you were talking about Chris Partlow probably, because those are ones that I was comparing was to Weebay. Excuse me. He was Marlo's Weebay.
mm-hmm.
But I think that it's not fair to really say who was more lethal because damn dog. Well, I'm trying to say without spoiling. We have we get a lot more we get a lot more screen time with one character versus the other, and and that's because uh, when Weebay and the Barksdale organization had the story focused on what they were doing. A lot of the lethal aspects of what Weebay did happened off camera, and we got to keep in mind that yeah, I'll just leave it at that. A lot of the stuff happened off camera because of the way the show was, the tone of it. There was a lot of other storylines and plots that they were focused on, and some of the stuff didn't happen on camera. Whereas we see Chris probably more so his when the series focused more on the Stanfield organization, you got a chance to see Chris in action more. I'll say his stuff was on screen more, but even some of his scenes were off screen. So you kind of have to piece it together by dialogue. And so there's certain scenes where you listen to and you kind of piece it together. But I think they were equally as lethal. I think they just had different ways of being lethal. You know what I'm saying? But it's in the dialogue of the series. So when certain conversations come up and they talk about certain deeds, that's kind of how I base my opinion off of it. But then again, I've seen the series so many times that I've been able to focus on all these little details in the show. Um, I like Bodhi character in the first season. Yeah, I like Bodhi character in all the seasons he was in. You know, Bodhi was in the yeah, Bodhi was one of those characters um, that uh, stole the spotlight when he was on screen. You know what I'm saying? He stole the spotlight when he was on the screen, and you know that's a testament to JD's performance of him. You know, JD is another one of those good actors. I remember when he was on. He had a cameo, a little small role on The Sopranos. That's when I first seen him. Um, but JD Williams is portrayal of Bodhi Brothers is real dope, real dope. Yeah, we got to do a thing where we can talk about it freely, um, because the way these plots go and the way the stories go, um, I don't want to be irresponsible with people who haven't watched the series before. Like I was saying earlier, I know some people have said some things in the chat. I know Kyle slipped up and said some things in the chat, and I know we even said some things. I'm not in the chat, but like on the panel, and I think we even said some things, probably even including myself, that lets people know kind of where some of these plots, uh, the twists and turns of these plots. But um, I think the series is best experienced when a person sees it for themselves, whether they're watching it for the first time or rewatching it. Because I guarantee, even if you've seen something before, when you watch it again and again, you get more and more out of it. You know what I mean? And once I find out how to set up this Zoom and we find out how many people we're going to need to be in it and things like that, um, how many people I can fit in it, we're going to see, how to set this up. Because I remember I did a Zoom, last year, and um, we was able to watch some stuff. I was able to do a screen share and was able to watch some stuff on my screen, but it was a private Zoom, and then I was able to save it and then like repost it later. So we may have to do something similar to that, and then like post or do like like right after we watch it, um, do like a thing where, because I have like a bunch of questions, kind of, so it can be kind of uniformly done in order, and then we talk about it from there. But it's a unique series, and I believe every TV series that has come after it, in one way or the other, has kind of tried their best to emulate some of the themes in The Wire.
Where did you post? You said you reposted. Where did you post it on your own on your YouTube page?
Yeah, I did a thing uh, called Black Blood and Brown People. Black Blood and Brown People, and on the it was done on my Zoom, and I had multiple people on it, and we watched part of it. I showed some videos from my YouTube channel, um, my other YouTube channel, Tank Obadiah TV. If you go to the playlist section of the Tank Obadiah TV, you'll see all these different videos. You see all these different folders, and in each folder, excuse me, are multiple videos and they all have it's like each folder is different topics. And so because of the topic of the I guess show or whatever you want to call it that we were doing, which was the Black Blood and Brown People. I had some videos on my channel in some of the playlists that I wanted to present to the people that was on the panel because they were not aware of some of the history of Black people in Mexico, and so I was, or some of the Black quote unquote indigenous Americans who fled into northern Mexico during the Seminole Wars, the second Seminole Wars, and I wanted to bring that history out to some Mexicans that were not aware of it, and to kind of make them aware of some of the history that they are not taught. You know what I mean? A lot of them are not taught about the African history of the Black blood in their history. So yeah, it's on the Tank Obadiah TV channel. I put it in I put 2 hours worth of it in there because it was a 6 hour thing. We was on the Zoom for about 5 or 6 hours, and so I just kind of presented the first 2 hours and put that out there. But there was a lot more.
I heard you speak of that. I heard you speak on that, though. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah.
I remember
That's
you
what I was
mentioned that
talking
to
about.
us before. I remember you mentioned that to us before. About that particular topic. I remember you brought that up before.
That's what it was.
But,
I put it on that channel. There was a lot more conversation and a lot more stuff, but for the most part, I noticed. I was like, damn, I could do this right here. I didn't know we can all watch this shit right here. But of course, when it comes to something like The Wire, it's copywritten.
Yeah.
Whereas what I was showing on that live was those were documentaries. So I didn't get flagged or anything like that as of yet that I know of. But if we try to watch The Wire, I'm pretty sure we get flagged because you can only show 10 minutes of the series, so it would have to be edited a certain way. You can only show 10 minutes of copywritten content on YouTube. But it's not I'm not really worried about the series being shown on YouTube. I just want to get us talking about it. You know what I mean? Right after we watch it, so it's still fresh in everybody's head, and get everybody the questions that are going to be asked. So as the show is going on, they can write these things down or write notes down, so we can talk about it right afterwards. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, I do. Yeah, actually, I would like to watch it again. I haven't watched it in years, so I would like to watch it again.
Yeah.
See some other details, like you said. Sometimes when you watch it over, you see other little details that you didn't pick up when you originally watched it.
Yeah. I'm actually, man. I can't even really explain how the benefit of it. You know what I mean? I'm rewatching The Shield right now, and I'm actually earlier today I was watching the episodes of The Wire that that I was talking about. So it's funny that I didn't even know what Kyle was going to do with the Wire Wednesday tonight, but it just so happens I was like, oh yeah, shit. Episode such and such in season whatever this character comes out.
Mm-hmm.
I just happen to I happen to just recently watch those episodes. You know what I mean? So I knew exactly when that character came out, when this character came out, when this character was talked about versus when they were introduced.
Wow.
So it's fresh in my mind. So it's like, oh shit.
Dang, that's amazing.
Yeah. So it's not like I don't have this great memory. I don't have a horrible memory, but I don't have this great memory. Just some of this stuff is fresh in my mind. That's why I watch it. I watch it repeatedly. I watch it like at least, like I said, twice a year. Um, during Black History Month, and then for the Juneteenth weekend or leading into Juneteenth, uh, because uh, it's something that I use when I reference certain themes in the series often because I know a lot of people have watched it. So I'll say, hey, yeah. So I may be talking about something that's real, right? A real life situation, and I'll be like, well, like for example, political campaigns, right? They'll be like, oh, Trump versus Biden, and then I'll say, or Trump versus, oh no, not Trump, or Obama versus, what's the guy's name that he went against? Who did Obama go against? Kerry. Obama versus Kerry, or Obama versus the guy with the arms.
McCain.
McCain, right.
McCain.
No disrespect to anybody that's a McCain family member out there that ever watches this and try to bury me 10 years from now. Mitt Romney, there you go. I said
Mitt
John
Romney.
Kerry. John Kerry was Bush. I'm sorry, Salakia. Thank you, DJ. Obama versus Mitt Romney. So that's the one I was really focused on because salute the boxing fans. Like I can say, well, Mitt Romney and Barack Obama had this presidential campaign, but there was a lot of similarities in their policies. So had Mitt Romney won, you would still have seen Obamacare, which has been called Romney Care, because Obama got Obamacare from Mitt Romney, right? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like I always use like things like The Wire because in season 3 and 4 we see their mayoral race. Season 5, there is a push to become the governor of Maryland. And so I use all of these themes to remind people, like, you remember how in The Wire, this was behind the scenes in the politics? That happens in real life. I hope I say that without any spoilers. Giving away any spoilers, I have to rewatch it. But some of this shit is hard to talk about without spoiling it, y'all. So I got to bear with my little. I got to use all these words to step around shit.
Because, just tell it all, man.
You're doing a good job, though. You're still doing a good job, though, of explaining what you're explaining, while still explaining what what you feel you need to explain without giving away the whole, show.
Yeah, the whole show, because those are some great scenes when they talk about, and these are the things that a lot of people. And I'm gonna give y'all a little thing what I do when I rewatch The Wire. When I go back and rewatch it, another reason why I like to rewatch it, because I like paying attention to the things that were less interesting the last time I watched it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like let's say season 2 is a season of The Wire that a lot of people, when they originally watched it, they were not as interested in, right? Let's go back. Season 1, they were not as interested in what was going on in the police precinct. So when I would rewatch it, I would focus more so in the police precinct. It's easy to think of the street guys because that's relatable, right? So then when season 2 comes around, then I focus in depth on the ports, the union, that entire storyline that dealt with economics from the perspective of union workers and how organized crime was with the Russian organization, organized crime organization, and how they paralleled or differed in specific or certain ways than the Barksdale organization that we had learned about in season 1. Season 3, so forth and so on. So I find that to be very interesting. You know what I mean? Like pick up on little things like somebody mentioned cheese earlier. This is not a spoiler. It's just a fun fact. Y'all remember Cheese? Cheese in the series The Wire, played by Method Man.
Cheese. Oh yeah, yeah. Meth character. Yeah, I forgot his name at first until you said his name. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cheese is introduced in season 2 of The Wire. That's when you first see him. A lot of people don't realize that until they rewatch the season 2. See, I always tell people that season 2 is the linchpin for the rest of the series. Um, Major Colvin is introduced. Him and Dennis Mello are introduced in season 2. You know, there's a lot of things that are pivotal. Brother Muzan is introduced in season 2. So there's a lot of things that are pivotal in the second season of The Wire that make that season great, and people just toss it to the side because they're dealing with the port. You know, they don't want to see these quote unquote white boys. But that just gets you ready for what happens later on in the series, where half the series is about something outside of the streets. You know what I mean? So the thing with Cheese is when you first meet him, the fun fact is that when you first meet him, you don't pay attention to this stuff as you watch it. But when you rewatch it, multiple times, you pick up on this. But his last name is changed, and they changed his character. You know, it's Cheese Flagstaff first. I believe in season 2, and when he's introduced. I say it that way because I don't want to give away anything. So, one of the things that I've learned, I watch reactors, and one of the things I learned is I try not to talk about. I'll say when somebody's introduced because in a particular season, so that nobody's like, you're not watching for him in season 1. But I don't want to say anything about them after that because if you know that they're going to be in multiple seasons, then you're not going to when something happens with the character as you're watching, then you're not going to be as intrigued when they get into tight spots. Does that make sense? You're like, oh well, I already know they're going to be around for 2 or 3 seasons, so why should I care that they are in a jam at this particular moment? I know they're not going to die or get arrested or get written off the show because Tank already said they're going to be that person's in season this and season that and season that. So I try to talk about when they were introduced, and then I'll say things like later in their story, this happens. Does that make sense? But anyways, so later in the story, you'll see that Cheese, they do another thing where they show his last name, and it's changed from Flagstaff to Wagstaff. And in the book, they say that it was done for a reason, which is very interesting. We'll talk about that when we get to that part of the story, I suppose. Lord willing, if we get this off the ground and everybody's healthy enough to be around to do it, you know what I mean? But like little stuff like that is like, you'd be like, oh shit, I never noticed that. You know what I mean? Until somebody points it out and be like, yeah, look, see right there when they show the paperwork and it say Flagstaff, and then you see it later on, you be like, see now it says Wagstaff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's great stuff, man. That's why I like when I get a chance to rewatch something, and see little things that I didn't notice the first time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a must, man. But I haven't watched it in a while, so I'm definitely with doing that. That was a great show.
Did you ever watch Brooklyn's Finest? The movie?
The movie? Yeah, I did see that. That's the one with Wesley Snipes. When you brought it up earlier, it took me back. I was like, yeah, I saw that movie. I saw that. That's another one I would like to re-see again.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies too. That one right there.
Yeah, that was a joint too. I would definitely like to see that again. Yeah, I'd like to see
that came after The Wire went off the air, so that's why they upped the ante. You know what I mean? in terms of the portrayal. So it was like it was dope to see uh, the movies kind of go that route. You know what I mean? Into in depth.
Yeah,
You know, is the bad guy, you know, that all that bad, or you know what I mean, type of thing.
yeah,
Not to
that
say
was
that
some
they didn't
good.
do that with
Good.
Sugar Hill with Romelo's character, but you know, uh, The Wire kind of changed some things uh, in respect to how uh, how they started fleshing out some of these quote unquote bad guys a little bit more.
Yeah, 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 definitely. Yeah, but Brooklyn Finest, yeah, that was dope, man. Yeah, I definitely like to see that again as well.
I'm sorry.
Y'all been bringing up some good movies to rehash
Yeah,
and
that's
shows. You know, like The Shield. I heard you say you was watching The Shield. Like, I never really got into The Shield, so I don't know. I don't really know nothing about that. You
God,
know,
dog.
I never got into that.
It's a it's a thing. Like if you ain't never been to LA, I always tell people this. If you ain't never been to LA, right? Uh the real LA. Not you know, went to watch a Laker game or went to what's that place? Uh what's that damn place? I'm losing. Not Universal Studios or some shit like that or Disneyland, right? I mean
Yeah,
LA. The hood, you know what I mean?
yeah, the
Like
hood.
y'all would call the boroughs, you know what I'm saying? You got New
Yeah.
York and then you got
No, I
Brooklyn, Bronx, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I know the hood. I know the hood
You know what I'm
mentality.
saying?
My sister, her first marriage, she was out there in California. So I was telling y'all, my nephew, he LA all day, crip, all that shit,
Yeah, yeah.
real deal Holyfield, you know.
You know what I was gonna say? That's what I was gonna say. Like if a person ain't never like if you ain't never been to the real LA and you watch and you want to know what it's like or what it looks like or what it just like the feel of it, the Shield does the best job of depicting uh kind of how fast paced the city can be. You know what I mean? Uh, but even though it's from the cops' perspective, you know, it's not from the perspective of the people living there. It's from the perspective of how the city is policed. Even though the city itself in the series is a fictional city, it takes place geographically in very much real life uh, places that if you are watching it, you're like, oh, that's yeah, but I don't want to spoil it, but that's this place, that's that place, that's this place, that's that place. You know what I mean? And so, but
Oh,
yeah, it's a
okay.
very, very authentic looking show, much more so than any other show that I've seen. Uh, in the Crash Unit, what's the Crash Unit? Mike from Boston. You talking about the Crash Unit in LA? But yeah, because I've seen interviews with Sean Ryan, who's the creator of the Shield. Um, he gets props for his uh, depictions, I guess you want to say. But the head writer of the Shield with Kurt Sutter. Um, but to my knowledge, neither one of them are really. They weren't hands on as David Simon and Ed Burns of the Wire, uh, where the Wire, you know, they actually are, you know, from the eras, from the areas that they wrote the show on. Uh, but you had the Crash Unit in LA back in the day, um, um, that people called the Crash. Uh, uh, but the Shield, it it's kind of like uh, different. It's different. It's a lot of different teams, special units, I would say, because when you watch the Shield, if you watch it again, you realize that the strike team wasn't the only special unit like it, because they have on there a unit called the decoy squad. So you have different special units. I've always thought that that Sean Ryan should do a spinoff of the Shield the same way that Kurt Sutter did a spinoff of Sons of Anarchy. I think that would be dope, because a spinoff with like the Decoy Squad or something like that would have been very, very dope in terms of the filmmaking process. He says The Wire was a better show in my opinion. Yeah. I agree. The Shield, I believe, is the most realistic looking show, and The Wire was like overall the most realistic. Whether it was the way it looked, the way the characters were portrayed, as well as the storytelling. In the Shield, a lot of the things in the series happened by some, plot devices in the story. You know what I mean? But what I did love about the Shield is that it kept your heart your heart pumping. Like it was an adrenaline rush. Almost every show was like, man, what the fuck are they gonna get into now? Or better yet, what did they get themselves into in episodes before? Is going to come back and bite them in the ass that they have to get out of, you know what I mean, and the preceding episodes, you know what I mean? He says Kurt Sutter was a better writer, I thought, than Sean Ryan. Yeah, Sean Ryan wasn't really the writer. That's why I say like Kurt Sutter was the writer. Sean Ryan was more of the creative force and showrunner of the series. You know what I'm saying? It was his ideas. It was his concept and story. Like he knew what was happening, where it was happening, where he wanted to go with the story. But Kurt Sutter's job was to flesh that out into a cohesive screenplay. So yeah, that's the difference. You know what I mean? That was Kurt's job. His role, I guess, on the team. But Kurt Sutter wouldn't have had anything to write had it not been for Sean Ryan. Yeah. Oh, spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! Mike from Boston. But okay. Was the main thing that followed? Yeah, it was a lot of things, but there's some people who haven't seen the series, so I don't want to spoil nothing. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk about nothing that's too spoilery. I just say that's why I said it the way I said it. There are certain decisions that are made, several decisions that are made that come back to haunt the characters in the show. The what happens in the very first episode tracks all the way through the series, but there are a lot of decisions in between that time that play a pivotal role in the outcome of a lot of the character story arcs, as well as the overall plot in the process. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a lot of different things that the characters do, whether it's the strike team, whether it's Captain Aceveda, Claudette Wims, who's a detective. She's probably the most effective detective. You know what I'm saying? That's a bar. I'm just writing that out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? That's how we do. You know what I'm saying? When you're a poet. But Claudette Williams is probably the most effective detective on the series in terms of her ability to think her way through the case and move around LA the way that she does. But Detective Dutch Wagenbach, her partner, always thinks that he's the smartest guy in the room. You know, he's this this textbook studying person who probably reads way too much or way too many psychology books. And for him, he thinks of himself as the great detective, and many of the criminals in LA as the next, Son of Sam, the next Jeffrey Dahmer, or the next, what was the Night Stalker. So their characters do things throughout the series, like I said, that come back and they have to deal with the consequences of those decisions. Just a great show. I know I'm talking a lot, but the Shield is an underrated series. The Shield is an underrated series. A lot of people who've seen it, they swear by it, but there's so many people who have never seen it, and when people who have seen it talk about it, they can testify to the fact that how great the show is. I always tell people who watch the Sons of Anarchy that if they like Sons of Anarchy, they'll love The Shield, and that The Shield was better, than Sons of Anarchy. And I thought Sons of Anarchy was a great show, or a great series. I'm gonna make me a cup of coffee real quick.
Yeah, brother. I'm about to get off now. I gotta go close.
Yes, sir. Be safe.
Yeah, I'm about to close up. Great being with y'all, chopping it up as always. Stuff, but I'm just looking forward to us doing that thing with The Wire, though.
Yes, sir.
For sure. So just keep me abreast.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna do a thing where, like I said, it's gonna probably be on either my Instagram or my YouTube channel, where I don't really know how to do it on the YouTube realm in terms of updating. I see people do like polls and all kind of stuff on their YouTube, but I don't really know how to do that yet. But I know how to make a post on my Instagram and be like, hey, be on the lookout for this. This is gonna be here or there, So if y'all want to get in on this, we got enough room in this Zoom room, and we're gonna watch some of these TV series and movies. Let me know by following me on Instagram at IETV and Movie Talk, or IE. Hold on, let me see if I can put it in the chat real quick, because y'all can follow this channel. Y'all can follow this YouTube channel. Hold on, let me see. Follow the channel. Okay, follow the channel right there. I just put the link for the YouTube channel, and let me see for the Instagram.
I gotta put my other phone back on. I just turned that other phone on. Okay.
All right.
I got that. I got it, man. So I can subscribe to it.
All right, I'll put it.
All right, brother, man. So y'all stay safe. Enjoy the rest of y'all
I can't
day.
even hear you. Are you talking this speaker?
Yeah. I would say, yeah. All right, man. So I got to get off, man. But
What's wrong with my audio?
y'all stay safe. Enjoy the rest of y'all
Mic
day.
check, mic check. Mic check,
Yeah.
mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
We can hear you, Tank. All right, Pugilist, man, you stay up, my brother.
All right, you too. Stay safe out there.
All right, brother.
All right.
Mic check, mic check.
Tank, can you hear me? Tank.
Hey, Cento, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we got you. Can you hear me?
Anybody in the chat can hear me? What the hell did I do?
We can hear you.
Wow, what did I do?
Did you have more than one window open? You might have another YouTube window open.
I'm gonna try to go back out and come back in. Hopefully, Cam or somebody can let me back in because I lost.
All right, we can
audio.
hear you. We can hear you. You're fine. You can't hear yourself. You got him, Cam?
Yeah, I'm up here. I just posted it back in the chat.
He couldn't hear it.
Yeah, he didn't have no
Couldn't hear
sound.
himself for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mic check, mic check.
We can hear you.
All right, cool. There we go. I had to look up. Go ahead.
We could hear you, but you apparently you couldn't hear us or yourself.
Damn. I was trying to see. I saw Best Pugilist, the thing moving, because I got it on my TV, so I can see it on my TV. Like if I drop out or somebody drop out, or while you talking, I can see the little audio or whatever. And I went to go try to fix myself a cup of coffee when I dropped the links in the chat, and I seen Best Pugilist thing moving. The thing let me know he's talking, but I couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what he was saying. Hopefully he got a chance to click on the links so he can Hopefully they work. They should. They should work. One is for the channel and one is for the
He
Instagram.
said he got the link.
Okay. Perfect.
Man, these
That's
folks
what I
got
want.
this door blocked up, man. Crazy folks, man. Make my job harder than it needs to be.
It's how it be sometimes.
Yeah. I'm gonna make their job hard while I leave it at. Yeah, I can't get it in there, so it's gonna be left outside, so I'm gonna leave it and make their job hard too. Don't play with me, I play with you.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, man. You blaze me, I blaze you.
Shout out to DMX.
You know the deal. What do you want from a
Honey up in here.
DMX was a gifted brother.
Man, oh man, that
Yeah.
that era of time when he was at his zenith.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, dog. I don't think that I knew anybody out here in Cali that was banging DMX the way I was banging his songs, or especially his first album. That first album.
Mm-hmm.
That first album. Oh man.
Yeah. DMX was quite a treat.
And I got a chance to and I think it was 2000.
Mm-hmm.
2000 or 2001. They had a Rough Riders Cash Money tour. Remember that? And they went on tour with Cash Money, the Rough Riders. And they came out here to Cali. And I had at that time, my event coordinator business. And we got tasked with having the official after party of the Cash Money Rough Rider tour when it came to I don't know what they call it now.
I don't drove 100 miles with no problem back here in my truck, and then I drive 12 miles and my pallet flips over.
What's that?
Man, it's a pallet of oil. Oh man, I have no shot of. This is messed up, man. It's all I need. Oh, crazy. Shoot. You can go ahead and talk. I'll be stacking.
Shout out to you. All right, yes, sir. Shout out to anybody in the third shift that's out there in the chat. Excuse the noise if I have any noise in my background as I whip up me a cup of coffee.
Can't believe this happened.
Oh, fuck. Man. Cam, you or Kyle have to figure out how to link these pages. I have to ask Fred one day. I'm at the DM him and ask him how he did it with he went with somebody's page. I think it was when he did the Wesley Muhammad interview, and they was both live. No, it was I think it was Wesley Muhammad's page.
Okay.
When Fred did the Wesley Muhammad interview, and he had he had Wesley Muhammad live in the barbershop on his page. Because I remember the next day I watched it and I was like, oh snap, he had the whole live the whole time on his own YouTube channel.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember when this happened, man. I don't remember hitting.
That's right, Mark Summers. It's Dark and Hell is Hot was the album. That album
All right, DMX.
got a lot of runs. And I had a 16 disc CD changer. That was my first car. That song. There's no one particular song on the album because I can literally go through the album right now and pick out damn near every song and remember a significant moment in time based on what I was going through at that time. But I remember when he did the remake to that Phil Collins song "Air in the Night." I thought that was so hip hop.
That Phil Collins been on. That's a classic that'll never die.
Yeah.
I can feel it coming. Everybody has. A lot of people have used a piece of that time or two.
But when DMX did it though, on that "It's Dark and Hell is Hot" album, man, that was just,
yeah,
you know,
you didn't see it
art.
coming.
You know what I mean? It was just art. You know what I mean? And I'm a fan of art in most ways. You know, whether it's art on, you know, in music in terms of the production of a song, or which that is. You know what I mean? To take a classic song like that and then flip it into a hip hop track, or the art of rhyming over that, writing some hot bars and rhymes over that. You know what I'm saying? Like a true poet that DMX was talented to do, or somebody who writes a screenplay or a script. That's a different kind of art form. You know what I'm saying? And somebody who acts and directs, and you know what I mean, produce the whole the filmmaking process. You know, all of that stuff is art to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant on the basketball court, Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? LeBron and Magic. You know, some of these are great players. That's all art. You know.
Right.
So I'm like a huge fan of that. So when I hear it, especially in music, because music is something that touches your spirit. You know, it's one of those things that it's a direct line to the essence of who we are. But I'm trying to get too philosophical, but that's the way I see it. You know, I think that's very true.
It is.
You know, music is a direct line to the essence of who we are. It touches each and every person on this planet differently, and different music has different effects on different people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Remember that Dave Chappelle skit where he had John Mayer, and he's like, yeah, you know, white people with the electric guitar, and black people with drums, and Latino people with I think he had electric organ or something like that. You know, it was a funny skit. Yeah, it was a funny skit, but you know, it's like, man, if you think about it, you know, the people I know,
Chappelle and his crew, man.
Yeah, bro.
Chappelle and his crew, they were funny, dude.
Yeah, when they went into their bag.
They
went into that bag. It was dope.
Freaking box collapsed on or something on the bottom.
That's funny. Me and one of my one of my brothers was talking about getting box trucks and doing some delivery, like, you know what I'm saying, and then that's what they call them, box trucks, right? Like a big old U-Haul.
Yeah. What I got, yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can make some good money doing
straight
those.
Truck,
you know
box trucks.
If you don't have If you don't have
You
the
got the
license
right
to do the
assignments. The semi.
Yeah, semis.
Truth
Yeah,
be
there you
told,
go.
you can make just as much the box trucks as you can with semis. You just got to have the right assignments. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I was at my peak, which is a couple years ago, that was the last time I had a crew of guys running for me. I was bringing in we were grossing 32 to 35 G's a month. That's not a lot compared to some companies, but for that point in time in my career, it was good, and I didn't have to worry about where the next dollar was coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's good money though.
And it didn't matter what the expenses were because I always had enough to take care of everything.
Right.
So yeah, it's beneficial if you do it right. I just got to get back to that point, you know. So now that COVID is getting in the rearview mirror of us, and so let's slow down from that. I'm gonna eventually get myself back in the fold of getting things to the point where I could get back to seeing some serious dollars come in. But now I need to exceed where I've been. And get it going.
That's right. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a Patreon where we could do a watch along, but I don't really know how to set it up.
I have never been on Patreon.
I am. I see. Like on Patreon, you can watch. Like somebody there's a guy who's watching The Wire for the first time, and he's on my Instagram. So, he's in his 20s. I don't know if it's around his mid 20s or something like that. So it's cool to see his experience of The Wire scene by scene for the first time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he watches the entire, the episode right there on his Patreon. No problem.
Right.
Every episode. I'm like, damn, how the hell you do that? And share it with somebody. I wonder how you do it. Because I've been on like Champside on his Patreon. You ever been on Champside? Oh, you said you never been on Patreon.
I haven't been on Patreon at all. But I hadn't heard as much about Patreon lately, but I know when it was a year or two ago when it was growing, everybody was talking about it all the time.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go because a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, I got like little things written out. I'm like, okay, I want to do this or that. So I'm like, man, you can get me, you can get some feed, you can get some blowback for talking about certain things. Might as well get $1, get $1 if you can, in the process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of times you can share your intellectual property for free, not knowing that it may be worth something to somebody. And
yeah, that's true.
Giving it away. And not only that, a lot of times the things that we want to talk about freely and openly, you got to be guarded with who's watching you.
Right.
The way it works now, it's like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Certain things are way too controversial. I see a lot of people posting about what's going on in the Levant region or Palestine, that area. But those are conversations that you got to be very careful how you conduct them. If you kind of have some kind of business or brand, because they'll come after your business or brand based off of
content.
Your content. Exactly. Same thing with this Rona. People have particular beliefs or takes on this Rona or the scene, the Rona scene. I call it the Rona scene because, saying the V word, you see how Fred was having, I don't know if you've seen in the barbershop, they was having problems with the live stream as soon as they start talking about it tonight.
I may have seen it. Probably didn't know what I was looking at probably at the time.
Yeah. So him and Ananda Lewis talking about it, and it was
tonight,
hey, what's going on with the live stream?
I remember he said something about that.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know what? At least, on Patreon, I know I'm gonna get you could
compensation.
Compensated financially. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I kind of think in that way now. You know what I mean? I didn't used to think about intellectual property that much until I started getting people to hit me up and was like, damn, I would pay I pay to listen to you talk about this, or I pay to hear you talk about that. And I'll be like, really? Because like Ananda was saying, sometimes you just say things and you give your perspective.
That's what I was just thinking about what she said.
Yeah, you're not thinking of your work.
I thought about that a while back. I said, shit, sometimes you don't have to give it away.
Yeah. I started having people tell me that shit, like, nah, Tank, I'll pay to hear you talk about this or that. And I'll be like, damn, I feel like I talk too much and shit, nigga. I need to shut the fuck up. And when I started getting multiple people tell me that shit, and I know those people that are telling me that don't even know each other, and I was like, well, damn, maybe it's something to that. Maybe I got to start listening to people, like she was saying. Sometimes you gotta get out of your own way.
Because a lot of times when it come down to helping people, we think with our heart first. Because I'm that way. Especially, I still wouldn't change what I do. When people call me about what I do for a living, as far as learning how to get into business, I don't charge them because I wish somebody had given me some knowledge when I first trying to get on. But, some people are willing to, man, I'm going to do this or do that for you. I'm like, man, as long as you make some money, you're doing enough for me. I just want to see folks have an opportunity to, to get on, because I think we all deserve an opportunity. But sometimes you have to think as a capitalist. Unfortunately.
For real. Because they're doing it and they don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like literally. Exactly. Like I was probably gonna get this shit flagged. My bad, Kyle. But I was telling somebody recently, like I think I put it in somebody's chat and somebody's page. I'm looking at following certain news stories, and I see this pandemic is this quote unquote pandemic, or whatever you want to call it, is not even close to being over.
No.
But America or the United States is done losing money. You know what I mean? There's too much business on the line. So if they can say that they put out an experimental medicine out there, and that it's they're going to encourage almost as many people to take it as possible, and convince you that that you're safe, then they can get you back at work, open businesses back up, get kids back in school, because there was so much money put into these things. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of these cities have poured money into new arenas, and they can't even put the arenas at the capacity to pay the lights for the arena or the plumbing or the whatever, you know. And people are not thinking like that, you know. They're not thinking of that when they think of it. They just like, oh, you know, we got to get back on track, but they're not thinking Las Vegas put X amount of dollars into Allegiant Stadium, and they have to pay for that. You know, there's a lot of plumbing and water and electricity, and you know those things cost, and they planned on those costs being paid back by putting you know, butts in the seats. And if for whatever reason they can't put butts in those seats and sell tickets, then they're not going to be able to meet the business plan that they laid out for the banks when they decided to get these things put together. And so the only way to do that, you know the rest. And you multiply that by every small business and big business and businesses in between, and then it starts to make sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, now they saying, oh, you don't even need to wear a mask. You know, you don't even need to do this. You don't need to do that.
Yeah. Trying to encourage you. Come on outside.
Come on outside. Please. Please, please.
Get this economy going.
In the words of my brother on the Golden Child, Eddie Murphy's character. What did he say? What's his name? Damn.
I forget his name.
Oh, that shit's gonna come back to me later, but Chandler Gerald. Is it Chandler Gerald? Something like that. My man was like, I think it was like something like that, but he asked her to come up to the apartment. Then she was like, no, or something like that. And the next time he asked her, he didn't ask her, and she said, aren't you going to ask me to come into the apartment? And then he was like, yeah, please. Shit.
Yeah, I love the character of I love that actress, the sister. The Asian girl.
Oh yeah, in that movie. I don't remember her in nothing else but in that.
Yeah.
And when I was at that age, boy, I tell you,
man, tell me about
everything.
Yes, sir. And I hope this stuff don't fall over when I take it down off the truck.
Please don't let it fall, because that's gonna be more work.
Right. What you just see. Train coming.
He said Sundays watch the show, and it's gonna be a different. I'm trying to see how we're gonna line it up to everybody to be able to. You got to carve out time for everybody to be available, or the most time that the time that they will be available to watch episode, and then yeah, it's a lot of stuff going to it. Damn, I got. You want to watch them? Yeah, I probably put it on the DVDs because that way I ain't got to worry about buffering and people having to subscribe to this or subscribe to that.
Yeah.
Just put it on the DVD, share the screen, and go from there. Hopefully that'll work that way. I know we need to talk about. I know some people have seen like some other series too. You know what I mean? Lost. Or Las Vegas was a good series. Probably, I don't know I don't know how good it is to people who live out there though. I gotta ask one of my lady friends. I should ask my nigga Rich. I didn't think of that shit. Ask him if he's seen Las Vegas, because to a person like me, Las Vegas doesn't intrigue me. I've only been there one time.
Whoa! Oh man!
Fail.
Some of them did. because I didn't let it down easy like I should have. Shoot, there's no more of it gonna fall. Shoot, I'm gonna try to do what I can.
That's the only thing. Then it'd be late in the morning, but since I guess better at this time of the hour than it is, and a lot of motherfuckers out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let it stop right there. Pick this one up. Only 2 of them fell off though. Thank God for that. But still too many. Yeah, I got
That
too
show
much
is about
separation on that one side.
Casino.
Get up in there. Try to stack it where it would come loose so easy, but it ain't working because it's round. You don't have to tip downward. It'll work out. Oh, there they go. There they go. Shoot. I knew it. Well, guess I didn't do it good enough. Let me see if I can do it this way. Don't worry about it. Once I get off this rail, it's on limb. Don't worry about spilled milk. The box is on the bottom. Ain't helping the cause at all.
Oh, Bay Area 510. Says who wins? I don't know. I am the wrong person to ask. What's going on, Bay Area? Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask stuff like that. I don't know who's gonna win, bro. I'm not the predictor. I look forward to the fight though.
Which fight they referring to?
I think he was talking about the Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor fight.
Oh,
if I read that correctly, I think I read it correctly. But it's a fight for all the belts at 140. But the thing with me is, some people are telling me that, you know, they're gonna move up to 147, and it becomes less intriguing for me, I guess. Excuse me. It becomes less intriguing for me if that's the case, because of the next crop of guys that are coming to 140. You know, I would like to see them match up. You know what I mean? Or you know, see how they match up versus like a guy who somebody who puts himself in a position to get a shot at the winner, whether it be what's my man's name, Mario Barrios, who's the WBA champion at 140, or Javante Davis if he can get a win versus Mario Barrios, or you still got
I'm leaving it right here.
Prograis at
Go ahead and
140.
get it.
Got Robert Easter at 140. You got Teofimo Lopez saying that after he fights George Kambosos, he plans on fighting the winner of that fight. You know what I'm saying? And you got Devin Haney talking about he's gonna move up to 140 soon. You know what I'm saying? He can't keep making 135, especially if you don't have to. And so if the winner moves up, it makes it less intriguing of a fight in terms of the outcome for me. But I want to see the two fight each other, I guess, for the matchup, of themselves. But it just makes it. I like the stories in boxing that last longer. You know what I mean?
Right.
That last longer, and you see different matchups. But if they're just gonna move up to 147 with the new crop getting ready to move up, I'm like, man, I want to see some of these, some of these other guys fight. But
right,
if those guys all move up at the same time, it's going to end up being, hopefully it's not the same thing as when they were at 135, because I think they got prematurely a lot of hype.
Won't fight each other.
And then they ended up not even fighting each other for the most part.
Right. That's my word too.
They got attached to the probably some of the greatest four competitors in the history of boxing that all fought each other when it comes to Tommy Hearns, Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, and Roberto Duran, and they got compared to that. Whereas in Roberto Duran and Hagler and Leonard and Hearns all fought each other. These guys didn't.
Right. Yeah, these stores of mine, they increasing their orders primarily because of me. They able to get the stuff I've been doing this route for a year and a half, and they had a lot of problems, a lot of complaints since I've been on it. All that stuff ended, and these stores weren't able to get their orders like they should have been before I got here. Now they know they got somebody they can depend on. They don't increase their orders, man. See, I get the same money regardless of what they order. I'd rather them not order that much.
Right. I hear you. I'm like, damn, y'all increased my workload, but
right, that's what I'm saying.
Not my work pay.
Right. Well, I got a little bump about a month and a half ago because I was getting ready to leave and do something different. They didn't want me to go, so because I didn't even make them an offer or anything like that. And they said, like, we ain't never had nobody decide leaving. Not give us a chance to retain them. Shoot, I wasn't trying to negotiate. I had made my mind up. I wasn't complaining about the money I was getting before, but I did need more. But I had agreed on a certain number, so I wasn't tripping about it.
Right.
But I had told them what I was trying to do, and that's why I was leaving. So they figure, what if we we try to get you close to that number weekly?
Right.
That help. So he got there. I could have got a whole grand out of him, but I settled for 900. My wife wanted me to get the whole 1,000. So it increased my money to 900 a week, more than what I was getting before. So I'm not. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in the environment, in the era where people is not, working and shit.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to run a business, but I was gonna do something that's a little bit easier on my body, and I was able to make the same type of money doing it, and I have a little bit more control of my time. But since they made it happen like this, it gives me assurance of what I will earn. So I already know the job, know where I'm going, know what my expenses just about will be.
Yeah,
so I figure ain't no sense rocking the boat,
Yeah, that's good. You already know what to expect, and then you, it's business at that point. Then whatever you're gonna put into it, like you said, time, effort, and expenses.
Right.
Hey, Bay Area, what you said? Yeah, for WBO. What was that comment to? I just checked that right now and read the comment. He says Jose and Josh wants Tio. Jose and Josh wants Bud.
Well, why would they go up? They
want Tio. Why go up? To get stomped out by Bud.
Right.
And that's crazy anyway, because Bud ain't gonna get no credit for it if he beats these guys.
That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't. If I was him, I wouldn't take that fight.
Yeah, I'll be looking to.
It's just like it's like a gladiator, a young gladiator whooping up on an old man that ain't into that life anymore. You can't get no points. You can't get no points for that.
Yeah, if I'm Bud, I'm still trying to see if I can get Porter in the ring, Thurman in the ring.
Yeah, he need. Yeah.
Otherwise, he said he. I think he really would move up to 154 and test the waters.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Bud is stronger now than what it was, but darn, man, I'm way behind now. 520. Shoot, man, this little setback here got me.
That's the thing. You be on time schedule too.
Yeah, man. I got more stops tonight than I had last night. But I ain't gonna worry about it. It is what it is. I'm not gonna worry about it now. What I was worried about. So I should be on my way to another. I should be pulling up in another section of Alabama right now, which is I should be pulling up in Muscle Shoals right as we speak. But now it's, I'm gonna be about 40 something minutes behind now. Well, about an hour, because I left at decent. I sat at the last stop and took a little power nap, just to get myself together because I was feeling a little sleepy. And then I came over here didn't waste any time, putting that order in after I took my little power nap. And it was still like, it should have been 4:30 when I was leaving here. Now it's almost an hour later. But it is what it is. Spilled milk. So let's get it.
What do you call it? Charger to the game? Let's call it.
That's it. Charger to the game.
So at least that's what they call it out here, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, got their own little sayings, but It's like charge it to the game. Shit.
And that
It is what it is.
that pallet just pulling up in this place. There's a little hump that you got to go up, and that's when that was spilled. So I had the same kind of pallet last night, and that didn't happen. I don't know why. They both were wrapped up pretty good. If I knew that was gonna happen, I would have strapped it in individually. Would have prevented that. Hey, it is what it is. Live and you learn.
You see that Clarissa Shields went in about the Demetrius Andre Saul Alvarez encounter.
Oh.
No. She went in about
Demetrius Andre. No, what did she say? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, she did.
No, what did she say?
She had a thing on her page. She said Canelo got the game fucked up on Andre.
Yeah.
Talking about he a horrible fighter. Talking about he a horrible fighter, and you know what I'm saying, dismissing him as if he's not worthy, you know, for a fight. She like, y'all don't know, y'all must not know who this dude is.
Yeah.
You think he could fight?
No, Canelo truly don't have him messed up though. I mean, she's right about what she's saying, but he don't have him messed up. He knows exactly who Andre is. That's why he's avoiding.
Right.
Exactly why he's avoiding.
She you know, talking about how he said he a horrible fighter and shit like that. But what you're saying, he's right. You know, he there's a reason. Like I said on the barbershop the other night, y'all can say, and you know, we can say whatever we want, first of all. But you know, people say that Alvarez is avoiding Charlo or has avoided him, right? Because he was Charlo was the mandatory for the WBC middleweight championship, and Saul requested to be franchised. Right. And that made him not be forced to face his mandatory.
Right.
And so that's just a fact. There's not any wiggle room around that or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is, when he's asked about Charlo, you know, he's like, "Oh yeah, why not?" You know, when he's asked about fighting David Benavidez, yeah, why not?
See,
Caleb Plant and the rest of these guys, but for whatever reason, when it's Demetrius Andre, it's yeah, but he has a fight coming up, and I'll fight this day.
He hasn't fought anybody. He hasn't
fought anybody. Like I posted on my the Sweet Science Examiner YouTube channel the other day because somebody on my Instagram gonna tell me that because I made a statement, and then he gonna tell me that that Alvarez never requested. Alvarez never had a goal to be 160. He never talked about wanted to unify at 160. And so I had to pull up the interview. I had to pull up.
Why was he there then? I don't know a fighter that's been in the game didn't have a desire before they get to a weight to be undisputed. Now,
what is it? There's a lot. There's several fighters, but what he was saying was his thing was he said that Alvarez never talked about unifying at 160. He said he just wanted to fight Triple G, and once he got the Triple G fight, he moved up in weight like all the great fighters before him. But he forgot that he moved up in weight after fighting Triple G, but he also moved back down to 160 to fight Danny Jacobs.
Right.
You see, and after he fought Danny Jacobs, Dan Rafael asked him flat out, "Hey, Demetrius Andre has the other belt, the last piece of the undisputed puzzle. You know, you said that
he didn't even try to get it.
Not gonna fight him because they say in the thing and throughout the press conference at one point they say he wants to fight uh, for undisputed, but the last belt is held by a guy who's gonna fight in June, and he fights in September, and they don't think that's enough time. So he says, "We'll see what we can do." Well, the thing is, if Andre has a fight in June, and then you got what is that, July, August, September. That's 3 months, and you say that's not enough. Then you move your dates if you want that undefeated, right?
Right.
It's not difficult.
No. He can
But
make
you
it.
want to have it on September. Listen, this is what he did. Floyd Mayweather made fighting in May and September a popular thing. Yeah. And Alvarez was fighting on those undercards.
Right.
So he tried to more or less adopt the dates after Mayweather retired.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about that though.
And he knows they're going to give it to him because he's the most popular fighter right now, as far as putting seats in, putting butts in the seats.
Right.
Since
they promoted him
no longer there. Yeah.
They promoted him just how they were supposed to.
Right.
And now he has the cachet. He has the cachet to
name it if fight he wants.
Yeah, to dictate that. The thing is, when you do that, people are gonna have that ammunition. Like, well, okay, you said you were gonna fight these guys, though. What happened?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And why do things keep happening when it comes to certain fighters? You want to fight silly Billy Sanders. Mr. Oxylofren. And now Caleb Plant. And I don't got no personal beef with Caleb Plant and how he moves. He don't do the Billy Sanders stuff, the antics.
Right.
Pretending like he's selling crap to people.
I think he'll be smarter than Billy Joe.
Or pretending to show people how to beat up women and things like those kind of things. But in the ring, the styles that they say that Alvarez has issues with, I think it's the fighter too. Who he fights. He had issues fighting Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs got a late start in that fight. He wins. To me, I just me personally, I think he did enough to win some of the close rounds in there. And I had Danny Jacobs winning 7 of the 12 rounds. Some of the other judges had him winning 5 rounds, so I'm not that far off. You know what I mean? And
I think Jacobs. I think he just gave too much respect to Canelo in that fight in the beginning of the fight. He didn't start wanting to fight until later. He let Canelo get a little lead, and I think it was the wrong thing for him to do. Because I think he won the first round. He gave way too much to Canelo. Yeah, and see, when he fought Triple G, he even though he got knocked down against Triple G, he did enough, in my opinion, to win that fight. If he had fought Canelo the same way he fought Triple G, I think he would have definitely won that fight. But he went in giving up too much respect, man, and I think judges, I'm gonna tell you, just like this past fight with Billy Joe, even though I know he got the knockout and he started the fight off winning, in my opinion, but that was about a string of 3 or 4 rounds that Billy Joe, in my opinion, outworked it. Because one time Canelo, it looked like he was confused and he kind of stopped punching. I thought he was tired, But Billy Joe kept on bending down low with his head in the same area, and he just timed him and caught him. And that's where he screwed up at. But I think if he had kept boxing and not doing all that old stupid bending deep like he was doing, and just put his head right in the line of fire for that uppercut, he probably would have made it 12 rounds and then would have got a decision. Somebody would have. But what I'm getting at, the score that those judges had at the end of that fight, I don't know how they had. All of them had Canelo ahead either by 3 or 4 points, and I just didn't. I figure I must have watched a different fight, because what I saw wasn't nowhere near like that. So
I don't even know.
I just said, man,
I gotta watch the fight multiple times to like really.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it
I
again.
only watched it once, and I really don't do too much in terms of like who won what round, especially when it ends like that, in a fight like that, where it's a stoppage or the fighter can't continue. But with Daniel Jacobs, it's different. That went to 12 rounds, so I've had the privilege of or the benefit, I should say, of watching it 2 or 3 times, and I
haven't done that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna watch it again.
Unlike the judges, the judges only get
some clarity on it.
Yeah, the judges only get a chance to watch it once. So I don't claim to be them, and I don't aspire to be them and just have to go by just one viewing of it, especially in the arena. You know what I mean? I don't like watching. I don't like judging from watching in the arena, because you only get to see the fight from wherever you're sitting at. It's not like you get the
That's true.
area view. If you're on one side of the ring, and they're fighting on the opposite side of the ring where you're sitting, then you don't get to see everything that you need to see in order to judge it. But when you watch it on TV, you can do that. You can watch it on TV, and you watch it multiple times. You can really do that. And so, like I was saying, Danny Jacobs started out. He won the first round to me. He won round 6. He won round 9, 10, and 11 and 12 to me, right? And 7. But and when and it's not far fetched when I say this, because 2 of the 3 judges gave him the first round. So I'm not just talking out my ass. You know what I'm saying? 2 of the 3 judges saw it the same way.
Are you saying Jacobs or Billy Joe?
Daniel Jacobs. I'm talking about the Daniel Jacobs fight. Billy Joe, I don't care about, because he got stopped. So I don't care about scoring that fight, because he got stopped. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't continue. So regardless of where that one was at, it was stopped in his corner. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he went to the scorecards because of an accidental headbutt or something like that. You know what I mean?
No, it was clear.
I'm talking about the Jacobs fight.
He actually broke that bone for sure.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Jacobs fight, because that's the fight where people I hear when I talk about boxing, and they say, "Well, Alvarez fought a slick black fighter, and he beat him in Jacobs," and I'm like, no, I don't think he beat him. On my card, I got him 7. I got Jacobs winning that 7-5 with a slow start. You know what I'm saying? And with outshowing showing Saul too much respect. Like, I agree with that. I think he okay. Even though I say slow start, even though I say he won the first round, I still think he got a slow start, because he got out the gates with the first round. But those are just fill out rounds, and Alvarez sometimes starts slow. He's trying to figure it out. But while you're trying to figure stuff out, if Jacobs is pumping his jab and he's moving to where he wants to move, and he's landed, you know what I'm saying? Those are ring generalship points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I gave him the first round, but in round 2, 3, 4, and 5, that was all Saul Alvarez, and you didn't do nothing to stop him from getting 2, 3, 4, and 5. You see what I'm saying? So that to me that's what I mean by slow start. but like I said, 2 of the 3 judges gave him um, round 1. If I'm not mistaken, I think all 3 judges gave him round 6. You know what I'm saying? Because that was one of the clear rounds he won.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I'm
sometimes
definitely gonna watch it again because I
sometimes
never
fighters,
watched it the second time.
yeah, sometimes fighters win clear rounds, and it's like, oh, okay, he won that round, and that was round 6. Uh,
Yeah.
Round 7, um, um, I gave him round. I thought he did enough in round 7 to win. I think Alvarez responded uh, all that much in round. He looks better than he did in round 6, but I don't think it was enough for him to win the round. It was basically round 7 was there was 2 close swing rounds, and it was I believe it was round 7 and round uh, 10, I think 10 or 9, one of those 2. And I gave both of those to Jacobs. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think round 7 and round 10 were close rounds, and I gave both of those rounds to Jacobs. That's where it was. And so on the scorecards, and then uh, 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 11 and 12, I believe most of the judges had them winning, had Jacobs winning around 11 and 12, and I agree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not. Basically, what I'm saying is I'm not pulling. I'm not going far fetched with it. If I'm saying this, and most people agree with the judges' unanimous decision that Alvarez won. So I'm like, I always tell people, I'm like, you agree with the judges that Alvarez won unanimously? Yeah. Okay. Well, 2 of those 3 judges gave round 9, 11, and 12 to Jacobs. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes a difference.
The only judge, and I gave him round 9. I gave him round 10 as well. And the one judge that gave Jacobs round 10 and round 7, that judge had the fight with Alvarez winning 8 of the 12 rounds. So he had the most lopsided score. You know, so even he gave Jacobs the rounds that I gave him. You see what I mean? Because they were that close. Those were close rounds. So I don't think, if I say that I had Jacobs winning 7-5, even with the slow start, even though he showed Alvarez way too much respect, and I agree, had he fought him like Triple G, he probably would have got. I'm not gonna say he would have won. Excuse me. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say he would have got the decision, because I thought he beat Triple G.
Right.
Multiple people thought he beat Triple G, and he still didn't get the decision.
Yeah, I still believe he beat Triple G. I'm gonna go back and watch.
But in my eyes,
I've
he
seen
beat both of them.
Triple G fight 3 times, I believe, and every time I watch it, he won that fight. And, the way I scored, the Canelo fight, I didn't, because I was disappointed in how he responded initially in that fight. But I'm gonna go back and watch it a couple times and try to get my feel on, and give it a better.
Which rounds did he win, Mike?
Account of it.
Which rounds did he win, Mike? Since you said he won 4 rounds tops. So do you agree with the second? Do you agree with the second judge? I mean, excuse me. Do you agree with the judge that had the fight 8-4? Is what you're saying? And if so, which rounds? Because I just broke down my takeaway from it, and I've seen it multiple times. So I trust my eyes on what I've seen, and then when I did finally get around to looking at the judges' scorecards, I was actually surprised to see that all the judges um, uh, saw certain rounds the same way I did. I was like, okay, so I'm not tripping. And I'm not saying that I agree with the judges all the time, but when it comes to certain fights, and people be like, well, yeah, the judges got it right. And this is one of them. People feel like the judges got it right. You know what I'm saying? 2 out of the 3 judges gave Danny Jacobs 5 rounds.
I tell you what else. Derenchenko, Jacobs did a better job beating Derenchenko than Triple G did. Triple G, in my opinion, lost that fight too. Derenchenko.
I think he did a better job beating Derenchenko than anybody. Yeah, I don't think anybody else knocked him down, including Jamal Charlo. I don't think Jamal Charlo knocked him down, did he?
Yeah, I can't remember. He might have.
I don't think he did. He beat his face in.
I know Derenchenko would give him all he needed. He gave Charlo a battle. Charlo had to come over and congratulate himself at the end of the fight. With not no sarcasm. Really giving him respect and props for a great fight, because it wasn't easy for Charlo.
And I think he beat him better than Triple G did.
Oh, he
I
did.
think Charlo beat him better than. I think
that was another fight that Triple G should have an L for.
Exactly.
He should have lost to Jacobs, and he should have lost to Derenchenko.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? It was sad. It was sad at the end of that fight, the Triple G fight with Derenchenko. Everybody knew Derenchenko had an outbox in that fight.
And that's the fight that I want to see, or I wanted to see at one point at 160. Hopefully we can see it at 168, which is Jamal Charlo versus Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs is a fighter who can fight out of the orthodox or the southpaw stance with ease, seamlessly, and for some reason, he doesn't get the credit that he deserves when he does. I can't stand this. Just me personally, I can't stand it when the commentators start talking shit about the boxers who can go southpaw and orthodox effectively. They start questioning, why is he turning? Why is he turning southpaw? Why is he turning orthodox? Why don't he just stay one way? What do you think? Do you think he should go back to southpaw? Or, well, I don't know. It looks like he's getting hit more. Man, you're gonna get hit in boxing. Shut the fuck up. But when it's it's certain fighters, when it's certain fighters, they don't do that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen fights where they have certain fighters switch back and forth, and they don't say that. But when it's Terrence Crawford and when it's Daniel Jacobs, they always question why Bud and why the Miracle Man are turning, switching stances. It's every fight. I listen to them, I'm like, what the fuck are y'all complaining about? You know how you can tell if they can do it is if their jab snaps and their backhand still got the same trajectory and velocity on it when they throw it. So if you can switch from southpaw and orthodox and your jab still look like a jab, you can do it. You know what I'm saying? You're just giving the person different angles and different looks. But
you gotta remember, the folks who's making those comments, they are one that in their mind, that's the way they would fight, one dimensional. They don't have the agility to switch or the mind to think when they switch. So they used to these guys fighting a certain way, and they hate to see them switch. They gave punches to keep up with what punches.
Your audio went out.
From the opposite side.
Mike from Boston, I'm still waiting for your score. How many times you watched the fight, and and your score, what rounds you gave each fighter. You can't do that with me. I'm not stopping nothing. I know how to watch boxing. I know how to judge boxing round from round. I know how I look at an actual round, and I trust my uh, uh, my boxing acumen. You know what I mean? So if I say something is based off something that I'm seeing when I watch the fight, so I don't have to stop anything. If you saw it another way, then you saw it another way. You go ahead and go on and say how you saw it. That's what I'm asking you. But you ain't gonna tell me to stop nothing. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna tell you what I saw using my boxing IQ or my mental acumen and my knowledge of how to score a fight using the four criterias and round by round and using the time the way I judge a fight. I don't just watch a round. I don't just watch a round and be like, oh well, that person easily did this or easily did that. If it's a close round for me, you know what I'm saying? It's a 3 round. Excuse me. It's a 3 minute round, and I judge it in increments of a minute at a time. So whoever went, I look at who's winning the first minute, second minute, and third minute, and ring generalship is subjective. Sometimes a person could be moving backwards, but they're setting up traps. You know what I'm saying? Or they're trying to draw a person in. Or sometimes a person could be moving forward, but they're actually following somebody. So that's not effective aggression. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I gave the rounds that I gave. If you have other rounds, you give the rounds that you give. But at the end of the day, they're just your opinion is as valid as my opinion, and my opinion is as valid as your opinion, and we can have different opinions. But I ain't gonna tell you to stop it just because you know what I'm saying, your opinion is different than mine. Like I said, the people judging the fight, you know, they must have seen some of the same things I've seen, because the same rounds I gave Jacobs, the judges was giving Jacobs. And like I said, 2 of the 3 judges gave him 5 rounds. RB, what it do, fam? Robert Brown in the building.
He's in the chat.
Yeah, he in the chat. But yeah, I don't need, to agree with anybody. Often I don't. You know what I'm saying? But I know that I can. All I need to be able to do is defend while I'm saying what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You can watch it for yourself and say, I'm tripping. But if you watch the first round and you think that Alvarez did something to win the round, then that's fine. But if a fighter lands 3 or 4 punches in a round, and I don't go by box stat, what's it called? I don't go by CompuBox stats, because all that is somebody clicking the button based on what they say is landed. I'm watching to see what landed myself.
Yeah, you can't
I'm
go
watching
by
to see
that.
what gets caught myself. I don't go by punch stats.
That can be human error, like a summer gun going by the
Yeah,
CompuBox.
most of the time it is.
Mm-hmm. And you, and you really can't go by the panel that by their scorecards themselves. I've seen many a times. Well, they'll have the score. I see a guy win a round, and they'll score for the opposite guy accidentally or something. And then later on, they'll give a round that the guy lost. They'll give him the round just to make up for it. I saw that last weekend, as a matter of fact.
Robert said,
come on the panel, RB.
He said, I heard a little about the judging. I actually agree with Blue's suggestion yesterday of elevating the judges like in tennis,
Yeah,
but
they
I'll
see.
go
I
a
see.
step further. Elevate 2 judges and put 1 judge watching on TV. Yeah, but the
Yeah.
thing with that is they all need to be able to see the same thing because they all judging the same fight. If you put 2 elevated and 1 watching on TV, you still got the same problem because uh, you have 2 of them who are at a disadvantage. They only can see what they can see from the angle that they're at. If you elevate them like above the ring, I guess you could say, um, like in tennis where you can see down. Um, you have to give them all uh, equal vantage points. They all have to have equal vantage points,
Right. Right.
or otherwise you saying the person who watched it on TV, his vote matter. He gets a swing vote, or his vote matters more than the others because he's able to see it from a different angle. I don't know.
But they were, yeah,
Uh,
like you said, they'll still only be able to see it from only one angle,
exactly, and
even
that's what I
upright.
was gonna say.
I think they all need to be watching high resolution monitors so they can see all the different angles that we see at home and
Right.
judge it that way. That way they don't have a blind area that they're viewing. They're not looking from down to up, in an upward trajectory. They can be looking right across with the eye lines, no strain on their eyes, and then make sure that they're not corresponding with what
You going in and out now since
it
you're
might
in a
change some
bad area.
judging.
Okay, there you go. I hear you now.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I think it'll change
Robert.
some judging. I think it's a bad again.
Yeah. Can't hear you at all
How
now.
about now?
Okay, I hear you now. I came back.
How about now?
Go ahead. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, if they put them on monitors, man, I think that'd be better. To be honest with you, high resolution monitors. And I'm not opposed to the judges going back watching replay while they prepping the fighters for the next round. Let
In
them go
between
back and
rounds.
skim a
That's what
little
I'm
bit.
saying.
Yeah, let them go back and do that. I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, and then
It would
as long as they judge it before
be more effective.
yeah, as long as you judge it before
As long as they get it judged before the next round. Yeah,
before the next round, exactly.
the next round. And then they don't need to have them on a card. They need to put each round in a box, drop it in a box they can't put their hands on anymore. After they put like a ballot box or something similar to that. Each round, they could be electronic or digital or whatever, but just they need to be able to hit it and not be able to see what they judged the last round and go on to the next
He said,
Can you hear me
sometimes watching the ringside, yeah. I heard you. Robert said, sometimes watching ringside is a little different from TV. It's a lot different from TV. That's what we're saying. That's why I prefer to watch it on TV. I don't like watching.
Me too.
I like watching fights live. I don't like judging fights live.
Me too.
I watch it live and I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? It's cool, but I'm not looking to say who won and who lost based on being there because I can only see. My bad. Go ahead.
See one angle. Tank. When I'm at a live
Okay,
fight,
I hear you now.
I love the energy of a live fight. Oh, okay. I love the energy of a live fight, but you know what? I find myself watching it on the Jumbotron every time.
See.
Because I'm worried about missing certain angles.
Yeah, see, and the judges don't have the benefit of that. They watching it from their seats, and yeah, I just think it's a great benefit of watching it on TV. I don't have no. I personally, I don't have no no recommendation on how they do it. They'll figure that out. You're
they
gonna
ain't
win
they're
some,
not
you're gonna
gonna
lose
get out,
some.
bro.
You're gonna have bad judgments. Regardless, it's in all sports. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Yeah, that's
an
that's a great
umpire,
possibility.
uh, uh, sometimes the umpire will call a strike. That's a ball, and sometimes they'll call a ball. That's a strike. Sometimes they'll call them safe when they out, and sometimes they'll call them out when they safe. Sometimes it'll be a foul when it's not. Sometimes it'll be out of bounds on this guy when it should have been out of bounds on that guy.
Yeah, but
And it'll cost.
the
And
difference is
each hold on. And
yeah,
each instant will cost one of the other teams the entire game. And you know what I'm saying, if it's out on the wrong person, or the foul's not a foul, or the foul was a foul, and you get that call wrong, it can cost another team a championship, a run at a championship, a game, and the whole nine. Just like in individual sports, where in like tennis, you can call it out when it's inbounds, or in boxing, you can call a low blow a fair shot, or you can call a fair shot a low blow, and change the outcome of a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? It's human error is going to be a part of it somehow, some way. So with me, uh, I just look at it from my particular vantage point. I was telling the boxer not too long ago. He had a controversial loss, um, to a fighter, another fighter that I know, and I couldn't pick sides between the two of them. I just told him uh, which rounds I thought he won and which rounds I thought the other guy won, and I left it at that. And I let him know why I thought he won the rounds he won, and I told him why I thought he lost the rounds that he lost. And I have the benefit of I had the benefit of watching it on TV. I don't aspire to be a judge. I wouldn't want that job if you know what I'm saying. If it was offered to me, because it's a thing that you have to do in the moment, and I don't even like judging boxing matches off of my first time watching them. I like to watch it multiple times, because sometimes you miss something in the moment. You know what I mean? Because it'll be a ooh and a ah. Whereas then you watch it again, you're like, okay, I know this moment is coming, but so let me watch all this other stuff that's in between. And at the end of the day, uh, even if you're elevated, you're going to be on one side of the ring or the other. So even if I'm elevated on one side of the ring, if the fight goes into the corner of the opposite side of the ring, I'm still not going to be able to judge it the same way as the person who's elevated and on that side of the ring. Uh, uh, I understand what you're saying, though, Robert, and I don't even deny that elevating them so that they can look down on the fight is not a great idea. I'm just saying that even if they do that, if I'm on one side of the ring, if I'm on one side of a 20-foot ring and another judge is on the other side of a 20-foot ring, and it goes to the corner of the other side of the ring, I'm still not going to be able to see everything I need to see the same way that judge over there is going to be able to see it. So I may say, those punches got blocked, or the fighter slipped those punches, and the judge on that side may be like, nah, that shit landed, and they may give that round, or to that fighter. You know what I'm saying? And you still gonna have lopsided cards where judges be like, nah, I got him in it, because the fighter took the fight into that particular side of the ring more times than not. Then they gave him those rounds, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I'm done though. I didn't. You kept coming in and going out. So
Am I in?
go
Can you
ahead,
hear me
brother.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What I was gonna say, this is what I would suggest they do, and what I would like to see is the best result I have in mind right now. Because I don't think we need to leave it up to them totally to figure it out, because I don't think they will purposely, because they've been doing it the same way for years and years now, and it hadn't got any better. I think what they should do is these judges need to have monitors that they can super speed, fast forward, and rewind in between rounds, to do if they had a question about something that took place in the round, they can go back and look at it. I also believe see boxing, unlike tennis, baseball, football, and basketball, doesn't have I mean those boxing doesn't let you contest what happened in the previous round or the previous play, so to speak. You can do that in those other sports. You can if an umpire calls a ball foul, you can contest it. If you as far as football, if you thought a guy's foot was on the line when he was shooting a 3-point attempt, you can contest that. So unlike all those other sports, boxing doesn't have that luxury right now. They need to implement that instant replay. They need to implement monitors for these judges because they're not seeing the fight from all angles, and so then they're only getting a third, a fourth of the view of the fight. And so if they give them some high resolution monitors, give them the opportunity to go back and look at those rounds. Like if a referee called a knockdown and the fighter's saying, no, it wasn't a knockdown. Well, the judges might not have thought it was a knockdown either. They get a chance to go back on their own and look at that and see if it was a knockdown or not, and they can judge it accordingly. If one corner wants to contest a certain thing that happened in the round, they should ready to do that. But they got to do it with speed and precision because they only get a minute in between those rounds. And I think if they do something like that, we probably see fights judged a little bit closer to reality than what we've had here the last 100 years or plus, I guess. Because right now what they're doing, it doesn't really work. And we all have seen fights that looked and appeared to us to be going a certain way, and the judges to be totally opposite. Then we had fights that went the way that we thought it should go. But I just think until they do make some changes somewhere along the lines of something like that, man, implement instant replays and all this type, implement challenges from the corners so the judges get it right, we're going to have a problem, a continued problem like we have now. Well, you able to hear me then?
Yeah. I didn't want to. Yeah. You came in clear. Yeah, I agree. I think that I just think that even with that, I'm still going to see the fight the way I see the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm still going to judge myself. I mean, we wouldn't be fight fans if we didn't. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm still going to do that as well. But at the same time, I think that'll hold those judges more accountable.
Go ahead, because I can't. When we talk at the same time, it seems like it's choppy on my end.
Oh, my bad. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
I was just
let me
saying
know when you're done.
Okay. I was just thinking that that'll hold those judges more accountable. And I think it'll help assist them in making the best calls as well. And then at the end of the fight, if things go the way at the end of fights before they get their checks, maybe they could, hold those judges more accountable at that point, and let them know, hey, why did you call it this away or that away or whatever when you had access to this, that, and the third to see the fight, and make them, give an explanation why. Because I mean, they have the technology to go back and let the judge contradict what the judge says because they, a video. But if the judge has access to instant video himself, he has no excuse. Then on top of that, who's not to say that when they're watching the fight from the ring and looking in an upward position, some of those persons' neck may give them a little ache, and they might have a little ache in the neck depending on what degree of shape they're in. So if they got a monitor in front of them that's pretty much eye level, that takes that excuse out of it. You can go ahead, bro. Take.
Yeah, great point. Yeah. Great points because Um, you never know when a person's neck gonna get tired, and they
Right.
look away or whatever the case may be. Uh, uh, and I think that it'd be a thing for uh, fans that'll let fans uh, not have too much of an issue with it if they know that the judges can get replay and uh,
Right.
watch it on the monitor uh, and overrule what they probably previously thought they saw from round to round. Um, and just like the what I was saying was even with that being said, I still would you know uh, I think that it's so subjective. Um, who had the ring generalship? Uh, uh, what what's defense versus what's considered being non-engaging to the referee who's I'm sorry, to the judge who's judging the bouts. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I think at the end of the
Yeah.
day, because it's a human uh, uh, subjective decision, that you're still gonna have decisions being made where people who seeing it are gonna say like, well, nah, that didn't. You know, I don't think this was that round or this person got that round. Uh, at the end of the day, you still have those same fans who are watching it from their perspective see it differently because they're watching it. The judges are still forced to make a decision in the moment. I'm not saying that they can't make a decision in the moment. I'm just saying that I personally, I'm just talking about how I look at fights because um, a lot of fights that any fight that I have a, a thought out um, analysis of is because I watched it multiple times. I don't talk about fights
Yeah.
in any kind of detail or analytical way if I only watch it once. I'll say I only watched it once. This was my initial reaction, but I'm not going to say who won this and who won that with any kind of definitive statements because I just don't do that until I watch it multiple times. Um, because I
That's
watch
fair.
it once. You know what I'm saying? When I watch it once, I see what I see that one time, but when I watch it a second time, I may notice a punch not land that I gave credit for landing, but it hit the glove or the back. You can't hit a punch in the back. A person's back is not a scoring blow. You know what I mean? Um,
Mhm.
and so I really watch fights like that. So I still would go with me versus a judge, even if a judge got a chance to watch it on replay, watch it on video, but they had to judge in that one night. They didn't get a chance to look it over. And I know that's an unfair thing, but like I said, that's why I originally said I don't have no aspirations of being a judge. You know what I'm saying? I don't envy their position that they have to come up with that right there on the spot. I'm just a fight fan. I'm just a boxing fan who likes to watch it multiple times, and I like to get it right. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, I'm telling Mike in Boston that that's the way I watched the Daniel Jacobs Saul Alvarez fight. You can watch it and see something else. You can give him 3 rounds. You can give him 2. I don't. You can say he won it easily. At the end of the day, I know when I watch round 1, round 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12, that those rounds were all close rounds. And if you watch them and you don't see them as close rounds, that's fair enough. That's you. But I don't see uh, Saul Alvarez doing nothing spectacular that I give him the edge in rounds 1, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? And that's 7 rounds. So in those 7 rounds, if you see something different, please let me know. I'm giving you the exact same rounds I gave Jacobs. So if you want to rewatch the fight, you got to let me know which rounds that you got to let me know if those 7 rounds, which ones did you give out of those 7 to Alvarez? Not just by your memory, but like go watch the fight and rewatch it using your basketball using your boxing acumen. Because like I said, I don't never discredit anybody else's fight knowledge. I don't do that because I don't know what you know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how long you've been watching the sport. I don't know I don't know how closely you follow the sport. I don't know anything about the next person. I just know what I do. I trust me. You see what I'm saying? And when I look at it, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, okay. Nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know, I'm watching things like foot feints. I'm watching a person use feints, you know, I know what I'm watching is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I trust me. So if I'm saying that a fighter won 7 rounds, that's just based off what I see. If you feel that they didn't win those 7 rounds, or you felt that they was easily in the opposite way, then, you know, and you really have an issue with it. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. I've watched fights with people. You know what I mean? You know, now we live in an age where we can do it digitally. You know what I'm saying? Go jump on a Zoom private room, put the fight on, share the screen, and then you know what I'm saying. You telling me that those were clean punches. You telling me that person one of them is dictating the pace. You know what I'm saying? You telling me that feint right there didn't freeze the fighter. You know what I mean? That's because that's how I'm gonna look at it. And we can go round for round, and rescore it. But you know, I don't count punches per se. You know what I'm saying? Like a what do you call that? The CompuBox thing, and say, well, this guy landed 27% of his fights. I don't do that. I look at everything in its totality. I'll be like, okay, this is the first. It's 3 minutes in the round. So in the first minute, who got the best of that round? Using all the 4 criterias. Ring generalship, effective defense, effective aggression, and clean punches landed. Who did that in the first minute? Who did it in the second minute? Who did it in the third minute? And sometimes that bleeds over and it'll be even. And those are the rounds that I see. That's what I'm saying. Like with me, I don't have to abide by the judge's rule all the time. Like where they be like, oh, you can't give a 10-10 round. That's what they say, right? You can't judge a 10-10. No, they can't judge a 10-10 round. But I can say that a round was that even, and then at the end of the fight, I'll say, well, you know what, this was an even round. I can give it to Jacobs, or I'll give it to Alvarez because I like the way that this fighter used foot feints versus that fighter's whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah, I was always told that you could give them 10-10 if it's an even round, no losers.
Yeah, but they do like they do one of those unwritten rules where we highly suggest against it type of deals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like one of those unwritten rules. No 9-9 rounds, no 10-10 rounds. But I'm like
But if you judge
each
round like it's an individual fight, you gotta you know, just like you can have a unanimous decision, split decision, or a knockout, or a draw.
Or a draw.
You gotta judge that round like that.
Exactly, and that's exactly where I was about to go with it, bro. That's exactly where I was gonna go with it. Because at the end of the day, if I knock you down in the round, what is it?
From the sport.
But think about it. If I knock you down, it's what is it? It's a 10-8 round, right?
Yes.
What if you knock me down?
2 points.
What if you get up and knock me down?
It cancels. Then you got an 8-8 round.
That's what I'm saying. So how come we can have
or
an 8-8?
Or if one of the fighters come back and be aggressive and win the round the rest of the way, they both have knocked each other down, and you got a 9-8 round.
See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. If I get a knockdown and you get a knockdown, and it's still it's still an even round, then how come it can't be in terms of 10-10?
Well, the rule is when I was fighting in the amateurs, they had us to set in one time. It's been a long time ago now, but they had us to set in. They had like a referees and judges from amateur boxing in my area at the time. They had they met at our gym, and they had a little meeting, like a little tutorial type of situation where they were explaining to the trainers, the referees and judges how fights are to be scored. And what I remember them saying that a knockdown counts, the first knockdown counts as 2 points against the fighter that was knocked down. So if both fighters get knocked down, they both lose 2 points in that round, but it cancels each other out. I mean, it's 8-8, you know what I'm saying? But if one were to get up, okay, prime example, when Deontay Wilder knocked Tyson Fury down, and he got up, even though I felt he was out for at least 4 seconds, according to what I saw and what he said. Anyway, when he knocked him down, he got up. He won the rest of that round, even though he still lost around 10-8, because it was a legitimate knockdown, and it was it was a count involved and all that good stuff. Now if he had hurt Deontay pretty good, but Deontay didn't go down, it would have been like a 10-9 round. It could have been judged that way. I mean, not 10-9, but a 8-9 round. But if Tyson Fury had got up and knocked Deontay Wilder down, and they ended that round like that, they went back and forth, then 8-8 at the end of that round. And it just basically would have canceled each other out, but it would have been 8-8.
Fact.
That's just what I remember them explaining to us. I was a kid, but I never forgot that day though, because I was always wondering how they scored fights, and that was the first time it had ever been explained to me then. And yeah, it's but you can have even rounds, you can have odd rounds, you know. Just depend. Now, what I don't like, I've seen now that they also have the discretion to score a round like a fighter's been knocked down, even though he didn't go down, but he was hurt pretty bad.
Right, you can score a 9. Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
You can score 10-8 if the judges have that discretion to do that.
If it's that
even
damn
if he
brutal.
didn't get a 8 count and all, you just got beat from
get your ass washed
corner
in
to
there. They
corner,
could be like,
you know?
damn, that was a 10-8 round. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
beat him bad, you know.
And so that's why I say if they can do that, then, and that's what I'm saying, if they can do that, then I can do a 10-10 when it's necessary, because that's well within the rules to score a fight. I mean, score around 10-10. It's like I said, it's just an unwritten rule that if you don't have to, don't do it. You know what I mean? Give somebody the round. It's easier that way. But you know, sometimes there are rounds, like I said,
hard.
that are
fighters doing a
like,
whole lot.
Give me, you know what I mean? One fighter is giving foot feints, and the other fighter is giving hand feints. Excuse me. And you know, both fighters are either landing good shots, or one fighter's landed 2 or 3 good shots, but the other fighter is making them miss 6 or 7 shots, but his punches are somewhat blocked, or you know, the person is rolling with the punch, so it's not as as an harder or effective punch, but it's still landed. It still counts as a landed punch. Just because you rolled with it and took some of the sting off, doesn't mean that it didn't count. You know what I mean? So you have the discretion to say, well, damn, do I give it to the person who landed 3 hard punches, or the person who landed 4 or 5, 6 or 7 punches that were rolled? You know what I mean? And that's where the discretion comes in, and that's the human error, not error, but the human aspect of the judging process that people don't like. But it's part of the process, and it's always going to be there. That's why I like watching it more than I like watching fights more than once, and on TV rather than in person. It's just even if I'm on the ring side, down on the floor, if the fight goes to the opposite corner, and I don't get, I got to go by what I hear. But when you're in these big packed stadiums, sometimes you don't get a chance to get everything that you need to get. So you're doing the best that you can. So even though I may be like, oh man, I don't agree with the judge's decision. A lot of times I just rest on mine. I don't trip too bad. Like a lot of people be like, that shit was not the Canelo Alvarez didn't win no draw with Mayweather. How the fuck did they say that? I don't get all bent out of shape. I know for me that I saw Floyd win 12 out of 12 rounds. You know what I mean? Does it hurt the fighters?
Oh yeah.
That's them, but that's not me. That's something that they got to do and they got to go through and they got to deal with, and more power to them. But it's not me. You know what I mean? So I don't trip out about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just the person that's analyzing it or watching it from afar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that invested in it the way the boxers, trainers, promoters are invested in it. And I don't pretend to be. And I don't want to be.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Unless I got a fighter, unless somebody says, hey, help train me or help manage my career or something like that, then I may have a difference of opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yo, man, you stole the fight. You stole the fight from my fighter. But right now, I just kind of, and I don't gamble. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these guys be gambling on the scores and gambling on the decisions and gambling on who's gonna have this round or that round.
I don't invest myself like that.
And then they end up really getting into it like that. Man, that's bullshit. That wasn't no 10-8 round. A lot of these motherfuckers be betting that it's gonna be a 10-9 round or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I work up my passion for the fight, but I don't get involved with it enough to where I feel like I gotta hate somebody because of what happened or the results or anything, or just assume too much emotion over it. I can't. I'm not built like that. So it ain't gonna change me one bit. As far as financially or health wise, the results of that fight. I am not going to put no money on it, especially when you never know what these fighters gonna come to. How they gonna come to the ring. So they individuals like we are. Everybody have a bad day, but don't feel like doing something a certain day that they normally would do normally. So yeah, I'm not gonna get caught up anyway.
Guys be hiding injuries you don't know about.
Right, exactly. Because they're trying to make sure they get that check. You find out later on, oh yeah, his shoulder was messed up, hand was messed up, all this kind of thing, And then we ready to argue somebody down about what the call should have been in the fight.
Right.
We have no control over that individual. How they come to the ring.
I didn't know Andy Ruiz was not going to train at all. I didn't know
Right.
Mike Tyson was. I didn't know
Right.
Mike Tyson was partying the whole night before.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I don't.
Right.
You don't know. You just know what you know when you know it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Drinking all that
you know,
sake.
I didn't know Maurice Hooker was going to hit the guy on top of the head and break his hand. How was I supposed to
Right.
know this or that? You know, and my whole thing is you don't
But
know. That's why
that was
I
actually
don't bet.
that was actually a punch that broke. He
What?
hit that Maurice Hooker. Your boy hit it.
That's what I said, right?
Punch. Well, you said top of the head. And Maurice Hooker hit the top of the head.
Yeah, he hit him
But
on the top of the head.
now your boy hit him like at the top of his wrist. I saw the punch when it happened, and he after he hit that wrist, unless it started at the top of the head. But I saw him hit that wrist. When he hit that wrist, he was done. That's when he went down.
I saw the reaction after he hit him on the head.
Yeah,
And
it was
I
crazy.
saw him hit him on the head, and then I seen the reaction, the reaction from what I see, or from what I took.
I looked at
Popped
it. I
him,
looked at it
popped
about
him.
3 times. Looked the same to me. Because it was his right hand.
Right.
And now I got to go back to see if it was a punch he hit before that. But every time I watched it, was the same punch that Ortiz used that looked like it broke. You know, broke. I don't know if it was a hand or his wrist. I hadn't checked back to see which one they said exactly. But I saw the punch. I saw what I thought was a punch. Did it.
That Virgil Ortiz punched Maurice Hooker's hand.
Yeah, it punched like his wrist, the top of his wrist, below his hand. And
then he threw,
after
and
that,
then he
he
used
went
that.
down.
He threw that same punch to his head. After that.
No, he didn't throw it. No, he went down.
You saying that?
Right after that, he turned around and he went down. Remember, he turned around and went down.
Yeah, I thought. Oh, let me see that. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah. Cause I think he God, dog, they got that one closed up too. Man, don't close all of them up on both ends. Why they do that? Knowing I got to put this paperwork in here. No, okay, they got the bottom one open. Okay, we good. We'll just you looking at it now?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, all right. I think my boy Ortiz do like a straight right or something.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the replay. It's like a hook. It's like a, like a slapping. So it's like slapping punches. Short and slow motion. Oh shit. It happened so fast.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, he glanced. Yeah, it was like he glanced the top of his head. Let me see. Because I see the punch. They're not doing it super slow. They're doing it slow, but they're not doing it super slow. The punch. They're both throwing right hands at the same time, but it looked like Ortiz punch landed on. Damn it! What the fuck is this one? it looked like Ortiz punch landed on the left side of Maurice Hooker's body. I don't know if it was in the head or the left shoulder. Yeah, he hit him with he hit Maurice Hooker. His right hand landed on Maurice Hooker's left side of his face, it looks like. Not on his hand. Unless it slid off of that. And boom,
You didn't see the punch. You didn't see the Ortiz punch on his wrist.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, I'm looking at the end. I'm looking at where
when he went down.
Where I'm looking at the punches that they thrown at the same time when he went down. Ortiz is throwing a right hand, and Maurice Hooker's throwing a right hand, and Ortiz's right hand landed on Hooker's left side of his face, because even when you see it from behind,
I didn't see it touch. I saw it touch
his glove,
touch his wrist.
Yeah. I wish I could screenshot it and send it to you, but yeah, it's right there.
I believe I'll pull up later and watch it on the zone. But every time I watch it, it seems
it's on YouTube. Afterwards, they show it in slow. I just paused it right here.
Yeah.
He hit him on the top of the head. Let me see. I keep saying the top.
I'll reanalyze.
Yeah. Let me see. See, then every time I say that, it's hard for me to pause it right on that moment. It looks like he goes past his head and didn't even land. But I think it glanced it. Because he came back with a left hook, right?
Who came back with a left hook?
Maurice.
What I remember, he didn't throw another punch after that.
Damn, that right hand had the glance. It looked like from when they showed the behind angle from behind Hooker, it looks like his right hand don't even land on nothing, on the wrist or nothing. You could just see Maurice. I mean, you could just see Virgil Ortiz's right hand land on the left side of Hooker's face, unless it landed after. That should look like it didn't hit nothing. Now look. But then when you look at from behind to the left, over the left shoulder of Ortiz, it looks like it landed.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, my man?
Who that?
That's Cal.
Who that? Kyle?
Cal
Style.
Is that Kyle or Cam?
It's Cal. My hood Southern slang, I always kick in first.
You know, I've been Cal my whole life, man. So ain't nothing different.
What was they calling you, Kyle? Was they calling you Cal? Cal? I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Cal.
They used to say Cal Moo, and I used to be like, dude, my name is not even Kyle. It's Kyle.
Yeah, it's Kyle.
Listen, man, I only had one friend growing up that could say my name right. My boy Kevin Jordan. Shout out to my boy Kev, man. He was the only person that could say my name, but he would say it like Kyle. And I used to be like, what's my name like that?
See,
he said, that's how you say
I was about to say most of the people out here pronounce it correctly. Either grew up in the suburbs with the lighter persuasion or the lighter persuasion themselves. You know what I'm saying? They say, and I'm so used to hearing folks around my way say it a certain way, so that's the first thing come out of my mouth. And I said, I'm not saying it. I know I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah, my boy Kev Jordan, man. He black though. He a hood.
I figured he was. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the only person that could say my name right there. He used to be like, Kyle. I said, why you say my name like that, dog? He was like, that's how you say your name, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle. So it is Kyle. KY.
Kyle.
When I take my time to pronounce it, I pronounce it close to correct. But when I just let it blur out, straight up hood Southern.
It sounds like Cal, huh? Cal. Cal.
Yeah, I've been Cal my whole life, bro. It's crazy. Hey, so Big Tank, So I had the TV playing, right? But I need you to double back and let me hear your thoughts on Snoop. I heard it about Chris, but I want to hear it about Snoop.
Okay, hold on. Damn, bro.
Hey, Tank
My
a
bad.
trooper, man. Tank is a trooper, man. He I had a pallet fall over on me, man. He kept me company while I had to unload and restack.
Man, shout
Got you.
out to Big Tank, man. Shout out to the Stream King, man. Mr. 10-hour stream guy over here, man. You talking about hold it down. The man held it down for 10 hours. And if my phone didn't trip out and not been able to let him back in, it would have went to about 12.
Hey, Tank, what was that, Monday morning? I kept knocking myself out. I finally got back in, and you were gone.
Man, I caught a bad migraine spell, bro.
Did you?
It happens. Yeah. I get migraine. Yeah. I caught one.
So what happened to the
damn, I fucked up my
page,
moment.
man?
I fucked up my moment because when you were saying that I held it down when the pallets fucked up, and then Kyle was like the Stream King. You know, I had it set up. You know what I'm saying? Since it was Wire Wednesday, I was gonna say, got to. It's America, man. You know what I'm saying? First scene of The Wire. They killed my nigga Snot Boogie and shit.
Yeah, y'all got me ready to go back and watch it.
Kill Snot Boogie, dog. Kill Snot Boogie. My nigga said, huh?
What they call it? A binge watch, The Wire.
Yeah,
y'all
bro.
got me want to go back and do that now.
I told you when Kyle was bringing it up, that's why I was like, yeah, this person, they showed up in episode 4 of season 3. I just watched those. I literally just watched those episodes. What would you say, Kyle?
I told this dude, I said, "Take me, how the hell can you remember all that, man?" He goes, "Man, I watched it about 12 times." I said, "Jesus Christ!"
I watched this shit like if I'm not studying something, if I'm not out and about, and I already got something planned, and I get bored, I'll pop on The Wire, bro. Because the rewatchability of it is there for me. I don't, like people be like, oh, excuse me, how you watch this fight more than once? That's what I like. I watch the shit more than once.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that's really how I feel about the Godfather of Harlem.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. It sounds weird. If I had any of my homeboys on it, they'd be like, "Yeah, that's that nigga Tank, do that shit." Hey, look, even when this nigga was alive, every weekend I watch a old Kobe Bryant game on YouTube. They have full games. Full
Eli, join the panel, Eli.
games. So like I this weekend I watched the 2008 playoffs against game 2 against the 2008 Nuggets versus the Lakers when AI was with when AI would play with Melo on the Nuggets. Like the whole game is on YouTube. It's like I watched the full games. I watched and the other day I watched that on Saturday, and on Sunday I watched Magic Johnson full game. Which one was it? 1988 game. It's a regular season game with Charles Barkley versus Charles Barkley Sixers versus Magic Johnson's Lakers. Like I do that shit. Like I literally watch the whole, thing. I just do shit like that. Like, man, let me take a break. People be like, I'll take a break. That's me taking a break from doing what I do. I'm doing something like, let me get a break in, dog. Let me go watch something. and decompress. Eli, salute.
So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, you said something about The Wire. You said Snoop and who else? Can you hear me? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Kyle.
I can hear
Kyle,
you.
can you hear me? Did Kyle ask me? He asked me something about The Wire, right? He said he had his TV on. I don't think he got a chance to finish asking me what he's asking.
Your take on
Break it up. Break it up bad.
Are you driving, Kyle? Are you driving, Kyle?
I'm at work. Yeah, I'm posted. Got my arms folded. You know what I mean? Shout out to D6 Mafia.
Okay, I hear him now. What was you asking me, bro?
No, I was saying, what was your take on Snoop? I didn't get to hear your take on her.
Oh, okay. I think what I was saying was she came up under she was one of the ones trained by Chris, because remember Chris was training all of the soldiers for Marlowe's organization. You know, we seen that in later in the series or later in the story where you find out that he's the teacher for all of the muscle. Whether it's taking them to the shooting range and letting them know if they shooting properly, you know what I'm saying, they got proper technique, or whether it's talking about where exactly to shoot somebody, you know what I mean, or training them how to hunt and track people. All that is done by Chris. And I said the first time we see Snoop break her, pop her cherry or whatnot in the game was when Marlo taps her in the pigeon coop to do her first hit. He tells her it's
Okay,
your turn, girl.
you'll be all right.
Can you hear? You hear? Oh, he's not talking to me. Can you hear me, Kyle?
Yeah, I hear you. I was talking to one of my.
Okay, my bad.
I'm listening to you. Just give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll wait. Let me know when you get done with your work. Yeah.
I think he's saying you can go ahead and talk about it. He's listening.
Oh, he said I could go ahead? Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought he said he was talking to somebody. He kind of choppy on my end, so I couldn't understand. But what did I say last? Yeah, he tapped her to say he tapped Snoop to he said it's your turn, girl. Giving her from as far as we know, her first assignment on the series as a hitter, and she had to do the drive by on the corner. I don't want to give it away what she had, what was the scenario, because the scene plays out so dope when you watch it for the first time. But that was in the pigeon coop where Marlo tells her it's your turn, girl. You know what I'm saying? It's your time. And she does her hit, and then I think after that is when she gets elevated to be right up under Chris as the muscle. So I would compare her to more like a let's say Bird or Savino in the Barksdale organization from season 1, where you had Wee-Bey as the main chief enforcer, but then you had other enforcers like Savino and Bird who also put in work, but they was under Wee-Bey. And I believe Snoop was the same way. She was a muscle, but she was under Chris. You know what I'm saying? But somebody said something about her being reckless or something like that, and I don't remember her being reckless. And that person never did elaborate. I asked them to elaborate. Yeah, they said that
I don't remember
that Snoop. They said that Snoop was reckless, like Avon was reckless, and I wanted them to elaborate on both of those comments, but they never did because I went back in
I
the
always
chat and I didn't see it.
I always saw
So,
Snoop to be the person that knew just about everything that went on, all the secrets, but wouldn't tell anything, wouldn't give anything away, but also would be a hitter if necessary. I didn't see Snoop being messy at all, though.
yeah, I mean, I didn't like, I didn't like the lie she told at the end of season, at the end of I didn't like the lie she told um, about a situation with people always overlook it, but there's a huge lie she tells um, about a
I gotta
major.
bounce in and bounce. I gotta bounce out and bounce right in, Tank. I don't know what the hell is going on with my phone, dude. I can barely hear.
Oh damn! Let me know when he comes back in. Yeah, man. That's the one thing that I really can't fuck with. Other than that, she does what she's told. Um, you know what I'm saying? She does what she's told as a good soldier is supposed to follow orders.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the fact that nobody in Marlo's organization had a voice of their own. It seemed like outside of Vincent, you know what I mean? Probably Chris had a little bit of voice. You know what I'm saying? They seem to play out like they was childhood friends or something like that. Kind of like Avon and Stringer, it seems. Marlo had the utmost trust in Chris, the same way that Weebay and Stringer had the utmost respect. I'm sorry, and trust in utmost trust in. Wait, let's say Weebay and Stringer. The Avon and Stringer had the utmost trust in Weebay. I think that Marlo had the same trust in Chris. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you know what? I ain't got to worry about this motherfucker. Snoop, I think the only thing Snoop didn't know about was some of the information about the Connect. You know what I mean?
Some of the what now?
Information about the Connect. Because they say at one particular time, well, nobody knew about this. Not even Snoop knew about this. I think they say in one of the conversations.
I should have clarified. Cause I when I said she knew about everything but wouldn't tell anything, I was more or less thinking in the as far as the killings.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah.
But I wanted to clarify for the people, what they call it, the people in the back or the people listening on the replay.
Right. That's something I knew about her. She saw a whole lot of stuff. Lot of stuff. Act like she did nothing happen.
Like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? She was, what they say, murder wasn't no thing to her.
No,
you know what I mean?
nothing at all.
She wasn't shook over it. She wasn't worried about it.
Yeah, she was always like, better you than me.
And exactly. She was eager to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What was that one throwaway line they had? It was like, she ain't had no work in a while. She kind of eager to get back to it. Chris say, you need to shut the fuck up. You need to shut the fuck up. Lisa Snoop Pearson.
She's probably the only one that got to play herself.
Right.
In that whole show.
That's what I was saying. I think she's the only one. That was the other thing I was saying. I think that out of all the characters, out of all of the people who were real life, whose characters was based on real life that got a chance to be on the show, I think she was the only one that got a chance to play herself. The only person that came close was Omar Little, the real Omar.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't get a chance to play himself either. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. I didn't think so. I thought there was like, yeah, what's his name, Michael something, the actor that played him.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
real Omar is the character who uh remember when they had the shootout in the apartment
It's been
in the
so many years
condominium?
since I watched it.
You remember when
I probably remember if I see
you
it, but
remember
it's been
you
some
remember the
years.
scene where Omar has to jump off the balcony?
I couldn't I couldn't remember.
Damn, you
Is
don't remember that either?
is,
That's a
is
huge.
this
Okay,
is this
it's all good.
is this before was this before or after they act like he was dead or something? He went away for a while and then he come back. Is that before then or after he got back?
After he got back.
Okay.
Well, no. Take that back. I take that back because he does that multiple times. So I can't even answer that question because I gotta ask you which time.
Okay.
The motherfucker does that shit multiple times
Oh,
throughout
I
the
didn't I
series,
didn't realize he
throughout
did.
his
I thought he
throughout
left
the
just at
story.
one time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
motherfucker. Well, when you say left, what do you mean left? Do you mean was in hiding, or do you mean left and
Well,
went
some kind of way
to a
I think
different
it's in
place?
hiding or something, or they act
Yeah, he
like
does that.
he
He does
act like
that
he
twice
was
too.
dead or missing or something.
Yeah, he does that more than I stick to my original thing because I was right because now I thought I was like, well, he does it here, then he does it there, then he did it over here as well. Then right there, he didn't leave, but he was just hiding, and everybody thought he, you know what I mean? So that because to me,
Yeah,
I don't like the character.
I
Uh,
didn't realize.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the Omar Little character on the show. Um,
When
my bad.
he
Go ahead, because you coming in
come
and out. So
back at
let me know.
the last time, Omar back.
Go ahead, because you coming in and out. So I don't want to. I can't. We can't talk at the same time because I can't hear you. Hello. Oh, maybe I'm.
I'm in a bad area. Go ahead and talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the Omar Little character on the show. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand the character, and from the moment the character uh uh came on the screen and they showed what the character does for a living, I wasn't a fan of the character then. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is a stick up kid. Um, and then uh, you're a stick up kid. Then I looked at him as a character who don't take responsibility for his own actions. His actions cause um, uh, adverse reactions. I'm sorry. His actions cause adverse repercussions to his squad, and he blames the people who did the shit to them instead of taking the responsibility of, well, they only did that to us because of what we did to them. You know what I'm saying? So, from the moment the character's introduced, I'm like, man, I can't wait till this character uh, get what they deserve. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I never liked the character. I don't know. I'm still in awe of the people who do like the character or whatever reason they're fascinated by the character. I do. I'm not ignorant of the fact that the writers of the show started to uh, make the character something that it wasn't. But I never forgot. I never lost track of. I'll say it this way, not forgot. I never lost track of um, what the inconsistencies of what the character was saying out of the character's own mouth, but doing with its actions was doing other things than what the character was saying, and then all of the all of the times that the character made decisions that that had consequences, and then the character acted like something was happening wrong to them. You know what I'm saying? when it's like, damn, every bad thing that happens to you or to the people that's in your crew or around you is all 100% your fault. So why the fuck should I feel sorry for your ass when you did it? You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be out here robbing motherfuckers and then get mad at the way they respond. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That was my whole mentality. It's always been my mentality, and every time I watch it, I have the same feeling about the character. Like, man, fuck you. Now fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here. Crying and shit and mad and shit, and then blaming, oh, I gotta go get the revenge. Nigga, how you gonna get revenge when they're getting revenge on your ass? How the fuck you gonna get revenge on somebody who's out getting revenge on your dumb ass? You know what I'm saying? You think you're just gonna rob a motherfucker and shoot the people you robbing and all this other kind of shit, and then it ain't gonna be no comeback? What the fuck you think this is? You know, people started calling him Robin Hood and all this other weird shit, and I'm like, no, Robin Hood stole from the
rich,
the fucking government.
Yeah.
He was stealing from the government and giving the money back to the people that the government was oppressing. That's not the same thing as what Omar was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Omar was just robbing everybody.
But he robbing motherfuckers. But the thing is, like, it ain't like he's giving to the poor or nothing like that, or giving to the oppressed.
Right.
You giving. Okay, like, let's say this is what this nigga would do, right? I'm selling drugs. You rob me for selling drugs, and then you take the drugs that I was selling, and then you give them to some motherfucking dope fiend to lie about your whereabouts in case somebody come asking where I'm at. How the fuck is that Robin Hood? Robin Hood was trying to do better for the people that was oppressed. You're not doing better for nobody. You don't give a fuck about them. You use them to if somebody else uses them, if I'm selling them drugs and I'm using them for money, you're using them as lookouts by giving them the drugs away for free. You see what I'm saying? That ain't no Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
But when somebody says that, then now somebody who's watched the show, you know, once or twice, be like, oh, he was the Robin Hood of the show. Like, nigga, you ain't watched the show, bro. You ain't watched the show enough to have an opinion.
Right.
I don't think you really understood what you was watching. Well, he had to do because look at what they did to him, and then they had to do that. They didn't have to do all that extra shit. Nigga, you don't get to spit in my face and then get mad when I slap the fuck out of you or punch you in your goddamn neck.
Right.
You don't get to dictate how I respond to disrespect. You don't get to gosh, that was a spoiler. I'm gonna leave that one. Because I did realize when I'm watching other people's reaction that they didn't expect that particular character. They didn't expect Omar to do certain things and I would have said it. But then that's no way this nigga gonna do that. He's a street guy. He has a code. No, he don't. He say he got a code, but
Omar was about Omar.
He broke that code several times.
Yeah, he was all about himself. He wasn't about nobody.
Yeah. He tried to act like he was this and that and the other, but that nigga was just a thief in the streets.
Yeah.
And the only thing I did like about the character was that he was patient and disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. For the most part.
Yeah. He was that dude in the hood that didn't nobody like because he robbed whom he wasn't loyal to anyone but himself, in my opinion.
Right. You loyal to you, but then you want people that,
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I can't even say what I want to say. I can't even say what I really want to say. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all spoilers.
They probably asleep anyway, man.
But motherfuckers gonna watch on replay. Yeah, motherfuckers be watching on replay though. And motherfuckers, oh nigga, that happens in that shit.
Yeah.
Damn, I wanted to watch that shit, but now
you on Pugilist?
That character. That's Pugilist. You in there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just got y'all on mute.
Okay.
I'm doing
okay. Oh, you doing something? Okay, that's right. Yeah, man. I swear, bro. This dude. I don't really hate Omar. I just can't stand that motherfucker. There's characters on the show that You know what I'm saying? I really hate Clay Davis. I really hate Bill Rawls. I really hate
Every hood
Thomas Carcetti.
got
You going in and out again, bro. Start
one
over.
of them
Start
kind
over.
of cats, man.
Start over. Cinto, start over because your mic went in out. Went out. Whatever you
Yeah,
just said.
I'm in
Sound
a
like you was
bad
cooking.
area. I'm gonna be. It's gonna be
Whatever you were
chopping for
saying,
me
it sounded
for a
like it was
minute.
dope.
I
Sound
was
like it
just saying
was a point.
when it before it went bad, I was saying that every hood got one of those cats like Omar, man. Don't nobody like him. He's always causing some problems, robbing, stealing, or just conniving little dude, man. And everybody wants to do something to him, you know. But for some reason,
My thing is,
he stays alive and keeps having the opportunity to rob, steal, and pillage. Go ahead, Tank.
it's the love. It's the love of the character that bothers me with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Another one of those. Damn, I'm over here killing my own fucking questions and shows because I wanted to save that shit. I'll just say it again later. Fuck it. But a fun fact or a fact about the show is that character wasn't supposed to last that long on the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's supposed to be killed off early in the story. Wasn't he supposed to last long at all?
You know what? I think he
this
said something
episode,
about that in
this
an interview.
Yeah, David Simon said that once they got the feedback of the fanfare is why they kept writing for the character, but it's supposed to be like a stick-up crew with different people every season, different groups, just so that they was all over the place. But what they ended up doing was because the character became a fan favorite, they what they did was they wrote around the character. That's why I don't, and that let me know that was why I didn't like the character because I can tell that's what they're doing. The motherfucker should have been dead. You know what I'm saying? The way the motherfucker was moving, motherfucker should have been dead. You know what I mean? And so what people try to do is who watch it, they get a little bit of information, insider information about the behind the scenes, and they say, well, the real Omar, he lived, and I'm like, well, you got to understand the Omar Little that's why I always make a distinction between the Omar Little character in the show. I always say it that way because that character in the show is not based on the real Omar Little. That's just the name they use for the character in the show. The character in the show is based off of multiple stick-up kids or multiple stick-up guys in Baltimore, and most of them, not most of them, many of them died, and he was supposed to be just another one that died. They just choose which name they're gonna go by. Like for example, the Avon Barksdale character is based off of multiple drug dealers. But there's a real person in the hood that was a dealer named Avon Barksdale. And so that's why he took issues with the series because he was like, y'all use my whole first name, y'all use my government, but I wasn't doing the stuff that y'all was doing, you know what I'm saying? Because they used things that Melvin Williams did, Avon Barksdale did, other people did, you know what I mean? All wrapped in one character, but they named the character after a real fucking person. And that real person was still alive. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the Omar character. The real Omar Little was like, man, I didn't do that shit. I wasn't that motherfucker. I wasn't gay. I wasn't doing this, you know what I'm saying? This, that, and the other. I did that. I was a stick-up kid, but I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing all this extra Robin Hood shit and all this other goofy ass CIA shit that they got this nigga doing. You know what I'm saying? But they gave him a role in the show, so he shut the fuck up for the most part.
You know, all those actors and actresses that have gone on to do some good work in the movie industry since then.
Yeah.
I think that was a strong point on their resume, doing that that show, The Wire.
Even the ones that
remember the girl
worked beforehand.
Yeah, that's right. You
Like
remember
LaShawn
the
Johnson.
female detective, the black chick,
Yeah, the one that was on the Shy.
the shot, on the shot, she, man, when they showed her being gay in The Wire, man, I was mad in the summer gun, man, because I liked her. I was like, damn, this girl cute. She didn't have that bombastic pie tail on her, but she was fine. You know, she was a cutie
Right.
pie. And I love the fact
Yeah.
she had her own hair. She had her real hair. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep, that's me. You know, I love
yeah,
hair. I love women with that natural hair. There's just
yeah,
something about a woman with her natural hair. You know what I mean?
yeah, man. Hey, that's a turn up for me. This idiot scared the mess out of me flying past me with that bike.
I heard that shit.
Yeah, scared me. I didn't know. I didn't know he was there till he got up on me and passed.
Yeah, he
But
flew by.
that's one your boy Chef told her. When she was in Shaft, and my man Samuel L. Jackson said, "It's my duty to please that booty."
That booty.
Yeah. He said, he said something to her about the LD. You want the LD?
Yeah.
Talking stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I liked her.
I
I
was
liked her
mad when they
character.
show her love interest being a female made me so mad, man.
Yeah, they
I
did
was
that.
mad about that.
Yeah, I hated that too. Her girl was cute too, both of them. I hated that shit though.
Yeah, exactly.
Her girl was cute too. I was mad for
Yeah.
both of them. I was like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
me too, man. Because
Come on.
I hate when they do that to our actors and actresses, man. You know, especially if they're not in real life gay. Don't do that. Don't write them in like that, you know, because you're trying to get some ratings from a certain demographics, you know. Because
Yeah,
that
and
show
that's
would have
exactly
been
what it is.
good without. It would have been a good show still without her character being gay.
I think she is.
Absolutely.
I think they are in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. What happens is, but
Think so?
like you just
Yeah,
you
I
just
think
brought
they
it
are
up
in real
though.
life.
He just brought it up though. That demographic, man. They strong, man. Much as we may not
Yeah,
disagree with it, they are powerful. They are a powerful group, and they strong in Hollywood.
Oh,
And then
they
all
are.
that, and that
Big
genre,
time.
and
They
that
run in
entertainment
Hollywood.
genre, and that entertainment genre,
Mhm.
they strong. Like, and they have, and they've been for a long time. This is not nothing new. They've
Yeah.
always been
But
underlined.
they got more writers that are gay. I think there's more writers that are gay now in Hollywood than anything, and I don't know that for sure, but just based on the shows and movies that we're seeing and how much gayness is in every movie, every show that comes on the television, it's ridiculous.
It's been prevalent. Yeah, it's been prevalent for years though. It's not nothing new. That group has existed underneath the top layer of that almost since the beginning of Hollywood, man. It's over. They've been there. They've been the underlying group there, because that is a prevalent thing. You know, not to be on no so-called race, not to be on no racist shit, but in that white group, that shit is prevalent, and it always has been.
Well, you know, they were always
has
playing
been
with
with
each other's
them.
joints and
Yeah,
genitals
it has
and all
always
that stuff,
been.
man.
Yeah, it's always been a part. Why you think even somebody, look at somebody who was one of our peoples in this country's clear open enemy was gay, and was J. Edgar Hoover, and he was one of our people's clear and open enemy. But the imagery that they put out to him, put out about him, wasn't that. That always many of them in those prominent positions in this country, in American society, have been that from that group of people. And it's always been that. I forgot the name of this documentary I saw years ago, and it talked about that. So many of these so-called high-powered people in the society, and it was just showing the connection from political to entertainment. The people who founded Hollywood, and it was so. I was like, God damn! Like it was like, wow, to see like how deep that well went. but those individuals being a part of that, and many of them had, because they try to have a little stigma amongst it. That's why even in Hollywood, like you heard stories about Rock Hudson and them, that was not just that wasn't a lone situation. Like they was always faking and arranging marriages to make the public view these people one way, but behind closed doors, they lived a totally different life.
Right.
Yeah, she married to some Australian dude. Oh, my bad. Good.
Yeah. But it's just so it's always been there with them. It's a very much part of their culture. And then now it's just worked its way outwardly into the cinematic genre, and I mean in every genre in cinema now. You see it all the time. Like y'all watch do you guys watch Black Lightning? Have y'all watched Black Lightning?
No,
I don't watch it religiously. I haven't seen that in a while.
But you remember on there, that's that same scenario. His daughter, the girl that played his oldest daughter in it, fine sister. I ain't gonna lie, she was part of the reason when I first started watching. I would like just look at her just to see her on the screen sometime. Boom. They hit us with her character. I was like, God damn. I'm like, you just can't get away from it now. Just can't get away from it. I was like, wow, here we go again.
That's
hello? Yeah.
Okay. You were just talking about. Can you hear me?
From the show, Black Lightning? You going out? We can't really hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
1 2 1 2.
I was gonna say, oh, there you go. Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Good.
Okay. Hey, that same sister, that fine sister, she played in that program with Morris Chestnut, and he was a doctor. He was a doctor. He was
Oh yeah. I remember that show. I used to like that show. It used to come on Fox up here in New York. What was the name of that show? She was his sister. That's right. You're right. He must be in a bad zone.
She married some European dude, some Australian dude, or something like that.
Rock Hudson?
I don't know if they're married. Huh?
Who you talking about?
Sonia John. Sonia John, who plays
Oh, she did?
Who played Kina Gregg, yeah.
Yeah, oh, she did? Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he choppy.
Yeah, he choppy. You must be in a bad area because you breaking up bad, Santos.
Yeah, ain't getting no better, bro.
Yeah, no better. Yeah, he must be in a bad zone, not getting no reception at all.
Yeah, and they gave her a gay interest in.
Yeah, he's still.
You ain't getting.
He's still having
y'all
fun.
Hear me? Yeah, I'm in a bad area. Can y'all hear me?
I hear you now.
Yeah, better.
Can you hear me? It was called Rose.
Yeah, okay.
Rosewood or Rose something. I can't think of it.
That was it.
That was it.
Rosewood. No, that's it. Rosewood.
Yeah.
That was Rosewood TV show?
Yeah, it was a
The
good
TV
show.
show.
Omar,
I was mad when they killed that show.
Yeah, I liked it too.
You said where Morris Chestnut is a doctor?
Yeah, he was a doctor.
Yeah, he's like
he had
he's
this
like
condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had this condition, and he had to his partner in the show was this Spanish cop. Latino cop, female detective. Yeah, I like that show. Rosewood.
I still want to get at that girl too. Every time I see her in another show,
Yeah,
like
she
I remember you.
yeah. That's why I first saw it. She's on she was in some other show. I think one of these I don't know if she's playing like in the firewoman or 911 or one of those other shows. She on something like that now.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
But I like that show. I thought that
Definitely,
I really enjoyed that show.
Yeah, me too, man. I was surprised that they canceled it, man, but it was
Me
popular
too.
in my household, but apparently it wasn't popular in no household.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
think
what's her name played his mother?
Latoya Luckett played a love interest at one time too.
Yeah, on that show. She did.
Yeah. Her cute self.
Yeah, she was on there.
Yeah.
Hmm. But yeah, they do that a lot on those shows, you know. I always kind of, every time I see a new show, I just be waiting for it to pop up, you know.
Yeah.
You know it's coming. You know it's coming sooner
Yeah.
or later.
Yeah,
You know what's
you know,
crazy?
for-
Yeah, I
I
don't think
used to
she's
watch
that
that
not that attractive to me. So I
Mhm.
just
who the Latino chick?
Sonya
Latina.
John from The Wire. No, Sonya John from The Wire.
The one I like.
Yeah, like she not ugly. She not she's attractive, but she ain't like
She ain't got that pop power in the back, man. She gets kind of
just period to me.
Kind of
I mean,
subtle.
like
Mhm.
she ain't got nothing in the front, nothing in the back. You know what I'm saying? Her face is cool, but she ain't nothing to. You know what I mean? For me, she's like, you know, probably in on the on the series, she's probably the hot one or one of the hot ones. But you know what I'm saying? I didn't see her like. I mean, she like cool.
I just
like,
thought
you
she
know,
was.
you do it.
I just thought she was cute. You know, I'm
Yeah.
a freak for real hair, man. And her hair was always nice and natural, and her face wasn't ugly. And she looked like she's mixed with something. Looked like she's got a
Yeah, she's Asian. She's
black
mixed
and
with
Asian
Asian.
or something like that.
Yeah, she's mixed.
Yeah.
I forgot if it's Korean but she's a black and Asian mix.
She Blasian.
Blasian, yeah, what they call Blasian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the fact that she was a little different is what turned me on about it. But yeah, her body features
Mhm.
wasn't hitting on much of nothing. You're right about that. But I'll mash her though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, she didn't get the black part of that. The
No, she
Asian
didn't get
part
that
kicked
booty.
in. She didn't get that part of it.
Right.
That part
She
didn't kick in.
get a mash. She can get a mashing though. I tell you that right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't put no
I liked
extra
her.
effort into it.
I liked
You know what
her,
I'm saying?
but I liked
It
her
happened,
girlfriend though. The girl who played the lady who played her girl though. I liked her though. I thought she was cute with the dreads.
Yeah.
She had a nice
I
body
would,
though.
with Sonya, I
She had,
wouldn't put no extra effort into it. I mean, if it happens, it
Mhm.
happens. If it don't, I ain't tripping. You know what I'm
Mhm.
Oh no, yeah.
saying? It wouldn't be no thing where I'd be
Mhm.
like, hey man, I need to what's popping. Like I think they had a part of the series where they was like, hey, you know, they try to do that. No, I'm a spoiler. Get a spoiler.
No, you don't need put
whatever.
you don't need to put no extra work in for that. For sure.
Yeah, it would be like, you know what I'm saying? Because she cool, but she ain't. I don't know. It depends on what a person's attracted to. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? There people like different things with women. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the natural hair. You know what I'm saying? The
Mhm.
natural body. You know, me personally, I don't like women with tattoos, but somebody else may like
Yeah.
women with tattoos and don't mind the weave and don't mind this or that. You know what I'm saying? I like women the way I like women, and some people
Mhm.
like women the way they like women. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah. I don't like
it's all
tattoos, fake hair, fake titties, fake booties. I don't like nothing fake. I like mine all natural, man. I take a woman with a few rough edges, a few rough corners around the edges or whatever, man. Before I I want the booty to be fake, the titties to be fake, the hair to be fake, all kind of tats. I want my woman to look like a woman.
yeah, them tattoos
You
be
know,
making them motherfuckers look like bikers and shit. Like man,
yeah,
goddamn.
exactly. That's the way I look at them.
Had
They
it
look
all on
like
your neck,
dirty
had it
bikers.
all on your arm. Can't even touch your, you know, you touch your arm and shit, and you be like, man, I want to feel the soft woman. I feel all this tattoo
Right.
scar tissue and shit. You know, it's a flower, but it feel like scar tissue. You know what I mean?
That's
See,
just
when I was a
crazy.
kid,
Rub on
when I was a
I want to
kid, them
rub
old
on your
biker chicks.
fucking smooth leg. I don't want to rub on
Hmm.
your fucking scar tissue. That's because you put a goddamn flower or rose on your ass or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But again, there's some people that they like that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because obviously, these women is out here getting it left and right now. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
that
it's
shit
unfortunate.
turns
It's
people
just
off.
unfortunate. But you know that it just became because I remember years ago, cause I was going interested in getting a tattoo, but this was before it got all popular. Cause you know why it got popular? Because of the rap. That's the reason why it got popular. You know, once the rappers
Yeah.
started getting it, and that
Yeah.
has
The hip
such a
hop.
that yeah, the hip hop thing is such a big thing in the black community. That's where a lot of the trends start at. When they take it on, it just becomes a part of unfortunately, in many regards, our popular culture as a people. We
You know, they
we just tend
started
to
off
gravitate, you know.
a lot of of them started off with something. Next thing you know, they got a little addicted to it and get one more, get another one. Next thing you know, I'm gonna get me a sleeve and all this old bull crap, you know. And that just turned
Hmm.
off. I don't like all this stuff, man.
Niggas do the same
I'm
shit.
mad at Cardi B.
Hmm.
Why? Because she got fake titties, fake hair, fake ass.
And that big long
What?
and that
She got
and that
fake
long
titties,
tattoo
fake
and that big
booty, and then
tattoo
she got the tattoos.
and that big
Nah,
ass
Yeah,
tattoo.
that tattoo really
I'm
killed it
playing
for me.
around. I'm only playing around
Nah,
because everything he named is her.
The first time
yeah,
Everything that nigga
yeah.
named on this list was he basically
She
described
got
Cardi
every.
B.
She got a check. She checked every
She check all
every
the
I never
category,
boxes.
saw Cardi
every
B.
box.
She check all the boxes that nigga.
Yeah, yeah.
Was
You
She
said
checked
what?
every
still
box.
messed up.
You said what? You went in and out.
Yeah,
Getting
you
that
still
bad
going
area.
in and out. Yeah, you still
Like
in
the
that
only
bad area.
the only fake
Yeah, I'm in a
thing that I'm
bad
not
area.
tripping on if a woman or anybody want to do is if you want to do something with your grill, you know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
that's different. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I can get with that.
That's a health thing. If you
Yeah,
want to do like
yeah.
something,
Get your grill
you have
fixed.
because people have different because you can be born with certain things that cause you to have bad oral. You know what I'm saying? Bad
Hmm.
oral is not necessarily having anything to do with how well you brush or floss.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
there are things that you're born with. You know what I'm saying? And we learn these things later. That's why I don't make fun of certain people who have certain things. You know what I'm saying? You know, you want to
Hmm.
get braces because you know you need, you got some stuff going on orally, or you have to do something with your, you got to get a fresh new set. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, that's different.
I'm making fun of like Daniel Jacobs and Floyd, the Mayweathers, and shit like that.
Hmm.
That's different. You know what I'm saying? But you know, uh, putting your stomach fat in your ass cheeks.
Hmm.
We're
All that
talking about
extra
something
stuff.
different. Yeah. That's different.
Yeah, that's something
You know what I'm
different.
saying? But
Yeah.
if you got something oral and you like, you know what, that's an aesthetic thing. That's it's just different. I think everybody would agree on that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If they really thought about it. You know what I'm saying? But there's and with the hair thing,
You can just
with
about tell when
with
they
the
got a
hair
fake
thing,
butt.
yes, a lot of them. But you know what? They getting so good at it because uh, at one particular time they was using you know certain stuff to put in your ass, but now if they using a fat in a stomach, it feels like
Yeah.
a real ass.
Real
So you
butt.
don't
Yeah.
know. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like you gotta check for the scars underneath each cheek or
Cheek.
for
Yeah.
incisions, and you gotta look at the proportion of their cheeks to they actual thighs, and you know what I'm saying, the legs and you know what I mean. It's like you have to pay attention to certain things because the way it feels will be a lot more natural than it used to be in years past. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I'm
Yeah.
talking
It's
about.
different.
I'm talking about with the visual. The visual tells me a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
sometimes. The way it's set off on either side. or the way
Mm-hmm.
it drops in the back. I mean, it don't even look natural, man. Don't even look
Yeah, it don't look natural.
natural
Yeah, some
at
of them.
all to me.
Yeah, some of it
Some
doesn't.
of them look. Yeah,
Some
some of
of
them
them
don't
do,
look
but they,
Like,
natural at
man,
all.
come on. Now, if
but
they got
but
now, if they put some now, if it
Damn,
feels
every time I'm
soft because they're
clicking,
using
shit goes
stomach
out.
fat, I can, to the feel, I can deal with that.
Right,
But
right.
I don't
That's why
want
I
to
brought
look
it
at
up.
it and it looks so like Nicki Minaj. I can tell her butt is fake, man.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I done
but
seen
but
both.
but but Tank, oh, he's right though, man. They getting better with it, and by them using like the fat, they can manipulate that in a different way than they say they did with the silicone or that other stuff that they be using.
Yeah,
It's a little
that
different, and
flow.
yeah, they can manipulate that better, and it's becoming a lot more harder to tell the difference between that, especially the ones getting the fat from their stomach and put back there.
Mhm.
And like he said, if you was touching that, it's going to feel natural because it's still fat. It's human fat. It's going to feel,
Right.
which a lot of that is in a real natural woman's butt. It's just that shit.
Butt cheeks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's in there, and helping that shit be like that. So they getting so good with that shit, man. You know, and it's just been over the top,
And with
over the top.
the hair, the hair. I kind of leave that up to the individual because although I personally, just me, I prefer. I'm a hair puller, so I'll fuck around and pull your weave out. You know what I'm saying? I can't
Oh
fuck it.
yeah.
That's just me personally. I like natural hair. Um, but I leave that up to the individual because um, some women have like alopecia and things like. And you know what's crazy is I have a lot of sisters, and some of my perspectives that I used to have that are personal to me from a man's perspective, it changed when I learned other things. You know what I'm saying? So like one of my sisters got into the hair business, the hair care business, and why you got getting into weave, and man, all these women shouldn't wear weave and rock your natural hair. And then she'd be like, well, damn, most of my clients ain't black. She put me up on that game, and then I started realizing that, oh damn, yeah, it's like, yeah, black women don't, it ain't the main people that get the weaves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
Hmm.
these y'all you black men, who walk around thinking that this Spanish girl or this white girl got this long and or Asian girl got these long locks and that's her natural hair. That don't be their hair. I didn't know that until I had somebody in my family who was working in the hair business put me up on that game. You see what I'm saying? Because they get away with it because the hair looks like their hair. We see it on the black chick. We be like, oh, that's a weave because we know there's a chance that your hair ain't that straight or don't look like that. But when they wear it,
Hmm.
it looks more natural. But in
Yeah,
reality,
but
they hair
you
that
can
ain't
tell
their
with
hair.
them too.
But
They look
sometimes you can't.
they look a
But
little
sometimes you
clunky with
can't.
them.
But nah, sometimes you can't.
They started it.
Sometimes it's seamless and you can't tell. And but when I started learning about like things like alopecia and some of these things where women have issues with their scalp, I kind of lightened up on the weave aspect of it in terms of clowning it. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
now there's people who wear wigs and things like that because they just want to look different and stuff like that. I leave that up to the individuals. What I'm saying that what I like is what I like, but I don't do like I used to be like I used to have a certain hard stance on it that I no longer have because I understand that a woman's crown is it's up to them, and sometimes they excuse me their confidence or whatever feels a certain way by doing it. Whether now if I was when I'm dealing with a woman, I let her know where I stand on certain things. You see what I'm saying? So that it's clear between us. Like if you got long ass hair and I'm dealing with you, or I'm court. When I say dealing with you, I mean like I'm trying to court you. I'm gonna let you know. Look, you ain't gonna just come home one day with all that shit chopped off.
Hmm.
I'm not. I have a pet peeve of women that I'm attracted to who have long hair and then chop all their hair off. Now, if I meet you and you got short hair and I still am attracted to you, that's one thing. But if you got long hair and I'm vibing with that long hair, and you come back one day just because you wanted something different, and you chop that shit off, best believe I'm not gonna. No matter what I say, most likely I'm gonna have. I'm not gonna feel. I'm not gonna be feeling it. You know what I mean? It's your
Yeah,
hair at the end of the day, but I still have a right to be attracted to what I'm attracted to. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you're gonna feel away.
I'm gonna feel away.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely,
It's just
definitely.
me, and I think that it's better to be honest with that up front than to pretend something else, and then what I'm saying, you find yourself going to somebody that got what you like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no
And then
doubt.
they,
I
what are you
agree.
doing? You know what I'm saying? Like I tell them straight out. I tell women all the way from the get jump that I subscribe to polygyny, but it has to be done in
Mm-hmm.
a certain way. I'm not just trying to be, what I'm saying, a man whore out here, but
Mm-hmm.
I subscribe to polygyny. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not polyandry. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I'm not into. I'm not. I don't vibe with polyandry or subscribe to that at
Mm-hmm.
all. Where
Mm-hmm.
one woman have two husbands, but I do
Yeah.
subscribe to polygyny, where a man can have multiple wives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that there's something that has to be done or that a man can even handle that, because it's hard enough to handle one woman than to let alone handle two or three, right? But at the same time, I gotta let it be known that this is my position, because you have to know that you have to know this about the person, that if you start to like me the way I'm feeling you, if you start to feel me the same way, you got to know what you're dealing with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But just know that it's gonna always be in the open. Uh, I'm gonna be. If you do decide that you're gonna deal with me the way I want to deal with you, you have to understand that if if you if you one of those types to be like, well, if you get another woman, I'm gonna get another man. Well, we're not gonna deal with each other because I don't subscribe to that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But if you a woman that to be
Yeah.
like, as long as you keep me aware of what's going on, and I'm not gonna, be unknowing, not knowing where you at and knowing who you with. You know what I'm saying? And your medical is open to me in terms of you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to give, if you love two women, you don't want to give either one of them nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense. You don't want to be giving nobody no diseases. Only thing you want to be giving them is kids. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Word.
You don't want to give them nothing if you love them. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't, and for the record, I don't think that you can. I don't think that it's wise to have two women live in the same home. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because women are territorial, and they like their space. You know what I'm saying? So a woman may like her dishes set up this way, her living room set up like that, and you don't want to have two different women with two different philosophies on how they deal with shit. So it's better to have them in different, their own spaces. You know what I'm saying? You may have two different families in two different places, but they know that we can come together and have one family. You know what I mean? And I would rather do that than to be have you looking at my phone and wondering who I'm talking to and wondering where I'm at. You should know exactly where I'm at, who I'm with, and why. You know what I'm saying? But I think those are all things that have to happen up front, because you don't want to be sitting there dealing with somebody, then later on find out. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what happened with damn, I'm trying to think of who it was. Uh, uh, so many. Fucking look at the what's the nigga name that used to be
Polite.
in the Catalan and shit. That no, they used to fucking the Caucasian dude. They used to be in the Catalan and shit, and on the Wheaties box.
Oh, you
Oh, you
talking
talking
Mary.
about
about
Bruce Jenner?
Jenner,
Bruce Jenner.
Bruce
Yeah,
Jenner, Bruce Jenner.
yeah. See what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers like
Mm-hmm.
that. You go around faking the funk and not up front with your damn woman the whole fucking time. This nigga want to be a goddamn woman like her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You didn't fucked around and had kids. Now how they lives gonna play out? And I'm not.
Yep.
They all grown right now, but you gotta
It's
understand what
still.
that does to your children, and they may not give a fuck, and they may have come to terms with it, and their lifestyle may be totally different than mine, and they understand it better than I do, but at the same time, uh,
That's
you got like a
embarrassing, man.
motherfucker like that's trying to marry into your family. They got to deal with that now.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Like
Yeah.
if a motherfucker fall in love with one of your daughters, they got to deal with the fact that they got a mother-in-law and a father who wants to be a mother-in-law or identifies as a mother-in-law. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And these niggas don't be thinking like that. They just trying to get some, they trying to get some draws or whoever they dealing with. And they look at it like, and I know, because I know niggas, you know what I'm saying? They can fool the public, but they can't fool. I know how niggas is. Niggas would be like, shit, I ain't got to deal with that nigga. I ain't got to deal with that weird ass shit. I'm on the daughter's peaks. That's how niggas is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Nigga, I know niggas that be disregarding females' kids. Well, that's their daddy problem. Nigga, shit, I'm just trying to get them draws. You know what I mean? So I know how niggas is. And niggas can lie to y'all. They can't lie to me. You know what I mean? Put it like that. And so that shit matters because the motherfuckers wasn't open. I just found this out. Like recently just found this out. Because I'm a fan of the Matrix series, right? We was talking about that last week. And I was telling one of my cousins, I was like, yeah, the new Matrix, they doing the Matrix Part 4. And he was like, yeah, the same people who did the first one is doing this. And I was like, nah. Excuse me. They said it's some woman, but I said I gotta look into it because I didn't know the Wachowski brothers had a sister, right? They said some woman's name is doing it. You know what I'm saying? And I heard the reports saying that the woman is back or something like that. But I was like, nah. I know the Matrix and the original Matrix films was done by the Wachowski brothers because I watched the damn documentaries and the behind the scenes shit. I know it's the Wachowski brothers.
Yeah, I know them.
I must have looked this shit up, and both these Wachowski brothers and turned into fucking women.
They both women now. They both women. They both.
I didn't know this shit, bro. I just found out.
Oh, you just found out? Yeah, they both. Yeah, I found that out about.
I was like, this shit buzzed me out. Like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they both did it.
Please, man, when are we gonna get back to out the parlay zone?
But this is what we just was talking about a little while ago. That's who they are. That's in their culture. And I told you, it's the underlying. And when it comes to the entertainment world of Hollywood and the extension of Hollywood, that has been going on in some way, shape, form, or fashion with that group since pretty much the inception of it.
Yeah, but they're not the only ones. Them motherfuckers
they've been the main ones. And what happens is, because in this society, it's a trickling down effect. You know what ends up happening, and they when we was talking about Sonya Shaw, I was right. I just checked it again because I remember thinking, her mom's was Korean.
Yeah, Korean. Her mom's Korean. I think her pops
was black. Yeah, pops was black because she was born in Fort Benning. She's born. Because I remember hearing that, so I just went and checked it again just to be sure. Yeah, but when I found out about them doing that, it really, in a way, it didn't surprise me. When they do that, shit don't surprise me at all. Because I know this is something I studied. I know their history, man. This is what they do. This goes back thousands of years with them.
Greeks,
this goes back, this goes back thousands of years with them.
But
also, all of them.
A lot of motherfuckers don't know that these motherfuckers, a lot of motherfuckers don't like to admit this shit, but it's truth. A lot of the motherfuckers got that shit from Egypt. Egypt, they was doing that shit in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. So a lot of them motherfucking Greeks and Romans, and Babylon, exactly. So a lot of these motherfucking, a lot of motherfuckers don't like to deal with that shit, but
even in
they enjoy it. They enjoy it, embrace that shit in that Greek and fucking Roman culture so much because they worship black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't matter which black people, the righteous ones or the unrighteous ones.
What happens is like, because even in religious traditions, like in Judaism, they have a book called the Talmud.
Yep.
And in the Talmud, it has it allows for them to have sex with young boys and shit like that's in the Talmud. That's not the Torah, but the Talmud is something that that's a part of that's still a part of their their culture and Judaism, particularly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? White
Not to be
Judaism.
confused.
That's a part of it. Yeah, and
Not
it
to be
goes all the
confused
way
with
back. hmm
not to be confused with
It,
Israelites. Because
yeah, it goes
motherfuckers get that
white
shit
Judaism,
twisted.
white
That
Judaism.
Judaism,
Yeah,
yeah, that
white
Judaism
Judaism. hmm
is nah, it ain't,
Yeah,
shit. That's just what
yeah,
it is. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Judaism is
yeah,
they shit. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
That's
But the
theirs.
Israelite
Yeah, that's
customs,
theirs.
they ain't got nothing to
Yeah.
do with us. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
The
Yeah.
Israelites was
hmm
Northeast Africans, but these
Yeah.
people who
hmm
study Judaism, these motherfuckers came from the
That's the
Ottoman Turks
Ashkenaz.
and the
Yeah, you got
Ashkenaz. Exactly. You on it?
Ashkenaz.
You on it? Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's the
already.
Ashkenaz.
It's
Yeah,
funny
you
because
got the
I was
Sephardic
just telling
and the Ashkenaz.
you got exactly facts. So
hmm
all these Polish motherfuckers and all these damn
Yeah.
converts who
hmm
who really are Khazarians,
Because from
um,
Khazar,
they
Khazaria,
yeah yeah those are people who converted to for
Judaism.
political reasons. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
But it's for
Yeah.
I'm saying for political reasons. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Like that Game of Thrones type shit.
hmm
Uh, but that's
Yeah,
where
that's
y'all.
what that's
We don't want to
about.
get too deep in it. We don't want to get too
Yeah.
deep in it. Y'all dealing with very
Yeah.
intelligent brothers over here who listening to this on the replay. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
don't think we just
Yeah.
sit here talking about sports and movies and shit all the
Yeah.
time like we don't know what the fuck is
Yeah.
going on in the world.
Oh, no
It's just
doubt.
that certain
Without
things you don't
question.
want to deal with because, like we was talking about earlier, that's how motherfuckers get they channels shut down and
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
shit infiltrated and all kind of other
hmm
weird ass shit because these motherfuckers don't like the spread of information and knowledge.
Of
Um,
course.
and so,
But think about it. Does it? But let's think about it realistically. With the position that they're in, you wouldn't want it either if you was in their position.
right,
See, it's different for us. It's different for us because of who we are,
facts,
and because of who
100%
we
facts,
are, and who we are descended from, the people that
facts,
used to be in that other position. So
facts.
they don't want to. They don't want. Their goal is to not let
Waking up,
that let us
waking up,
get let. Yeah, they come back, and I was
get
just
your position
explaining this
back.
the other day.
You're right,
Yeah,
you're right.
I was just explaining. Look, one of my professors
I've been
told me
doing that
this.
position.
He told me that a long time ago. Like he said, look, like people always complain. Like I see people all the time, particularly all across social media. So-called blacks always got this saying, "Oh, why they don't teach this in school?" And like one of my professors told me years ago, he said um it's not their position or for them to teach you how great you were so you can overtake them again. So what kind of strategy would that be? I'm gonna tell you how great you were to spark something in you again so you can overtake me and get yourself back ahead of me again. That's not their job to do that. Their
Right,
job is to try to do everything in their power to stay where they are. So it's just simple. It's simple. It's a simple strategy, man. It's not rocket science. It's not their responsibility to tell you how great you was, that you created your ancestors made those pyramids. Why am I tell you something like that? So I could spark something in you to want to challenge me? Nah, I ain't going down like that. I'm gonna tell you everything contrary. You know what I'm saying?
right.
The angel food cake gonna be white. The devil food cake gonna be the chocolate cake. Subliminal message, whatever it take to keep you in the position I got you in. Because it
You
took a
can
long
figure that
time
out
to
on
get
your
us
own.
there. Yeah, you took us long.
You know
It
what I'm
took
saying?
us a long time to get there.
I always
So
tell
like
motherfuckers,
I said,
oh my bad.
all across the board. Like when you was talking about, look, man, the reality is certain information that's there, and you can't expect your oppressor to put you in a better position. Like it's just to me, it's don't make no sense. Just like how you be saying, like when you was talking about the Omar character, like you don't understand how some people can rock with that shit. I feel the same way about that. Like people really expecting your oppressor to put you in a better position. I have that same thought in my head, like you feel about that Omar character. Like I don't understand how people can rock with that shit and think that that's really possible. You know, that they're going to do that. I just don't see it. You know, yeah, it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Certain things that need to be done in order for us to better our position. Can't expect nobody else to do that for you. You know, it's just like I said, it ain't rocket science to me. It's what needs to be. It's what needs to be done. You need to do. Period. You know, it's just a mindset. That's where it starts at. Mindset, like you was talking about the, polygamy, the polygamous lifestyle. In many regards, that's an ancient lifestyle for our group, and it could be quite effective because the reality is most people do it anyway. You just be lying about it. You just be lying. You just lying. You do it anyway.
We gotta do it
So I tell him,
righteously, though.
just
Doing
do
it
it. Just do
unrighteously,
it.
it's gotta get
Yeah,
fucked
because
up.
you lying.
You know what I'm saying?
Because like I said,
Hiding, sneaking around,
yeah,
and
you ain't got to do all that.
turning it into whoremongering.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
So
that's not how it's supposed to be used. It's supposed to be used to nation build.
Yeah.
Nation build.
Look, that's how it's supposed to be done, because that's how it originally was done. And even with that, like another thing, it's another misconception, because particularly with us being here in America, with the man, how they get down, everything follows a trickling down way, and they just do everything. Like I was telling one of my fighters, I was explaining to him, because he was just saying he's young, he's just seeing so much corruptiveness in American society. And I was like, well, I said, when you deal with that group of people, there is not one single solidary organization or company that they're a part of that you won't find corruption, because it's a part of their culture. You understand what I'm saying? I said, you can't find not one single solidary thing that they've created and they're behind, that if you go through it, and you don't even have to go through it with no fine tooth comb, you're gonna find some form of corruption in it. Because that's the nature of this beast. You understand what I'm saying? So all these other things have trickled down to our group, because that's who, unfortunately, that's who we under. So, you're gonna, that, like that saying that God, when in Rome, do as Romans do, although we ain't Romans. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. So when you take on their particular ideologies, you're gonna end up doing a lot of the same messed up stuff that they do. Like you ever, like with certain situations that we see all the time. I said, you just gotta be willing to make the necessary, take the necessary time to do your own research and just study, and you'll be surprised at what you find out, about yourself, and what we need to do in that regard. But when I hear about all that stuff, like when I found out about them doing that, the brothers who did the major, it didn't surprise me 1 iota. I was like, wow, look at this. Holy smoke. But yeah, I ain't surprised. Like I said, 1 iota. And even with the like when you was talking about that, but even when you was talking about like, and as far, and another thing too, like even when you talk about something like the having the multiple wives and stuff like that, that's just a cultural aspect that goes back to our ancient cultures. And contrary to popular belief, because I had to explain this to some brothers just recently, it didn't, and it wasn't men, because people think men started. Men didn't start that. It was the sisters who started it. It was not the men. That's another big misconception, that it was the men that started. It was not the men. It was the sisters who started that, because the sisters came to the realization that, it was about nation building.
Thank you.
That was more about nation building, because the bigger your tribe, the bigger your tribe was, the more the tribes came together, you could ultimately form a nation. But the sisters started realizing, look, I can have, I'm not going to be having 30 kids. I'm going to leave my body is going to be useful to maybe give 10 to 15 tops or so. I'll bring in another woman to help expand the tribe.
Family. Right.
And multiple tribes, with the extended family, which becomes tribes, and multiple tribes can become a nation. And that's what they were the ones who thought. So if you were going to do that, what you do is you have to have that sister has to be thoroughly involved in picking that woman that comes in. The problem will be is if you don't have her involved and you're doing it, then you definitely couldn't have them in the same house.
Right.
Definitely. But if you have the sisters involved and you let the sisters do it, then you have a better chance to having real success and even having them around each other. But she has to be involved, you know. And if you do that, you can have success. Because like I said, ultimately, like you said, people doing it anyway. You just lying. You're doing it unrighteously, as opposed to you just keeping it 100.
I try to
And they're
tell
gonna
them. I
respect you.
remember I was having.
They're gonna respect you more anyway. If you keep it 100, you know, that goes a long way. Brothers don't realize that, man. They'll respect you more. If you just keep it, you just straightforward with it. This is my lifestyle, this is how I get down, la da da da. Boom. Either they're gonna be with it or they not.
And they don't have to find out after the fact. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
If you let them know right from the get jump, look, this is what I believe. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. I'm not saying it's gonna it's something that you're gonna have to deal with moving forward, or that I can even deal with more than one wife. I'm just letting you know that I'm not opposed to it. I'm subscribed to it, and if you dealing with me one day, you don't be surprised if I come to you saying that, hey, look, this is what's going on. I feel like I'm in a position to be able to do it, and it looks like I found somebody that's going to be moving forward with me to do it. And then you don't get to be outraged and thinking, well, no, I thought if I lay it on you, you wasn't going to think like that. That's on you. Nobody. I tried explaining this to you beforehand. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know
Word from the jump. I'll let you know from the jump.
get jump. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
And that's the only thing I can do is be honest with you from Jump Street. Because at the end of the day, I need to be able to look myself in the mirror. You know what I mean? You don't understand. And see, what we have in Western civilization is we have women who sometimes they don't want to relinquish some of the power that they have over men. Some of them, that power is, keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? To some women, not all, the power that they have, that they wield is the ability to, keep sex from you.
Yeah, that's a powerful tool.
You know what I mean? And if they knew that, all right, fine, fair enough. You know what I'm saying? You want to have a particular attitude, and that's the way you want to deal with it. And you're gonna say you're gonna, well, you ain't getting, no problem. Wife number 2, she been waiting for me to give her more. You see, now you take away that power.
Well,
I ain't cooking shit. Cook your own dinner. No, actually, wife number 2 loves to cook. Huh? Wait, what you mean? What do you mean what I mean? You don't want to cook no more. That's fine. I don't have no problem with that. But when I'm at dinner for the next couple of nights over at the other house, you see what I'm saying? So, you're taking certain things away. You know what I mean? But you have to be able to provide equally for both wives. You see what I'm saying? You can't do it and then just be like, well, I like this one more than that one. And you're not doing it right. You have duties as a husband to both women and to both families if you have children with them. So, that's what comes with the territory, or you can't do it at all. You can't be over here like, well, talking greasy about one with the other one. That's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? So all these weird ass niggas that like to do shit like that, we're not talking about that kind of shit. Where you go over here, oh man, she gives me a headache, and how come she can't be more like you? All that weird ass shit. You can't be in having 2 wives and doing no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But I think to your other point, another thing to your point was about the aspect of the nation building aspect of it. You're saying how women realize the nation building aspect, and another thing of that is women who had children, and men who, let's say, they was in the same tribe or whatever, in the same nation, they'd be like, okay, she lost her husband. We're not gonna let her be no single. I'm not gonna let her be no single mom running around here, and something happened to her. We're gonna take care of, take care of you. So you're gonna be my wife. You know what I'm saying? And it was cool like that. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of the stuff gets lost in history. And it be like that sometimes. You know what I mean? I always tell people also who I'll be like, hey, look, it's crazy how uh, you can identify as almost anything. You can identify as a if you're a woman, you can identify as a man. If you're a man, you can identify as a woman. Uh, as black people, so-called black people, you can identify as being Native Indians or Muslim Arabs, or what I'm saying, Christians, or Africans, and all these different kind of identifications for yourself. But as soon as you identify as being a Israelite or a Jew, you watch how they respond to you. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different response. Huh? What you mean? Look what happened to Nick Cannon, Ice Cube, and what is that football player name? The fast one, Sean Jackson, Reggie White. The list goes on. But anyways,
Yeah, I need me a second wife, man.
it only work. It only work if the first wife, you know what I'm saying, knows what's popping, because in this matrix that we live in, who's this somebody? I got cut off.
I told
The
I need
fugitive
one.
got cut off. Join back up. Kyle will put you back in, or Cam put you back in on the show. Because they'll take that I'm not good enough type mentality if they're not if they're not in the right mindset. You know what I mean?
No, man, she knows she needs some help. She knows she needs some help. She knows she ain't taking care of business. I've been telling her for a few years to find me somebody to take her place when she ain't ready. But she I think she's been thinking I've been joking about it.
Hey, it's crazy. Women don't take into consideration too. They have menopause.
Yeah, she's gone. My wife
been
going
older
with her for years now. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And they got to understand that, men for the most part, we don't have no menopause. We're gonna be able to produce all the way until we old in age, and we're gonna have a certain drive. He said, "I'm trying to get back on." Kyle or Cam, Best Pugilist, trying to get back on the show. Put the link back out if the link ain't on there. He said he got kicked off. He got cut off.
Come on, guys.
But yeah, bro,
6 hours,
that's real spill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I when people be like, oh, maybe ask or women, they deal with you, and they be like, damn, I'll be feeling your tank, or why aren't you married, or why you don't? And I tell them straight up, look, man, you gotta be a special woman to deal with me. You know what I'm saying? A nigga that come out and tell you that he believes that you know what I'm saying, and having multiple wives, but you can't have but he don't believe in women having multiple husbands. That's usually the immediate rebuttal. Well, what if I have me another dude on the side? Well, you gotta find you another dude. That's not fair. What do you mean it's not fair? I'm not telling you. I don't tell a woman to do something that they don't want to do. If I'm telling you that I subscribe to polygyny and not polyandry, and that means you have to make a decision if you want to deal with me. But if you decide that you want to deal with me, knowing this about me, then that's something that you have to decide. On the flip side, if you say, well, I should be able to have another husband, I have to decide if that's something I'm going to deal with. But if you tell me that up front, I'm going to tell you right away, I'm not going to deal with that. That's not unfair. That's the epitome of fair. I'm giving you an opportunity to make a choice, and you're giving me an opportunity to make a choice up front. Well, I don't think there's no more fair than that.
No, you straight up front. You can't go wrong.
Yeah,
The way you start a
there's nothing
relationship, the
more
way
fair
you
than
gotta
that.
keep it.
But we live in a society where no, I need you all to myself, and I'm not sharing you with nobody else. Okay, I'm not for you then.
And then
I'm
she'll cut it off.
I'm not the man for you. Because quiet as it kept, a lot of these niggas got. Hey, look, a lot quiet as it kept. A lot of these niggas got multiple wives, and you just don't know it yet. A lot of these women don't know it yet. You know what I'm saying? We live in a society where
I'm finding out some things about my friends that I didn't know in that category.
Hey, he backstage, y'all. He backstage. Let the brother in. Let him in now. Let him in now. Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let him in now.
Let him in now.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny. I trip out on them because I tell them, I say, look, y'all got me fucked up. We living in the era where these women can tell me that they don't got no problem with a man want to become a woman want to become a man, a child can identify as a boy or a girl when they weren't born as a boy or a girl, and a man and a man can get married, and a woman can get married, or a man can have 7 different wives as long as he has them at one at a time. You know what I mean? Marry one, divorce her, marry another one, divorce her, marry and 7 times and shit. They can do all of that, and that's cool. But I can't have 2 wives or 3 wives if the women are rocking with it. Y'all look down on that. If me and 2 or 3 other women are rocking with it, and we understand each other, and we only dealing with each other, I don't got no 4th woman. I don't got 2 wives or 3 wives with another woman on the side, like a harlot on the side. You know what I'm saying? I got these 3 women, and we taking care of each other, right with us. You know what I'm saying? We taking care of business with us, and we all on the same page, and we with it. Y'all telling me y'all look down on that, but all the other instances that I named, y'all cool with. That's just society. Get with the times. Get out of here.
Yeah, but that's America, because the reality is if you study American history, for one, like I say, right now it's going down. Everybody doing it, man. It's always been that way. You have people that's prominent in American society, white American society, people like Brigham Young, and then was Mormon. He had multiple wives. Him and his vice president, they had multiple wives. You understand? It's a university named after him. You understand? Steve Young is a descendant of Brigham Young, the football player. Yeah, he played that. And where did he play? At BYU. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's always went on. You understand? They was here. You got to remember, you had the Puritans, the Mormons, Quakers. They all practiced that, and they were all Makasu, or I should say that's white man. All of them was white.
I believe,
and they all practiced that. They all practiced that form of polygamy. They all had multiple women. So, like I said, they pick and choose in the society. You know, it's all when it comes to the politics here in America. It has a lot to do with a particular individual's.
Yeah.
No, not just that. It usually don't start out as a group. It start out with one individual, and then it becomes a group. Because that particular individual feels a way about something, and he sparks the interest and gets people to follow his thought process on that, and then it become a group. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like About when I first found out, like a part of the things when I found out about here in America about with the weed thing. Like I used to when I wanted to find out why it was illegal, and when I did my research and found out it's not about health or stuff like that, like they would lead you to believe. It was some racist shit. Keep it 100. That's what it was about.
Exactly.
The senator, the particular
It was
senator,
about what?
congressman who it was racism. It was based off racism because
It was
the
based
particular,
in
the particular,
racism.
yeah, but racism. That's why it had nothing to do with no health issue or nothing like that, or weed mess you up. It's about racism because the particular, I think, with this particular senator, him and his friends, I guess, apparently some brothers, I guess, was fucking them white girls, and they was saying how that shit offended them so bad. Like, how are they doing that? And I guess these particular women was hanging out with the jazz singers, which was jazz was a big music genre back in the like 30s, 40s. Because this is when this took place. Because you gotta remember, hemp was a big thing here in America. They used hemp and for everything. They was making clothes with that shit and everything. And then they demonized that part of the hemp, which is marijuana. They demonized it, but only because I guess a few brothers got some white booty, and it pissed them off so bad. That's why they started all that nonsense with those movies, the reefer madness, the marijuana madness, and all that. And you had your boy Ronald Reagan was in some of them shits. Ronald Reagan was in a lot of those movies that was made at that time dealing with that. But it was a purely a racist ideology that pushed that agenda to make marijuana, weed illegal, as most things are in this society. Like they felt that you had blacks and maybe like some, and it was like people that was musicians, because a lot of the musicians, which was like the jazz players, and they had maybe some Filipinos and some other people, they was doing that music. They was getting them white girls, and that could not be tolerated at that time. And that set that off, and he pushed that agenda, and he eventually got it passed, and thus marijuana became illegal. I was like, holy smoke! But then again, whenever I find these things out, it doesn't surprise me because of their mindset and their ideology as it relates to our group and every other subsequent so-called minority. And so that's really what guides that when you see things like that. Always with them. It's always that's at the root of all of it. I saw this documentary years ago, and it was talking about was it the Eyes on the Prize? It might have been one of the Eyes on the Prize series. Now that I think about it, but I know it was the documentary I saw, and it was talking about this particular racist judge who was notorious racist judge. And when they started doing the boycotts and the sit-ins in the 60s, and it was some college on some of the college campuses, they was doing it. So they had this one particular time where these students, they had wanted to get a bunch of the sleeping bags to sleep in, and you would have some of them doubling up, like you would. So they said he had cancer. This particular racist judge had cancer, and they said that his hate and his love of segregation and his hate of black people, they said even with that cancer in the fourth stage, they said he lived at least another 6 or 7 years longer than he should have lived because of his fear that black men would be sleeping with them white girls on college. So that he was passing every kind of law, helping to try to pass and push through every kind of law against the black guys. And it was like that hate drove him, and that hate kept him alive longer than it should. They said the cancer should have been killed his ass, but his fear and his hate of just the thought of some black guy getting into a sleeping bag with a white girl kept him going for years longer than it should have. You understand what I'm saying? This is what it is with them.
Out of
And it's
fear
the government.
that his women wouldn't like him anymore.
Yo, this
I
is
just to
crazy.
get a little taste of the LD.
Yeah, I was like, yo, this is crazy to see this.
Crazy.
But that's what it is with them, you know. And it's just the ideology, because, like I said, this society is so based on lies and corruption
Yeah.
coming from that group of people. It's so, because me and one of my mentors, and he helped me understand that, you know, because he's one of my mentors. He's brilliant, brilliant brother. Very strong in black love, very anti-white power structure, and he helped me understand that. And he was having a debate with these. Actually, we're having these debates with these whites, and it was like, look, because he was trying to explain the fact that, look, our people, because you know how they always try to say like, oh, black people couldn't read and write and shit. No, they couldn't read and write English. A lot of those people was very smart people from where they were taken from.
Yeah, well, people of color,
Yeah.
melanin people started
Yeah.
a written language and all that first.
Yeah. So they could speak. So that's right now. If I take you over to Russia and you can't speak, if I take you to Russia right now, you can't speak Russian, you're gonna be illiterate in Russian.
Right.
That don't mean you can't read and write from where you come from. You just can't read and write. Like if I take you to China, you can't write Chinese. Yeah, so that don't mean that you. So these are these typical ideologies they push, and even our people fall for that shit a lot of the times. I said that don't mean that that don't mean that they were stupid or stuff, anything like that. They just couldn't read and understand their Captor's language. So, you know, we was talking to these whites, and we was breaking down the fact that, you know, we had in our tribes, we had doctors and everything like that. So the white guy was going to say, he's going to say, what do you mean, like a real MD? I said, look, it's either one or two things. Either before y'all kidnapped us, and I'm talking about from the perspective of the transatlantic slave trade, from that perspective, because there's a whole bunch of things that relate to our people. It's multiple things, but let's use just that. Let's just stay there for that moment. I say it's either one or two things. Either because if clearly our people was existing for thousands of years, so either clearly they was medicating and taking care of themselves, or they were superhuman. They mean they never got sick. They never got ailments. So it's either one of the two. So he was like, you know, I never really thought of it like that. Yeah, I know you didn't. You understand? Because your white privilege don't want you to think like that shit. You think you don't want to think that we capable of anything. We wasn't capable of anything other than what you want us to believe. Right. So it's one of the two things. Like that's how you catch them. You know? I said, because you can't on one hand, just like when it comes to the slavery here, you can't on one hand tell me that you think that blacks was less than human, but you was fucking them less than human. You was fucking, excuse my friend, you was fucking them less than human girls. So you're gonna tell them you fuck. You understand? So what does that say about you? So you're telling me that y'all felt that it was less than human, but you was having sex with them less than human shit. So that how fucked up did that make y'all be? So that's why, you know, they're very capable. That's why that bestiality shit that's in their nature. Because if you really felt that shit, if you really felt that blacks wasn't human, why was you doing that shit? Because I don't give a fuck how much I love my dog. I ain't never fucking no dog.
No, sir. Never ever.
I ain't never going down like that shit.
I ain't never seen a sexy dog.
You know what I'm saying? So then they were sitting there just looking stupid, dumbfounded. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's like, you think we not capable of, you think we not capable of thinking?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think we don't have thought? You really think that?
They know we're capable of thinking. They don't want us to know that we're capable of thinking.
So they were sitting here dumbfounded.
Yeah.
And this my mentor, yo, he ill. Yo, let me tell you, I'm no exaggeration. I swear to Panatharu, the Most High, I saw him schooling. It was because he was an electrician. He's an electrician. He's just about to retire. He's been like a journeyman probably for like 45 years. He's about to retire soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, he know his stuff. I saw him, some white guys on his job, but like he was well respected. Like they they don't really probably some of them don't like him, but they respect him because he know what he talking about. I saw him make. I'm not exaggerating. I saw him because I met the kid. The kid was coming to his house, Italian kid. I saw him school this white kid so much, Italian kid. Nigga had a big Jesus tattoo on his arm, big Jesus tattoo.
Yeah.
He got that shit off because of him.
Wow.
He went and got that shit off his arm. He got that. He went and got that shit laser, because they got to take a laser to get that shit off of his fucking arm for the information that he gave him. And he was real. He kept it 100. He was keeping 100. He's like, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. To me to go around my community, to actually say some of the stuff that I'm learning, I'll be a pariah. They don't look at me away. But he said, I can't live with that shit, knowing what I know, the information that you don't put me on to. I can't. Me personally, I can't keep that shit on my arm. I can't live with that shit. Yo, it got so ill, man. It got so ill with my big bro. My mentor was teaching him. Yo, the dude wife used to be calling there thanking him because he treated her so. He treated her so much better. He started treating her so much better and differently after that shit. Italian kid, I couldn't believe that. If I wouldn't have seen that shit with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it. Had I not met that guy. Yo, he got that big ass. Yo, he had a big Jesus tattoo on his arm. Yo, he got that shit taken off. And you know how many times he had to go back? That shit was big. So they got to keep going back for that laser treatment over and over and over. But that information, he couldn't front on the information. I was like, wow.
That's deep.
Yo, it was stunned to this day. Like, when I think about it, but my big bro, man, he know his stuff, man. And he very, very, very well read, because he put me onto a lot of different books and stuff, He put me onto a lot of different things like the post-traumatic slave syndrome. He's the one who put me onto the ISIS papers. Chancellor Williams, the destruction of African civilization and things like that. It was him, that put me on to all that shit.
You got to come on and do some book readings on my other channel one of these days, man. I got all three of them books you just named, and those are all great reads. We need to
yes.
do some reading over here on the channel so people can be aware of what's in the information that's in these books.
And it's great
I
stuff,
gotta snap off. So fellas, man, it was good cooking with y'all.
Yeah, me too, man. It's funny you say that because
engagement I gotta go get ready for.
Literally, my lady, she just texted me now, telling me she's gonna call me back in like 10 minutes. So I'm gonna get ready for her. I gotta go do some things with her anyway.
Kyle, if you listen, brother, salute King, be safe. Centro's best pugilist, man, and everybody in the chat, everybody listening on the replay, man. Peace out, everybody. Stay safe and be blessed out there.
Bro, you too, bro.
All right,
stay safe. You too.
Appreciate the company, my brother.
Yeah, no doubt. Yo, stay safe out there, Centros.
Yeah, man.
Until next time, man.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I always make sure I listen to what you have to say, man. You and Tank, man. Y'all come with the knowledge, man.
Yeah, man. It is what it is, man. We just try to spread it. Yeah.
Company as well.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, man. So like I said, you enjoy the rest of your day, man. And until tomorrow, like I said, just stay safe, man. I just want my brothers to stay safe out there. Being where we are. All right, then, bro. Stay up.
All right, one love, my brother.
All right,
Cal. Kyle is down.
All right, Kyle, cool out. All right, Kyle, cool out. Until next time. Peace.